Hold up. I'm sitting there talking to nobody, muted, but we are back in the building. We are back in the building. Welcome to the show. Glad everybody could be here. Make sure you hit the like button. Uneducated Lame already in the building saying a whole show dedicated to me. Thanks, guys. Absolutely. Yeah, this was just for you. This was just for you. Uneducated Lame, one of the best names on YouTube. I love that name. But yeah, we're talking about the educated lame. We're talking about lames, but the educated variety. So it's technically not about you. But shout out to Ariam, shout out to Ed Unchained, shout out to everybody. Let's go ahead and get into this. The topic today that we're going to be talking about is we're looking at definitions of things on Urban Dictionary. And some of the definitions are a little peculiar, and some of it you can kind of tell that a black woman wrote it. You can tell by the amount of slights, and it's a lot of things. We're going to be getting into that. We'll be joined shortly by the Hood Servative. And so let's get ready to go. Let's strap on in. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
All right, what's up? What's up with everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back. I see we got nearly 50 people in the building. So make sure y'all hit the like button. Let everybody know that y'all are here. That helps with the algo. Shout out to Rada God in the building. Says, hey, good morning, chat and BR and Hood Servative. Shout out to everybody in the building. Appreciate each and every one of y'all being here. I thought Hood Servative was going to be late, but the brother came right on time, right when the intro ended. He pulled up on us. So yeah, so what's up, man? Glad to have you here. Let me make sure. All right, go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning. Glad to have you here. Glad to have you back in the saddle. I had something planned I was about to talk about when I thought you weren't going to be here. But oh no. What we got? I gotta pick your brain on your dear friend and your close associate Amiri Brown. I gotta pick your brain and get your recap.
Oh yeah, we become like frenemies over the years.
Yeah, that's your homeboy. Don't even front. Yeah.
No, I don't personally dislike Amiri. He good dude as far as I would like. If anybody would ask, I would say, no, he's a good dude. I think he's crazy as hell for some of the stuff he says and believes, but no, he's a good dude.
Yeah, man. It was okay. I watch other content, I don't be in people chat. I sometimes be in the clouds and I watch stuff in spurts. So sometimes I hear people say stuff and I be like, nah, that didn't happen. I be thinking that y'all be misrepresenting people sometimes. Because I heard somebody say something along the lines that Amiri Brown was like I heard somebody call him a pro-black divester when it comes to his kids or something. I don't know. It was something weird. I was like, man, why is they straw man in this dude?
and then we got, you see the reason why I wouldn't let go of that line of questioning, even though you tried to do the good host thing and was like, no, we're not gonna go there about the man's kids. And I was like, respectfully, let's talk about the realities here. Because I think there's something psychological going on under the surface, bro.
Man, I couldn't wrap my mind around that. He said he said he doesn't claim, a lot of the, I guess, tenets of pro-blackness, well, I think more so he just don't want to stand next to certain, I don't even know what his reasons are, because he sounds just like them. So I'm not even going to get into that. But I do know that if somebody is claiming some type of pro-blackness, but when it comes to their kids, he literally said he would have been more comfortable with his daughter getting married at 19 if it was with a white man. And then I just couldn't wrap my mind around that one, man. Because but he puts it out in front. Hey, part of my mission, I'm trying to, recultivate, rebuild a better black community or whatever the hell. He puts that out in front. But yeah, I just couldn't. It was some stuff that just it blew me away. I thought y'all was straw manning him all this time, but I was like,
you should know me better by now, man. I don't lie on people. Like, I try not to lie on people because I don't want to be lied on. I don't want to lie about things in general. Like, I want to walk in the light as much as possible, right? And so when I come with these ideas and talking about these events, they generally have happened the way I describe them. It's just that you don't want to believe it's that bad.
Yeah. Courtney Williams in the building with a $5 super chat. Thank you for coming through bright and early, putting something on it. Do appreciate you dropping 5 on it. Yeah, but no, it was a good discussion. Good discussion. At the end of the day, like you said, you don't, you don't hate the guy, you don't dislike him. I don't either. I like him. Hell, I bring him back on at a later date. I honestly will. I enjoyed the conversation. And me and his one-on-one part, I threw a few jabs at him, a couple body blows, but overall, good conversation. One of the highlights.
And I was saying this last night when I was I had a little stream last night, and I had to talk about it eventually, even though I didn't really want to. It was like, how do you not talk about this big thing that just happened? But I gave him credit for showing up and standing in the pocket and taking the hits. So you get respect for that, because, and I was giving you props in a sense too, because over the last couple of weeks, maybe with a lot of the shows that have happened, what I said was that this show, the Bernard Riley Show, has become like a clearinghouse for male ideas. So, like, for guys like, Amiri or Mr. Let Go, who you mostly talk to women and your focus is mostly like the female interest. All right, now sell that to the men. And I like that dynamic. And so I appreciate that whole event.
Yeah. That's I didn't think about it exactly like you said, but that is kind of what I want to do. I want people to bring their ideas and then let's put them under the white light. let's run a fine tooth comb through them. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But let's go ahead and get into it. We got 100 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button. This is a good topic. I definitely enjoy this topic. I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I don't even know what happened or why, but I ended up looking up the definition of uneducated. I mean, I'm thinking about channel member and supporter, uneducated lame in the chat room, thinking about him. But I ended up looking up the definition of educated lame, not uneducated lame. Looking up the definition of educated lame on Urban Dictionary, and I was like, that's kind of peculiar how they phrased that, how they worded that, how they put that all out there. I was like, this is kind of, it's kind of like somebody who basically is out to shit on the concept of the educated lame would write it just like that. Like it's a definition written by a detractor of the concept. You see, I noticed that. I didn't even think to do content on it. I just was like, that's weird, and then I kept it moving. And then later on, you hit me up and was like, hey, man, I noticed the definition of educated lame in Urban Dictionary is a little peculiar. It's like, it looked like this is clearly written by a black woman. So, um, so we're going to get into that. So as I get ready to pull it up, we're going to run a fine tooth comb through the definition of uneducated lame on Urban Dictionary, and it's a lot of other peculiars. I think you told me in the email there's a lot of other definitions in Urban Dictionary that the definitions worded a little peculiar. So I'll let you speak on that a little bit as I get ready, as I pull this up.
Well, I'm actually, I knew we were going to talk about that, so I'm kind of pulling up some things right now. And the word daggle, now it's a manosphere word. It's it's a pejorative basically. It's a slur against a certain type of woman. Now that's kind of, if you hear the word daggle thrown around in the manosphere, they're usually talking about a certain type of woman, right? I'm looking on the Urban Dictionary, and this is literally what it says: daggle, when two or more guys try to flirt with only one girl at the same time. Huh?
I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, bro, it's wild. Actually, you know what? Because this probably isn't gonna be a big drain on my data. I'm gonna try to use my laptop and open up the window. So I'm gonna log in from another account. We could share that screen real quick.
Okay.
Because that way you can just pull up that image real fast of the definition. Because it's wild. Like, hold up. Who's writing this stuff? I don't think you guys are actually going to the source of the terms to get your explanations off.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking a lot of the times, and it could sort of remind me when Aaron G. Fountain, who later became Exposed to Manosphere, did a Manosphere glossary where he came up with definitions. Some of them he got right, but some of them he clearly clearly had his biases or basically put it in a more insulting, pejorative way to try to demean or diminish the term or the concept. But okay, it looks like you're trying to put something on the screen for me right here. It's loading slow. Okay, there it is. There it is. So it says daggle. When two or more guys try to flirt with only one girl at the same time. I've never heard of that. I don't know. You know what? They need to put the place and city of origin on some of this shit. Like, it's like because I don't know where the hell that came from. You muted up on your on the one that you brought up on. I don't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that you muted on your new computer that you just came up on. See, right now it's 2, 3 of you up, one muted, one not. But yeah, that is quite weird. That is quite weird that they actually went with that as a definition. I saw is, and then it goes on to say, I saw such a daggle fest today. No way. Who was it? Shane, Stefan, Luke, and Zach were all daggling and trying to spit on some girl today. Wow, what a daggle fest. Yeah, that got me thinking white folks doing some of this shit now. But they got me thinking white folks doing some of this shit now.
Yeah,
but,
who's writing this, bro? This doesn't make any sense. And like, that's not how we use the word.
Yeah, they got me thinking white folks using some of this. Let's get it's a lot to unpack here with this definition of educated lame in the Urban Dictionary. So let's go ahead and get into this and unpack some of this. So right out the gate, it says educated lame, a black man or woman. So now right there, right out the gate, I was like, oh, like that's fair and maybe even slightly inaccurate because I never heard of a woman being described as an educated lame. What about you?
I don't think that even applies to women. Like women can be lame, but you don't call them lame. The way like lames are invisible to women, like the guys that women don't want are kind of invisible. Like I'm sure that there are women who would be considered educated lames, but like they're kind of invisible too, I suppose. Like I've never even considered that as a female category.
No, because being nerdy and smart isn't a detriment to a woman on the dating market. It's not. I mean,
I
it's
mean,
like, okay. Well, let me break it down like this, okay? And I hate to even go right to the classic educated lame type, but Carlton, for example, he wasn't a no homo, but the man wasn't ugly. I mean, if you just look at just a headshot of him, he was a handsome man, no homo. But the fact of the matter is, yeah, his squareness, his sweater vest, his all of that, yeah, definitely made him lose status on the dating market, you know. Then there's a way to be cool with all that, but overall, that when you're talking about an educated lane, that's what you're talking about. When you take a female equivalent of that, a woman who let's just say she's not facially unattractive. She's just square, kind of corny, but cute. That doesn't hurt her. It actually can help. Like, I mean, the chick, the Game Changer, always
yeah,
pulling up here. Freaking what's the chick name? The Game Changer, like that. She got a bunch of subscribers. She be
Van
making
Girl
little.
or something like that.
Van Girl is slightly an example, but there's a better one. Kimberly Kim something Stamps, Kelly Stamps. That Kelly Stamps chick that he's always pulling up. That little quirky. That she's like a quirky, dorky, but real cute and she that doesn't hurt her. It actually helps her. It makes her more soft, delicate, and feminine. Like the
In
chick
the in
that's.
the grand in the grand
Go ahead.
scheme of things, yeah, I think if you're looking for like the motherly qualities, the educated lame type of woman is definitely the way to go. And honestly, I think that's just the character of the educated lame, male or female. Like, if you're looking for like long term stability, husband qualities, who's going to fit that better, Carlton or Will Smith, the Fresh
Right.
Prince, right? And
Exactly.
so it's
Exactly.
it's the same for women. You want the hot girl or you want the quirky little cute girl?
Yeah. 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 No. No. No doubt. No doubt. So that's why it does. But I think guys better understand that. Guys better understand that. A guy will happily get with a cute, good girl. Like that's that's grade A quality right there. You don't have a problem or an issue with that. You don't have a problem or an issue with that. Some people lump that in with just a girl that's just unattractive. But no, if you talk the guy who's considered lame, he's not necessarily unattractive. It's certain behaviors that just are not viewed as attractive. But those same behaviors on a woman, it doesn't make her unattractive. If she probably don't get as many dick offers because she ain't flaunting it like that, but it doesn't make her unattractive. But anyway, just it started out with some fairness in the definition because it said a black man or a woman, but I don't think that's accurate. I don't think the term applies to women, but it says a black man or woman who positions themselves above other members of their community for having achieved some level of academic or professional success. Do you think that part is accurate or inaccurate?
I think that's how they see like the people who look at the educated lame as a negative or some kind of thing, some kind of inherent negative. I think that's how they honestly see it. I don't think that that's what he honestly is, but that's always the criticism. Like, you kind of think you better than us. That's
Mm-hmm.
literally a phrase that gets thrown around. And I think Black America has to just come to grips with ideas like elitism. Some Black people, even amongst the entirety of all Black people, some Black people have simply achieved more. They have done more. They've done big things. They've done great things. Matter of fact, some Black people have done things so well that all other Black people can kind of um all other Black people are a little bit better off for it. Like, that's how leadership works, right? So like we use like Martin Luther King for that example, right? The life of Martin Luther King made the life of all other Black people coming behind him a little bit better. Now, is
Mm-hmm.
Martin Luther King just any old nigga?
No.
But that's the attitude, though. Like, you're supposed to treat him like no matter what you've done, you still a nigga.
Mm-hmm. You ain't no
And so
different
I
than
think that's
nobody else. Yeah. Yeah.
right. And
That's
it's
the
like,
thing.
nah. Some of us are different, very different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, no, and I'm with you on that. But when you look at what it's saying, okay, a black man or black woman who positions themselves above other members of their community for having achieved some level of academic or professional success is okay. If somebody is successful, I think it rather they're going out their way to make it known that they're at some higher level than somebody else. The fact of the matter is, when somebody is successful, they're automatically going to it's going to appear that way. You know, a man who accomplishes some great success, makes a lot of money, lives in a great neighborhood in a really nice house, and you know, has some status or whatever that comes with it all. Obviously, people are going to view him living at a higher level of life than Joe Dirt. I'm talking about white people. So I think what they're trying to say, the guy who's the educated lame, or in this case, the man or the woman who's the educated lame, is the person who has to constantly bring it up and constantly remind everybody, and has to constantly do that. I think that's what they're more or less trying to say, but I don't think that's the roots of what, you know, the whole concept of an educated lame was. That's more or less what they're trying to make it seem like is somebody who's aggressively on offense, trying to put everybody else down because of something that he accomplished. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I mean, obviously we started
Yeah.
hearing the term educated lame, you know, with the whole Pookie and Ray Ray versus educated lame debate that went on and on forever and ever, amen, for too long. That's when we first started hearing the term, and it was, you know, it wasn't one. I don't think it started with one group of one type of man or type of black man saying that I'm above everybody else. You know, it was simply pointing out how um, a lot of people in the community view men who achieve certain types of things or have certain type of attributes, whether it's education. No, well, education is in the title, so you know, they have an education, but they have education. They have good man qualities, but they lack swag. They lack they lack nigga juice, you know. So that's what the more or less from what I understood it, that's what the educated lane was saying, that in this community, and part of the reason why it's messed up, because men who accomplish things, if they don't got a certain swag about them or a certain type of nigga juice, they're viewed in a almost like an outcast way from, you know, everybody else in the community. So it wasn't necessarily that he positioned himself like I'm up here and you're down there. It's like people looked at him and viewed him different. But if you accomplish some shit and you still cool and swagged out with everything, you know, and you know, you still got nigga juice with it, people don't separate you. So I don't think it was the educated lane who necessarily separated himself. I mean, sometimes your socioeconomic status will separate you, but I think the community does have a salty taste in their mouth about success, because I think black people at their heart are socialists who think we're all supposed to be equal and on the same exact level. But moving on. It says identified by a pompous attitude, braggadocious mannerisms, and an exaggerated sense of self-importance. They think having an advanced degree or a medium to high earning job makes them spectacular, even though other groups bare consider those things bare minimum. My question for you
That
is
that
that
that right
person?
there is nuts.
Okay, go ahead. What did you say?
That whole concept is nuts. All right. If one, you don't position yourself just by like feeling a type of way. That's literally like the trend's approach to things. If I feel successful, I am successful. Like, no, 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 no. You have to do things that the other world deems, worthy of, the outside world rather deems worthy of respect. Like that's the way it works. And so for people who have kind of achieved certain things, the fact that you've achieved these things puts you in a certain place. So if you've graduated college and you've landed a great job with the big office and all that, chances are you're not paying rent in the ghetto. It goes with the territory at that point. And so you're gonna move on to different circles based on your ability, your achievement level. And I don't know that you necessarily position yourself like I'm looking down on people. It's like no, I'm simply rising up. And then the whole identified by a pompous attitude, braggadocious mannerisms, and an exaggerated sense of self importance. Are we talking about rappers?
Uh-oh.
Like, how come the rap black male image is the only black male image that's allowed to say, I'm better than you. Y'all niggas ain't shit. I fucked your bitch because you ain't got no money. Look at Carlton Banks in the chat. I pulled up in the Maybach and your bitch was on my dick. Like, this is when those guys want to be braggadocious
Wow.
and pompous and having exaggerated sense of self-importance. We put a beat behind it and call it black culture.
Wow. Good point. Damn good point. Damn good point. Shit.
Right. But if you earned your Maybach the hard way, you're not allowed to brag. You're not allowed to be like, look, I will fuck your bitch. Like, you're not allowed to do that if you earned it the right way, though.
Yeah. If you bust your ass in school, you get a PhD, a master's degree, a fucking medical degree, or whatever. You making over $200,000 a year, and you in a Maybach, and now and women like you, you not allowed to beat your chest and say, "Yeah, I'm the shit." You're not allowed to do that. You got to stay quiet and humble. But the rapper, the rapper can talk all the shit he want to. That is facts. That is absolutely 100% facts. Good call, good catch on that one. Good call, good catch on that one. Let's talk about he says, they think having an advanced degree or medium to high earning job makes them spectacular, even though other groups consider those things the bare minimum.
That is false right there on its face. The
But
advanced degrees and medium to high earning jobs are not the norm. That's why only some people get advanced degrees. Like, by having advanced degrees, you are in a minority category across the board. Even amongst like what the Japanese, not all Japanese get advanced degrees. All right, not all Ashkenazi Jews get advanced degrees. So even
right.
amongst those high achieving groups that we can sort of mark out as like the people that do well, not every one of those people gets the advanced degrees. And then frankly, there's a sliding scale of who fits into the medium and upper middle class. Like, once you start reaching those categories, you start to separate yourself from the herd. It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, and black people got the biggest problem with people separating themselves from the herd. Even though the people that do it in that way, they don't talk about it, that they don't brag about it, they don't beat their chest about it, and they're more likely to put a cape on for those who are not achieving those things. But the person who gets the pass, like you pointed out, is the rapper who's constantly talking shit and shitting on their, everybody else for what he's accomplished and what he can do because he's made so much money and everything. Man, that is, yeah, definitely good points. Definitely good points. Moving on. But yeah, good call on as far as it not being the bare minimum. That's what I was going to get on. You beat me to the punch on that. I was going to get on how it's not the bare minimum. There are things that are rare by definition. You can look up the percentage of people that have advanced degrees, the percentage of people that have high earning jobs. Well, a medium earning jobs are by definition, kind of normal. But when you talk about high earning jobs and advanced degrees, absolutely not. But it goes on to say, but because they are not adhering to the stereotypes of being lazy and uneducated, they think they're gods. Okay. And I'll say this. In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king.
Yeah.
They
It literally is that.
They interpret him saying, hey, you blind motherfuckers, I have one eye. I'm telling ya, it's a cliff over there. It's a cliff. If you keep walking to the left, it's a cliff over there. I got one eye. I can see out this one eye. Let's go right. That's not him saying because I'm not adhering to stereotypes, and and I'm not uneducated, therefore I think I'm a god. No, I'm just saying that, I can see. Yeah, I can't see, but the fact of the matter is, and I'm going to get your thoughts on this. The fact of the matter is, if they more or less is saying that the guy that's educated, that's not adhering to the stereotypes, he's not being lazy, he's not doing all of those things, is that he thinks that he's special because of it. Well, the fact of the matter is, if there's a high concentration of people who do adhere to stereotypes, a high concentration of people that are being lazy, that are not being productive, that it's not so much. Again, I don't think it's so much that guy thinks that he's a god, because a lot of times they are, in my estimation, most of the time they are quiet. I think it's other people who are still engaging in those activities, viewing them as something spectacular in the whole thing of, you think you're better than me because you got this. I think it's more so in their head. Like, the reading this definition is like a commentary on what's going on in the head of the person who sees a success. It's a commentary on what's going on in the head of the black person who sees a successful black person. I don't.
It's
anyway,
so funny.
Go ahead.
This God complex thing, and to go back to the rappers, because I love to use these, like whatever Black Bill Gates would be, like the rappers are sort of the opposite image of those. That it's like the two extremes. And if you're going to say that the educated lames have a God complex, well, the most successful rapper is pretty much Jay-Z, right?
Mm-hmm.
And for like the last 15 years, he's been calling himself Hova, Jehovah, God. Like, they really, who really has a God complex here?
Wow. The person with the God complex is the person who's still, in the hood persona, but rich and successful. That's the person who has the God complex, because it's like, I'm still in that same frame of mind, and I made it like this. But the person who made it out in, normal world, when they're out there doing that, they know that they're one of many. They know that they know that they know that their colleagues that they compete with, that they're not a god. They see every day that they're not a god among insects. They see it every day. But somebody who's out there on some hood rich shit, yeah, they do think that they're God among insects. So I think that is an interesting dynamic with that.
Most of the people who actually do like go to work, go to school, get a good job, do it the hard way, as they say, they don't have that braggadocious attitude. Like, it's really like you're not even describing the people you say you're describing. You're talking about rappers and pointing at educated lames. You're talking about Pookie and pointing at the educated lame.
Goes on to say they typically take up contrarian views with little ability to defend them. They typically take up contrarian views with little ability to defend them, and take to social media to espouse their pseudo woke ideals on race and gender issues. That's a lot to unpack. Is it pseudo woke?
I don't even know what that means. and then look, race and gender issues. And this is why I say you got to lean into it. Why is gender issues thrown into this? I don't understand what educated lames have to do with gender issues. Like, technically, an educated lame can fall on the liberal or conservative side.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I don't know what race and gender issues have to do with it. I interpreted that as possibly they're trying to allude to the fact that a lot of the people who they would categorize as educated lames be on the internet talking about, I guess when you talk about gender issues, you're talking about male-female conversations, or conversations about the social dynamics between men and women and blah 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 blah. I think they could be talking about that. And so that could be what they mean by pseudo woke ideas when it comes to pseudo woke ideals on race and gender issues. I mean, they could be talking about us. I don't know. they could be talking about aspects of of the Black manosphere. I don't know.
I don't. This is why I said it could go either way, because I don't know that simply being an educated lame, as they say, guarantees you're going to have right wing opinions. Like, I know for a fact a lot of so-called educated lames don't have right wing opinions. A lot of y'all be simping like a motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of them. Yeah, they don't got right wing views. A lot of them could be very liberal. A lot of them could be on some standard simp shit. So that is true, but he says they typically take up contrarian views with little ability to defend them. Like, I don't see. Yeah, it's getting to the place where I don't know where that's out of left field. Typically take up contrarian views with a little ability to defend them, and take to social media to espouse their pseudo woke ideals on race and gender issues. Yeah, I have no idea. Like, that one is out of left field. That one is out of left field. Now this is where it gets even more interesting, where they're talking about in relationships, an educated lame thinks of themselves as the prize and will often possess a long list of frivolous requirements that further cement their image as a thinking man. Okay, I'll say this before I pass it to you. That thinks of the educated lame thinks of themselves as the prize. I think she's taken aspects of the high value man concept and putting that with educated lame. So that's why I said, to some degree, she's talking about pockets of the manosphere, possibly, because she's looking at the guys who have said, I'm the prize because I've done this, I accomplished this. This is what I offer. Like, for example, the I forgot his name, the guy who graduated and laid out the credentials, the stats on how he's the prize because I think he got a law degree or some shit. You remember that guy? He blew up. He blew up and went viral on social media. I remember Kevin Samuels covered it. Like, Kevin Samuels got a first initial bump long before the average at best off covering this dude. I can't remember his name. I know who I'm talking about.
Graduated law school.
Yeah, I know who I'm talking about in the chat room. Uneducated lame in the building says, just for this topic, yeah, because we're talking about the uneducated lame, and we're talking about the educated lame, but he said the whole show was based on him, but cut it out. But shout out to uneducated lame. CJ King. I knew somebody was going to know. Yeah, the CJ King guy, he went viral after he had finished law school or something like that. He basically he posted something on Twitter, basically laying out the credentials of what he's going to make and blah, 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 blah. And that makes, and he laid out all the stats where black men in general rank. And he, talked about all the facts, stats, and data, and said, based off all of these numbers, I'm the prize. Like, literally, I'm the prize. Like, that's what he laid out. And a lot of men definitely ran with that concept. A lot of successful men ran with that concept. And then it came down to the point to where, we start hearing it more in the sphere, particularly from Kevin Samuels, where he's talking about, men, men of certain value, of high value men are rare. A pretty cute chick is in abundance, but a high value man is rare. He is the prize. You ought to compete for him, and he can have certain requirements and this or that or blah blah blah. So right now she's taken the concept of this is what I think, the high value man and some of the manosphere talking points that kind of centered around that. She's taken that and saying that's the educated lame, this successful man that y'all say y'all all want, but that's the educated lame. Sort of goes back to what somebody said in the comment section, that the whole term concept of educated lame is part of their coping mechanism, or they'll trash and shit on the educated lame, the concept of it, that's part of their coping mechanism because they're fucking ain't shit niggas, basically. Or you said fucking pookie or whatever. But I think it's a lot of coping in this definition here. There's a lot of coping in this definition here, but I'll go ahead and read it again and then pass it to you. It said, in relationships, an educated lame thinks of themselves as the prize and will often possess a long list of frivolous requirements that further cement their image as a thinking man. Go ahead, what you got?
When you say frivolous requirements, do you mean like fit, feminine, and friendly? Is that frivolous to you? Like, what do you mean frivolous? I don't understand what you're calling frivolous because I don't know that. First of all, when women put their list of requirements for men, it is notoriously frivolous. Like this is what the whole educated lane blow up was really about. It's like, sweetie, you're not qualified for the man that you're after. Like, you really have a frivolous list of demands considering yourself. And I think that's like a little bit of projection, obviously, and this whole thing about thinking of themselves as the prize. In a nation of single moms mad at their baby daddies, I think you get to claim that right. You do get to think of yourself as the prize.
Yeah.
I mean, really, why?
No,
If
I
y'all
agree.
women were happy with your choices, if you women were confident in the decisions you had made in your lives, the existence of these men wouldn't bother you whatsoever. But the fact that these men simply exist and they walk down the streets and they have white girls and Chinese women and all that stuff, it kind of puts out it highlights the path not taken.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Ancient Man in the building with a $5 super chat. Definitely do appreciate that. He says, man, if these straggles won't have to worry about the educated lames because won't be looking at the modern female anyway. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up. Y'all make sure y'all get the likes up. And definitely support Hood Servative. Definitely support the Hood Servative. Thanks in advance for that. Do appreciate each and every one of y'all. But let's move forward. Thinking man. That is a term that gets used around these parts a lot. Like, I'm seeing a lot of stuff to where I don't like to, overthink it and say, they talking about the sphere. But, thinking man, that is a term that gets used a lot in this space. So it's almost like the person who wrote this in many ways is responding to the sphere to some degree. Moving forward with it. Their partner is a reflection of themselves. So they want someone of equal intellect and striking natural looks who will adhere to the power couple dynamic, but still be impressed by their less than average achievements. Wait a minute. You just admitted earlier that this person had above average achievements. And that's how they, acquired the title. They had the achievements and a certain attitude that came with it. But now they're saying their partner is a reflection of themselves. So they want someone of equal intellect and striking natural looks who will adhere to striking natural looks. Again, she's countering aspects of things that get talked about in this space. Striking natural looks who will adhere to the power couple dynamic, but still be impressed by their less than average achievements. What the hell with that one? It's like you're saying that he's high status, high society, high level, and educated and making good money, but then you also put working it into the definition that you still ain't done shit. Like, that's why I said this sounds like some coping from a chick who's getting smashed by ain't shit dudes, and she got to cope and shit on educated brothers. That's why she's that's what I'm hearing here. What you got?
Yeah, it's all cope. It's such a cope. And I don't understand, like, all right, why is it that women are allowed to stand on their accomplishments?
Uh-oh.
And frankly, isn't standing on your accomplishment inherently masculine? Just for the fact that for most of human history, accomplishments, quote unquote, was a male thing. Like, you go out and conquer something, you go out and discover something, you go out and defeat something or some people or whatever. Like, accomplishment has inherently been a male sphere. So like once women get into the realm of competing with men at men's stuff, they're fully allowed to stand on their accomplishments. They're allowed to hold their nuts. Why is it that only women are allowed to grab their nuts? But let a man who's actually done all these things that women have been trying to do, you want to go to school, get an education, get the good job, be up there in the office with the white folk. But the black man who does these things, he's not allowed to grab his nuts. Only the black woman who's done these things is allowed to grab her nuts. I don't get it, and I can't accept that kind of stuff.
Oh, my bad. I had to step away for a second, but I could hear what you're saying, and you definitely dropped major bombs right there. Definitely dropped major bombs right there. So yeah, no, I'm definitely with you on that. I got nothing to add to that. Percy/astronaut status says Caucasian girls don't even use that word when describing their educated. They call them providers. Uh-oh, get out of there. Shout out to you, Percy. Appreciate you coming through on the super chat, and appreciate everybody. What the hell is up with that? Let's talk about that. In the black community, apparently, like you're saying, they could throw black girl magic parades for every damn thing they do. But a black man, a black man, beats his chest about his accomplishments. Then you need to pipe down. You need to pipe down. You need to quiet down. Why is that?
I think this, you know how we talk about like the community is oppressed and all that. I think this is actual like soft oppression, perhaps, but it's a form of oppression in the sense that there is only one really acceptable black male image. And the educated lame simply isn't the accepted black male image. And if you don't go out of your way to fit into that narrow box of the accepted black male image, then you will always be sort of like castigated for a lot of different reasons. And I think this is just what we're seeing here. These guys intentionally walk outside of those boundaries that it is to be, the good Negro, the good black man. And I think that's like one, it's a psychological rejection of like, the community or whatever. But also it's just, I think there's some resentment there. Like I think people who are like firmly in, this black thing, whatever you want to call that, when they look at the so-called educated lames and they see them not doing it the way they're doing it, there's some resentment.
Yeah. Yep. Let's see. The partner is a reflection of themselves, so they want someone of equal intellect and striking natural looks who will adhere to the power couple dynamic, but still be impressed. Yes. Okay. Here's the thing. What I'm reading coded in there is that yes, when women accomplish a certain thing, yes, they want a guy to have those same accomplishments or more, but at the same time, they want to reserve the right to not be impressed by the things that they are saying that they require a man to have. And if that man who has those things feels accomplished about his shit, then it's a problem. Don't. So basically, accomplish all this shit. Be with me, stand next to me, but I'm not going to be impressed, and stay humble and sit your ass down. It's like, but accomplish these great things that I require. Accomplish these great things that I require. But don't expect me to be impressed when you do it. I want you to do it. I need you to do it, but I ain't impressed. That's the weird shit with that. They claim,
but it's impressive when she did it. When she did it, it was always impressive when she did it, and she gets the full right to stand up at the dinner table and pull her nuts out in front of everybody.
Yeah. They claim to be above things like religion. Okay, I didn't know that one, but okay. They claim to be above things like religion, but expect their partner to adhere to Christian ideals of submission. And they can get out of there with that one because a woman submitting to a man, I don't think that, yes, it's found in the Bible, even though Christians abandon the fuck out of that. but a woman submitting to a man, I think there's definitely an obvious element of nature in that. There's obviously an element of nature to that, so I don't think that comes from just strictly Christian ideals. But anyway, adhere to Christian ideals of submission and obedience to satisfy their egos. So a woman being submissive is simply to satisfy a man's ego. Okay. They are also known for being hypocrites. They are allowed to possess every quality they demean, but in their minds, their success makes them one of the good ones and therefore immune to criticism. Again, I say that she's definitely talking heavy about this space, because those are some of the straw man arguments that we've heard. You know, they have said plenty of times. They have said plenty of times that, okay, you ain't no different. You know, you criticizing this, you criticizing that. What makes you any different? It's sort of like the whole thing where they will, you know, if a guy has certain qualities and attributes, going back to what she said earlier, the type of attributes that, you know, that a woman would require, but still reserve the right to not be impressed by it once you do it. If a man has those particular attributes, they still want to say, despite those attributes and qualities, I still want to reserve the right to essentially say that you ain't no different from the other ones. Again, this goes back to the coping, because if the guys that she's dealing with more than likely ain't hitting on shit, she want to say that the guys of higher status that she can't get carry all the same qualities and attributes and do all the same exact fuck shit. So it really ain't no different. So they're trying to say you can't criticize these Negroes who ain't shit because you're doing the same thing. They always say that. Then they try to say that you're no different. You just think you got a paper on the wall that makes you one of the good ones. Like, so that's essentially what they're trying to say with that one. What you got on it? Mic check.
I don't know how you. I don't know how you like. What is it? Are there no good ones? Like, what when you say that makes you one of the good ones? All right, I'll bite. So there are good people and there are good black people and bad black people, right? So now we have to have the conversation about what are the characteristics of the quote good ones.
Right, but okay, when they're talking about other groups of men, if they're talking, I was going to say, if they're talking about white men, they know exactly what those characteristics are. They know exactly what those characteristics are. And then when a black man says, yeah, I agree, those characteristics are good characteristics, and there's some black men who carry those characteristics. Now those characteristics are a problem.
You know the perfect example of that? The biggest example of that, and it's actually way bigger than an Urban Dictionary, right? When the American National African American History Museum, it's like a subset of the Smithsonian, right? They put out that chart about what is white culture, and it was like every single positive characteristic you could name, and it only leaves the question: well, if white people have already claimed all the good characteristics, what's black? What's black culture? Like, what's left over? And that's literally what I'm thinking of when you said that. It's like, oh, so when these characteristics are found in the white man, it's all right, right? It's good. But when you find these characteristics in a black man, well, he's just trying to be white. That nigga ain't shit.
Yeah, well, and that was one of my biggest critiques when I first started noticing the whole little Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lame thing going on. One of my biggest critiques was everything that they were saying that black men were not. When the Pookie and Ray Ray versus Educated Lame war, the first iteration of the war that I saw happened, all of those attributes literally became ain't shit. Like it literally went from y'all don't have money, y'all not educated, y'all not this, y'all not that, and blah blah blah, and this is wrong. Then data, facts, stats, evidence, and just a concept of black men who did carry those attributes were presented, and we heard the leader of the army over there, the wigged one, that I call her. She literally said she was talking to if I understand her, I think she was talking to a black millionaire, and she literally said, just because you have an education and a good job and make good money, how does that make you a viable mate? Rewind 3 months later, she was literally saying that black men are not viable mates because they don't have money and resources and this or that or blah 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 blah. But when presented with it, well, how does that make you viable? It's like, so again,
and then no, let's slam the nail home, because in her fucking quest for a viable mate, she could not get knocked up by none of those dudes.
Whew. You got a little intense on that one.
I'm just saying, you clearly know what a viable mate is. How come none of them want to skeet in you?
Just my 4 cents, not 2 cents, but 4 cents, says, I am an educated hood/lame. I hold a degree in electronics engineering and computer science. I have a black wife and sons and live in the burbs outside of Philly. You don't want a lame? Okay, good luck. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. And congratulations on what sounds like a nice, comfortable, cozy life that you're living. But be quiet about it. Don't beat your chest about it, and don't expect your woman to be impressed by it, even though she probably required that you accomplish all of that stuff. But she's not impressed by it. I'm just playing. No, but you sound like a well accomplished, happy man. Happy for you. Good stuff. All right. I think that may be the end. They also,
No, they got a couple examples of usage.
Okay, yeah. We're gonna get into that. Okay, the first example of usage. Person 1. Now that I have achieved my degree and I am making a staggering $55K a year, I need to start investing and building. I don't have time to complain about things like racism anymore because I work for everything that I have.
Yeah. Look, the mere existence of guys like that challenges your entire life's existence, right? Your value has been challenged by the fact that this guy exists.
I don't even know what to say to this shit. One, because she deliberately put the dollar amount $5,000 above the average for a man in this country. Like, that was deliberate. So one, it's like they're bending over backwards to say he ain't even done shit. Like truth be told, like, without a degree, like I've made that much just doing, blue collar work, working some overtime, and so, I've entry level blue collar work, damn near pretty much. I've made that. So they're basically trying to say that no, this dude's still average at best. That's basically what they're doing. They're trying to downgrade. It's like they're essentially trying to shit on education. I mean, I understand that they would try to say that it's a certain personality that comes with it that makes it to the point to where now we're going to call him lame. He's lame. He thinks that just because he makes 5,000 above the average for a man that he got to start investing and he don't have time to complain about racism. I mean, no, listen. A man who making $50,000 a year, who's working and building, and you can put some of that aside and invest. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you can legit drop the whole complaining about racism thing. That is a thing. But they're trying hard to just try to put this person in a negative. The person who says, nah, I'm through complaining about the racism. I ain't holding hands singing We Shall Overcome. I'm out getting it. I'm out working. I'm out grinding. But it's still a deliberate, nigga, you still average. You make $5,000 above the average. So that's the part of it that jump out to me on that one, that they're trying to bend over backwards and try to say, yep, this man is still average at best. That's basically what they're trying to do there. Person 2 says, damn, man, you sound like an educated lame. Oh wait, no, that's still in the same thing. Person one said
Right.
that statement, and then person two said, "Damn man, you sound like an educated lame." A conversation I've never heard anybody
Can,
have.
I want to just comment on the whole average at best thing. And I rely on my misogyny to guide me through moments of difficulty.
Mm.
And so when you consider the average at best statement, if for the average woman, the man who is average at best is still slightly above you. And so I think you need to reconsider your denigration of the man who is average at best. Like, yeah, no, he's still better than you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
No,
I
that's
agree.
it. That's just how I see it.
Yeah, I agree. That guy who's average at best, he's making 50K, in X number of years. Who knows? He could be making 60, 70K. He can move up. Most men make more money as they get older. He can get his position can change. She's still going to be average and getting worse. So yeah, that's a brute fact, and it's true. That's a brute fact, and it's true. I do think he's still in a much better situation. But example two, educated lane. I can never date a partner with a weave and fake nails. Okay. I can never date a partner with weave and fake nails now that I am the top 50% of men. They are straw manning at this point. They straw manning their ass off.
I like that one though. I think we should put that in there. We should actually hold on to that definition. Once you rise into the top 50th percentile, you can't mess around with weave and fake nails. That's bad for your brand. Yeah, I want that. I like that. I'll buy that, Alex.
Okay, fair enough. But the fact of the matter is, people, nobody is saying that. And again, remember, like I said, she tried to put it at 55,000, just 5,000 above the average. Now she literally said what I suspected she was trying to do. She said, now that I'm in the top 50%. Now she was making high value man references. She was referencing some shit that Kevin Samuels said. And Kevin Samuels, he's always pointed out that, once a man get in the top 10% of men, top 15% or top 20% of men, certain shit that he ain't going to go for and he don't have to put up with. But she tried to deliberately bump that down as if a guy is saying, now that I am in the middle, I am above thee. Like that, like she's trying to make it like he's like this guy is pompous and hasn't even accomplished nothing but pompous about it. Like that's what she's deliberitely trying to do. But to your point, the weave and fake nails and all of that shit. Okay, yeah, I'm with it. I'm okay with brothers drawing a line on that. But her framing of it is still some disingenuous bullshit. But okay, I definitely play ball. We can put a standard. We can put a standard on that. Let's put it as low. Let's put the dollar amount real low. That if you're employed,
right. Once you get a full-time job, girls with weave and fake nails is not as bad for your record, bro. They're gonna put that on your resume.
Yeah, take educated lame out of the equation. Once you become employed, we don't do that here. No more of that. When I don't got a job,
we don't do that.
When I don't have a job, okay. Well, I'll play ball. I'll play ball. Soon as I get a job, all that shit gotta go.
Facts. I don't care if it's McDonald's, Burger King, if I'm working at the meat department at the grocery store, whatever. Listen, once this first paycheck come in, you gotta cut that shit out. You gotta take all that out.
I can actually go with that. Ain't got nothing to do with educated lameness or nothing like that. I can still go with that. Christian Hutchinson in the building. He says, it's an educated lame that will deliver them from poverty. Yes, I stopped worrying about racism when I hit 55K. Okay. All right. Hey, that's somebody who's owning what she said, but it wasn't even about, for me, it wasn't even about hitting a dollar amount. I just ideologically looked at the world differently, and it had nothing to do with how much money I made. I don't think you have to get there. Like, for example, I don't know if it was Charles Barkley who said that basically when he got money, racism didn't affect him, and he started voting Republican because he wanted to pay less taxes. So he basically just said it just like that. So there is a such thing as somebody making X number of dollars to where they like, hey, I'm out of the fray when it comes to this type of stuff. I don't like when like she's trying to predict a guy like he's pompous over his 55K. Like I don't think that's going on where people get 55K and they just get bougie and pompous. I don't think that that's going on. So I don't like her depiction of that. But brothers at any level, I do want them to stop, to get off all that, victim narrative bullshit. And men are most likely to do that. People are most likely to do that. I mean, there's studies that show people are most likely to abandon religion when they start making more money. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a high correlation with that when somebody starts making more money, that they start abandoning concepts or ideals of racism and oppression in this country, because they're the living embodiment and proof that, hey, that you can make decisions and achieve in this country. But real
Wait,
quick,
speaking of high correlations, though, let me just jump in real quick because the very next sentence is deep. Are you telling me weave and fake nails are a sign of low morals and intelligence? I've never heard that before, but now that you mention it,
yeah. Telling on themselves. Complex Design says these types of hit pieces are just a cope. Women who say these things are talking about men who are out of their reach. Absolutely. Yeah. You make a good point right there. Okay, see this again. This is how they're trying to, and they're trying to make the educated lame also be a pookie. So this is the conversation. Person one. Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Example two. Okay. I can well, hold on. I can never date a partner with weave and fake nails now that I am in the top 50% of men. It's a sign of low morals. See, I didn't even read that. It's a sign of low morals and intelligence. She better not have kids either. Person one. Don't you have 2 kids? So they're trying to make it seem like the educated lame is also a serial impregnator who already got 2 kids, and he's just a top 50% earner, so he really ain't doing shit. He ain't no different than the Pookies that's what it is. It's a hit piece on the educated lame. But shout out to Complex Design. I didn't even catch that part right there. The she better not have kids either. And then don't you have 2 kids? It's like, yeah. Okay. Educated lame. Yeah, but that's different.
You got to finish reading the whole thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Where?
No, finish reading where it says, yeah, but it's different. Yeah, no, because I just read ahead for a second. I'm like, bro.
I was just on that. He says, yeah, but it's different. I'm a high value man who is hard to come by, and it's not like I'm really a dad because I make my baby mama do all the work.
Yeah, this is some real hating shit right here.
Wow.
Could he be? How do you make your baby mama do all the work? I got a baby mama, and I can't make her do all the work. I mean, technically, she chooses to be the baby mama and do all the work. So, like, I don't know how that works. And then, two, it really is different when you are like wealthy. All right, look, are the children? That guy? I don't know his name because he's just a regular guy, but he popped up on the news a while ago. He had a bunch of kids, and he was on the TikTok videos flashing all his money. I don't know what he does, but he was like, "Look, I got all these kids, and I can afford them, right?" So you mean to tell me his baby mamas are equivalent to Nick Cannon's baby mamas, right? Like, Steve, even on that level, is levels to this shit. And so, like, yeah, it is a little bit different depending on the man you're dealing with. I'm sorry, it just is.
Yeah, okay. It is a thing, and it is a thing that okay. I'm taking a homeboy, because I think he was talking about the homeboy that had 33 kids by like 17 women or something like that. I'm taking
Right.
him out of the equation. That's some ignorant shit. Okay. It is a such thing as a man, being successful and driven, and not that much time is being put in with his kids, but they're financially taken care of, and the mom, who's also being, taken care of, is doing the work too. I mean, is doing the work with the kids. That's an actual functional situation. That's a functional situation. They're not talking about a functional situation here. They're talking about they're basically saying this guy is basically a deadbeat who's trying to hide behind I'm educated and high value, so I get to get away with being just like the Pookie. Like that. This is all just a hit piece to say that the successful, educated man is no different than the Pookie and Ray Ray. Like that. That is all this is. That is all this is.
I mean, even on that level, I will bite. Like I said, would you
Because
rather
hold on, wait.
have?
These conversations. Wait a minute, because these conversations roll together. So this guy who's saying, yeah, but this guy who's calling himself a high value man is a top 50 is only in the top 50% per this conversation. The educated lane. Let's just read it all together. I could never date a partner with weave and fake nails now that I am in the top 50% of men. It's a sign of low morals and intelligence, and she better not have kids either. Person one responded, don't you have 2 kids? Educated lame, who's in the top 50%, who's just only in the top 50%. That's $50,000 a year or 40,000 or whatever the hell a year. That's the educated lame says, yeah, but that's different. I'm a high value man who is hard to come by, and it's not like I'm really a dad. Like nobody fucking says it's not like I'm really a dad because I make my baby mama do all the work. Like that's that, like I can't even. Okay, I'm so glad. Look, I don't know if y'all can see that, but this thing almost 50-50 on the thumbs down. Let me help out. Boom. It just went to 12. Damn. Hold on. That shit just bumped up that fast. This shit just got instant. Yeah, it was at 11-9. This shit just got instant thumbs down. Like I guess I take a thumbs down on an Urban Dictionary definition, meaning people will disagree with the definition. So yeah, I'm with that. That shit got 11 thumbs up and 12 thumbs down. Like they gave a shitty ass definition of educated lame. Like goddamn, goddamn. This dude just literally said, if you put it all together, I'm in the top 50%. She better not have kids, but I got 2 kids, but I'm high value and I ain't really your dad anyway. They mama take care of them. Like they made him say some of the most pooky shit ever.
Right, right. But listen. Even on that definition, as a woman, right? Let's say you have to choose between the two, right? There's only the two. You're gonna go with the guy who's offering less?
What do you mean? I missed something.
Well, no. I'm just saying if all right, like the conversation, he's in the top 50% of men, right? If the guy in the top 50% of men has baby mamas, and the guys in the lower 50 have baby mamas, and you have to pick between the two, you're gonna go with the guy who has less. Like even in your messed up definition of what the educated lame is, doesn't he still rank higher than his opposite?
Right. Yeah, the person who came up with this convoluted definition, chances are that guy probably still a good deal for her.
Right, right. Even though he ain't shit, he's better than you, and she shut up and get with him.
Oh man. Where's that other super chat that was there? Bring that one. No. Right there. That's the one I was trying to find. Michael McCray in the building. Let's say McCreary. Michael McCreary in the building with a $10 super chat. I definitely appreciate that. Appreciate you coming on through, dropping something on it. Do appreciate you. Jockey's Retro in the building says it's hard to hit the gym and change your diet and deal with the women who don't do the same. Absolutely. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Appreciate everybody who's supporting the stream. Make sure you hit the like button. 274 people in the building. Make sure y'all hit the like button. But yeah, this was a doozy. This was a doozy. They went all in. They went all in on this one. They basically just said the educated lame is basically an average earning Pookie in a sweater vest pretending to be high status. That's what they said. That's basically what they're saying on that one.
And isn't that kind of like the archetype that they've been angling for? You know, Tupac with a degree. That's Pookie in a sweater vest, right?
Yeah. They somebody said that. Somebody just damn. I'm trying to find Dr. Tupac MD. That's what. Carlton Banks III.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is like more evidence that women don't really know what they want, because like in a lot of ways we've been hearing that the Tupac with the degree is like the epitome of black female sexual desire. However, they now wrote an entire article castigating that very archetype. Like, you don't even like the guy you say you like.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. Was there some other ones in there that was more or less on the same stuff? Oh damn, I don't like the way that looked. But what was there some other ones in there that you thought they got wrong or just made you raise an eyebrow?
No, so far I found that one daggle. I thought that was a little bit weird because there was a couple other definitions of daggle that if you go down and scroll a little bit, if you type in daggle in the search bar on there, you can pull it up easy. But it's also a group of douchebags. If 3 or more douchebags get together, they are known as a daggle, like a gaggle of geese, a daggle of douchebags.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And this thing, the UrbanDictionary.com, this is a white guy from California. I thought some black dude was behind it.
You said it's a black dude from California?
No, it's a white guy from California. I thought it was black people, but it's a white guy named Aaron Peckham.
I'm convinced he got a black woman to help him with that definition.
Oh, at this point, yeah, he's probably got a ton of black staff because, I mean, who knows how old it is by now. I can't, let me see. When did it come out? 2018. So, yeah, you got enough time to hire some black women.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Yeah, he definitely. Hey, Poindexter, don't come here with that bullshit. That's the shit that females do when they come in here trying to derail the conversation. I hope y'all ain't still begging Strags. Like, who the fuck been begging Strags? Like, don't come here with that shit. Don't come here with that shit. All right, here we go. I'll put the link in the chat. I didn't even realize we was almost an hour and a half in. Time kind of flew on this one. I'll put the
a little bit
link in the chat room. Link in the chat room if anybody want to come on up. But yeah, that was a peculiar thing. That was a peculiar definition that they came up with. Now, far as defining it, okay, she more or less defined it the way, and I keep saying she, I don't even know for sure, but I keep saying she more or less defined it in the way that the critic of it, the critic of the concept would define it. That was pretty much how she defined it. That was pretty much how she went with it. But we got Complex Design in the building. Go ahead, you got the floor, you got the mic. What's going on? What you think about that wonderful definition of educated lame on Urban Dictionary?
Well, first I want to say top of the morning to the brothers.
Morning.
Yeah. Uh, I'm not a big fan of like these newly created social memes, right? Because like it, somebody can just kind of come up with some shit, right? And then put it on something that's called an urban dictionary, right? As if this is some sort of valid source, uh, you know, repository of words that have actual definitions. These are definitions that literally people are creating. Okay, so I think it should be taken with about 8 grains of salt, right? Like literally about 8. Because when you were reading it, you listen, it's literally all virtue signaling. It's literally virtue signaling, bro. That's what I was saying in the chat. I was like, what it is this is these are okay. These are the reasons that women say to themselves, right? To basically say that the men that are out of reach ain't shit either. They know good and goddamn well that that's not the truth. But what they have to do is they have to tell themselves this shit. Right? Then I think the greatest example I've seen of it in the manosphere was when the Breakdown did a live stream called Thinking Men Play Games Too. Right? Where basically, dude, like Sister George and Concrete Rose, they went live and basically parroted the same bullshit tropes. And it's just kind of like Jesus Christ. So basically what's being said out here is that there's literally no such thing as a quality brother. I'm not going to say good man. Okay. Good is subjective. Quality. There's no quality men out here. None. Not a one. Even the ones that seemingly check the boxes off, something's wrong with them.
Hey Bernard, I just sent you a link in your email, and it's the definition for Pookie. And I think it wouldn't be fair to spend all this time on the definition of educated lame and not look at his counterpart, the Pookie. So I want you to pull that up for us when you get a chance.
You got it. You want me to look it up?
Yeah, it'll be better if you just pull it up. I sent you an email. It's got the link right there.
I stepped away to get some coffee. I heard you mention the Breakdown. They did a stream. You said they did a stream before called
Thinking Men Play Games Too.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember that one.
Yeah, and it was. I think I went on that panel, man. Like, I was just like, dude, this is incredible, you guys. Like, really, this is low. This is fucking low, But one of the interesting things that actually happened on that live stream was, and this is to confirm everything that we're talking about. There was a chick that said that I didn't even exist. Right? That's another coping mechanism, right? No, you can't. You black CTO tech guy who takes care of his kid. You can't actually exist. No way. No. They tell themselves this shit, dude. Really.
All right. I got Pookie and Ray Ray filled up, but the standardrick in the building says Urban Dictionary is like Wikipedia. Anybody can submit a definition to whatever they want, but I don't know. I don't think anybody can go on there and just change it. Wikipedia, you can just literally go, unless somebody is a really true public figure, anybody can just go on there and start, changing stuff. But with Urban Dictionary, no, I think you can submit it. Like you said, you can submit it. And so that sort of brings me to my original premise that a woman clearly submitted this, and the site went with it. But a woman with a bone to pick or some copium or whatever went on and submitted this. Poindexter Hill turn. Salute, brother. You said my bad. Bernard, let's go. Right on. Salute. I that's one of the few things I get mad about when people come in here and start trying to derail the discussion and try to say we doing some shit or talking about some shit that we ain't talking about. I know I get triggered by that. I didn't mean to snap too hard, but I appreciate you.
You've been through a lot of shit regarding that kind of stuff.
Yeah, man. I be having to clear my name on shit. But anyway,
exactly.
Yeah, but anyway, we got Pookie and Ray Ray up here. We just read the definition of educated lame on Urban Dictionary. Now we're reading the definition of Pookie and Ray Ray. Let's see if they got this right. A generalized broad term that describes societal nonconformist, usually ex-convicts, jobless, unfaithful, ghetto, dregs, incapable of social graces, commitment, or gainful employment. I mean, she did say a generalized, you know, she threw out there a generalized term. Yeah, but no, nothing exactly wrong with it. I can't say anything is wrong with what she's saying, because I know when I'm talking about a Pookie and Ray Ray, I'm not just talking about somebody with the hood aesthetic. I'm not just talking about somebody who was initially from the hood, and then I'm not talking about somebody who did something in the past. I'm talking about people with current bad behavior, and so that's what I'm talking about there. So when you say, the generalized thing, I don't generalize with it. I really don't generalize with it. If I categorize somebody as a Pookie and a Ray Ray, I'm referring to actual shit they actually did and are still or are still doing.
Like legit real street niggas. Yeah.
In current behavior. But so I don't like. So the only thing I would take away is that generalized thing, because when you say that it's generalized, it's like somebody is basically ignorantly saying that all black men are like that, or the majority or most or blah blah whatever the fuck. I don't even want to put a percentage on it. I look at the individual if he's currently engaging in it. But anyway, a broad term that describes societal nonconformists, usually ex-convicts, jobless, unfaithful, ghetto dregs, incapable of social graces, commitment, or gainful employment. The absentee father, baby daddy of unwed mothers, the inmate population, the drug dealers and hustlers on the streets are examples of Pookie and Ray Rays. What do y'all think? Did they nail it? Did they stick to landing?
I mean, I guess
Pookie and Ray Ray. That's the one thing that I don't really care, but I don't care for. But it's a weird thing. Every baby daddy is a Pookie or Ray Ray, huh? Okay.
Hold on, wait, hold on. Somebody, wait. Go. Yeah, try again with that. Whatever you said, hood conservative, because I think when Complex, I think when you talk, Complex is it's an echo when you talk and Complex talk. So yeah, Complex, you got to mute up when hood conservative is talking. But go ahead and make your point again.
No, I was just saying that when they say the absentee father / baby daddy of unwed mothers, right? Just that little phrase. Are you saying that every baby daddy is a Pookie also?
Okay, I didn't read it that way, but I see where you're going. I didn't read it that way. The best.
Wait, what is it? What did it say? It said absentee and what?
Okay, it says, look, I'll just back up. I'll start from sort of the middle. It says the ghetto dregs incapable of societal graces. Incapable of social graces, commitment, or gainful employment. Then it goes on to say the absentee father / baby daddy of unwed mothers. So I get where hood conservative is coming from. Wait, hold on, mute up again, Complex. I get where hood conservative is coming from, because if you just throw a clean blanket statement on that, then yeah, any man who has children and were not married when he had those children, he's a Pookie. I think the best way to describe it, and they didn't describe it this way, but I'll say this: every I'm about to botch the term. Every guy who has children out of wedlock is not a Pookie and Ray Ray, but well, no, that's not right. I was going to say every Pookie and Ray Ray has children out of wedlock, so I can't do that.
Yeah, I don't think you can get away with that one, bro.
I was about to do a little tautology, I think they call that, but no.
Yeah, that one. That's an aborted attempt right there.
Yeah, I gotta abort that one. But put it like this: you could say that it's highly correlated with Pookie and Ray Rays. You probably could say that. But so I do think that that's something that you can. That's an attribute that you could pin on them, that I think is a higher concentration of it. If you narrow down Pookie and Ray Rays, okay, if you get a bunch of Pookie and Ray Rays and you get a bunch of black men who are non Pookie and Ray Rays, I tend to believe the Pookie and Ray Rays, it would be a higher percentage of out of wedlock children born out of wedlock among the Pookie and Ray Rays. So
yeah, and I think
you can associate it with them, but I don't. But Hood Servant is making a point that they didn't exactly disassociate non-Pookie and Ray Rays who got children out of wedlock. But go ahead, Complex.
Well, I was going to say, so again, what we're trying to do here is we're trying to spread this out, right? We're trying to overlap failure, okay, or perceived failure. So what we're doing is when they say, okay, fathers that are have children out of wedlock. Now, that doesn't negate the dudes taking care of said kids. I wouldn't call them pookies if you're like an active dad, right? But just the mere fact that you're a dad, and I guess you're not married to the woman that you had the child with or whatever, automatically makes you a pookie. Automatically, right? We always have to be very careful when we flip the mirror around about shaming women who became a single mother, right? They always want to have their room for saying, hey, listen, this is what the situation was, right? Okay, well, it takes two to be in that fucking situation. So grant the man the same courtesy when he ends up a single father.
Yeah.
So I'm saying in that instance, we're painting with a broad brush right there, and then when you juxtapose it to what they were talking about, the educated lame, right? So what we're now doing is we're talking about the virtues of what they're calling the educated lame, who went about things the opposite as the pookie. So I guess the quote unquote the educated lame has standards, right? I don't want the this, the that. I don't want all that. I make this kind of money. I want this. I want this. I want it to be. And then now all of a sudden that's a problem. So it's like it's either a problem with a brother having fucking standards, or you could be an ain't shit nigga and do some ain't shit, and then that's also going to be a problem. You got to pick your poison.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Just my 4 cents says I'm blocked now. Tried to send 2 super chats. I know I used to have a problem when sending super chats. I couldn't type a message while sending a super chat. I only could just send a super chat without a message. So make an attempt to just send a super chat without a message. And then after you send that, when I guess whatever you wanted to say, go ahead and type it. I am playing a little channel admin game, somebody who just watches the chat, so she will catch it. And yeah, I said she, so I got a chick doing it. Yeah. But anyway. Hey,
they blocked him just for trying to send a super chat?
No. He's asking, is he blocked?
Okay.
Is he blocked? So I'm saying that that sometimes some people can't send a super chat if they type a comment with the super chat. So I was just telling them, just go ahead and send a super chat, and then I'll have the admin make sure that she catch the comment and highlight it and put it in the starred comment section so I can read it. I'm doing that to crack down, because I went back and rewatched, because I got a lot of super chats last show. Thank you, everybody. A Golden Eagle, if you're listening, man, thank you. You sent like 3 $20 super chats. I only caught one of them. And so to make myself do a better job at catching all the contributors to the show, I got somebody who got some admin control that could basically go through and star every single super chat to make sure that I can see it and make sure I don't miss it. So
got it.
So just my 4 cents. Yeah, go ahead and try to do that. Just send it without a comment, and then see what happens. See if they let you send it then. But no, you're definitely not blocked. But sometimes super chat be tripping. But anyway, where we at on this? I don't know.
I was just juxtaposing the two based on the definitions. That's all.
No, that was good. It basically, if we read this and they will come away saying Pookies ain't shit and educated lames ain't shit either, and then it's like, okay, ain't nobody
who is shit.
Yeah,
who is shit.
It's funny you say that. I know we're gonna pass the mic to Edward. Just give me 1 second, because I was looking at also the definition of high value male. Or high value man, whatever. It's up there. But so you got Pookies, educated lames, and the high value man. And you can't get with none of these guys. Pookie ain't shit. The high value male, Pookie ain't shit. The educated lame ain't shit. And the high value man ain't never going to settle down. So I read these 3 definitions like, what is a woman to do?
Yeah.
Have sex and complain.
Basically.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh shit, we can hear you and the
Jesus,
car.
and the parking
And the-
garage.
Yeah, and the
And
car that
traffic.
almost hit you.
I'm on Bluetooth, sorry.
Yeah,
Too
just
loud.
hold on a second, Ed. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you up for the time being. Just give us a second. Give us a second. Well, I don't know if you can make that. I don't know if you can make it any quieter. It was some bad.
It's kind of raucous.
Yeah, it was some bad background. I don't know if it's something you could do about. I mean, just unmute yourself whenever if you think you got it a little quieter. When if you're ready. Oh damn. Hey, you sound good.
It
now.
should be better now.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. So yeah, you got
way
you got
better.
the
All right, so what's up, everybody?
Did you hear? Yeah, did you hear the initial definition of Pookie and Ray Ray? That they said
but I mean, we've talked about these things. I didn't hear the educated lane part, but I can definitely rock with it because this is something we've talked about in ad nauseum back in the BGS Coliseum days. Complex was definitely there. Here's the thing. I'll start with the Pookie and Ray Ray thing first. Pookie and Ray Ray is just an unproductive black man. Now, people can try to. Yeah, that's it. And people can spread it out from a dude that has a whole bunch of kids that don't have any intention on taking care of them. But here's the thing about that. Let's take a guy like Nick Cannon, for example. Nick Cannon has something to lose. So there is a governor, for those of y'all don't know, governors are the things on cars to make them so they don't, the engines don't blow out. That's the basic definition. I'm not a car person, but just so you can understand. For the sake of this conversation, if you have something to lose, that's going to put a break on how many kids you can't have. So obviously dudes with more money can spread their stuff out. You see Arabs do that too. So they have more money. So they can have more kids. So they are not always classified as pookies. Those kids will be taken care of. They're not going to be like bastards or shit like that. I'm not giving them a pass. If somebody wants to throw that in there, they can. But that's why typically there's a class element to it as well. Mm-hmm. And I'll leave y'all with that for right now. Hold on one second.
All right, yeah, hold up, y'all. Hold up. I had to do something. All right. We'll get back into this definition. So, like I said earlier, if you were watching the beginning of the show, the definition on Educated Lame was more or less a hit piece. But let's examine what they say about Pookie. All
right, I'm back.
Ray. Let's examine what they say about Pookie.
All right, so let me. Sorry about that. I'm back now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello.
Well, I'm back now.
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. All right, just we gonna. Oh damn, this is a short ass definition. They just got.
Yeah, that was it.
That's how we know that Educated Lame definition was a damn hit piece.
That's how you know it's a fucking hit piece.
Yeah. Same thing with the high value male. It's really short too, and it's fairly accurate. It's not really like obviously a negative slanted vision, but for some reason that Educated Lame thing was it was personal.
Yeah, that shit was long.
I told you there's something deeper to that shit, bro. I deal with the shit in real life. Okay, so it's something else. It's something else to it, and it has more to do with the fact that it's pertaining to men that they see as being out of reach.
Yeah,
right.
And they try to.
And those men are doing. And those men, they know those men are hitting on everything and they're doing the right things. So what they have to do is lie to themselves and say, "Well, he ain't shit either."
Mm-hmm. Well, look at what they tried to do with the nuclear physicist guy, and turned out he had a whole white girlfriend. Like it's an ego. It's an ego issue.
Well, Edward, I don't want to. What we don't want to do is use, especially a lot of that shit was staged. Right, the guy wasn't even that. What I'm saying, like that's it. We can't use. So I don't like to use social media shit largely because you can't make heads or tails of a lot of bullshit, right? But
I will take that out of it. But the reaction, how people responded to it was very real. But I'll take that out of it. So here's the thing on the Educated Lame piece. There's two definitions of lame in the black community. There is the part of lame, the educated lame, that's interchangeable with square, that's the same thing to a lot of black folks, basically saying that you're just not street. So your proximity to how hood you are is if you're like not in the centerpiece of that, then we're gonna call that lame. That's not a real definition, and that's in my opinion, that's the language of the underclass. And black people don't understand when you say things and you reinforce it in your brain, you are actually low key putting yourself in the underclass, which is why only certain people that say that. Versus if Complex or me call somebody lame, that's not gonna be necessarily predicated on this shit that like a street motherfucker would call somebody lame on. Does that make sense? Because there's a real definition of lame, and then there's the you ain't hood or street definition. I need my fucking ego boost, so I'm gonna call it something bullshit definition.
I think square fits more accurately. And like I know a lot of people, Complex, you said this in the chat, like I don't like the term educated lame because it's a very distinctly negative term. Whereas like square is less negative, but it defines the same guy.
No,
But
yeah,
I don't think black men should self-define as anything that paints them in a negative light. That's the reason why, like, even from back in the BGS days when Edward was mentioning it, you know, it was like me and Mike V and all of us, we used to fight back on like, what the fuck? Like you do realize that is an oxymoron. Just let's start there.
SWP came up with. I was doing the term.
I mean, like, but I'm saying, Edward, like you can take an oxymoron and then make it a real thing, and then people adopt it, and then they'll start calling themselves that without recognition that is a fucking oxymoron.
Well, I think the reason why it fits as an oxymoron,
black men.
Right, but I think it fits as an oxymoron for one particular reason. We're not really dealing with raw logic. We're dealing with the female lens. So the educated lame was an attempt to describe how women see men through the female lens. So that's why it fits even as an oxymoron, because women are, you know, they don't have to be logical.
And I agree. Nobody should describe themselves as fucking educated lame. I mean, I think anybody that disagrees with that is an idiot. But so both of y'all's arguments can actually occupy the same space. But I like that's
well. Wait a minute. Where we just saw an example here where we read the definition of a quote unquote educated lame. There literally was it was a bunch of virtue signaling and gaslighting. When we actually cracked the nugget on it, this is literally just a woman's insecurities, bro.
Yeah, like that's what the bitch claims. But yes, I agree with you, Complex, that no dude should describe themselves as an educated lame. And quite frankly, you shouldn't, like in this fucking, you know, Pookie and Ray Ray street, whatever war, you shouldn't even, I agree with you on that. And then that needs to fucking stop. I always criticize SWP for even coming up with that fucking term, because women can always run to the fact there was a dude that came up with that term. And at some level, and Hood Conservative, at some level, SWP believes in that concept, which is why
he really does. Yes.
Like that's why I get what you're saying. Because because you know we're educated. I'm like, yo, no other race of men describe that. So if you're saying that you should be a patriarchy, how the fuck no other dude does it? But so I agree with that. I agree with both of y'all points on that. I just want to break that out. But the thing about it is that I'm a whole heart to this. And when people use that term, that is in proximity to how hood you are. Here's why that's important. Because then women are the reason why women try to make all the shit they should go for not matter is because they're making up reasons as to why they choose what they choose. So at the end of the day, this is what I asked Amiridi like on yesterday. I asked him, I said, so if you're saying black men are this, let's say I go with this. Why are black women having kids with them? But this is the same thing with Kevin Samuels used to ask, where if they're not marriage material, why are you having children with them? Because you can have sex with them and not have children with them. See, that's a distinction. It's not like we're talking. That's why we don't talk about body count in the black manosphere, because because you can't run to that. And so at the end of the day,
Edward, do you know where the real contempt comes in though? You want to know where the real contempt comes in? The real contempt comes in when you won't even have sex with them. That's what fucks with them.
Oh, you're talking about the women
when your standards are high where you wouldn't even consider having sex with them. That really eats them up.
Yeah, and that's why they're extra threatened by SYSBM. Or what you have to do is you have to qualify yourself that you still have sex with black women and you love black women in every fucking statement you have, because that's one of the first things they're doing. But another thing too, that's why I tell black men, y'all just need to tell these chicks to just date out. Because if you look at all these definitions. Well, I think Complex said, what are you to do? Well, my answer is simple. Date a non-black man. Like, when I argue, because even in us having this back and forth conversation, that's a time thing for me. Go date out. Because that's really what they want to say. That black men, no matter what they are, have problems. Cool. But if you're saying other men don't, then go get them. Go compete for them and get them. And let's just let it be what it is. The black people that find each other, find each other. The folks that don't. But you can't then say, oh, we're trying to build a community. But every fucking definition, you have an issue with every archetype of black man. Because really also what it comes down to is lack of control. The issue they have with the quote unquote like performing black man, that's what I'm gonna call it, is lack of control. The high value man, which would be the high performing, let's say productive, and then let's say high performing and say that's a high value man. You can't control those folks. That's the issue, and it shows up in those definitions. The problem with the quote unquote Pookie is they're sexually attracted to them, but they can't change them, which is again a lack of control.
Okay, let me ask you guys this.
All right, real quick.
I'm sorry, Bernard.
I want to
Got
get
it.
into the definition, but just my 4 cents in the building real quick. He says lame equals don't smoke blunts, refuse to go to a bar where shootings happen, and don't want to fight your baby daddies. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, I at some point in my life I did have to. Anyway,
I do smoke blunts though. I'm gonna keep it 100.
I've told the story on how it was a club I used to go to where shit used to go down real bad. I just quit going to the black clubs. I think sometime after I just quit clubbing altogether, they did open up one in my city where they had to put black people had to put a strict dress code, and I think they had to raise the age to 30 and over. I think they let women
30 and over.
I think they let women under 30 in. I don't know about the men. I know they had to do a dress code.
Yeah, that's some unique shit.
Damn.
They dress code and 30 and over. Yeah. They had to.
Was there a drink minimum?
I don't know. I never went. Like I was already out the game by the time they opened that one up.
I'd be out the game too if it turned into that shit.
Yeah. Man, all the black clubs, it ended up being a shooting, and they had to close down. So it just Anyway, back to it. I do want to dig into this definition, see what they got here. So just a recap. The educated lame definition was a hit piece that seemed like it was written by some bitter black broad. Pookie and Ray Ray, they got it right. My only issue is they said it's a generalized term, and some people do use it that way. I don't use it in a generalized way. I look at an individual and his current behavior before I put that label on him. But high value man, let's see if they got this right. It says high value man, out the gate, I thought this was problematic, that it was, I typed in high value man and I got nothing. It's high value male. And normally whenever someone says male instead of man, they're throwing a slight, like an insult, like you ain't a man, you just a male, But so I thought this was going to be a slight, but we'll see. But high value man, or HVM for short, is a man that is seen as highly valued. See, now that I thought they were going to say a man who thinks he's highly valuable, but no, a man that is seen as highly valuable, either to society or in relationships, romantic / familial friendships to the opposite sex / women. Okay. In most cases, the term is used to refer to a specific caliber of men that women value the most in the dating market. These men often fit certain archetypes of an alpha male or have acquired certain attributes that fit into the currently desired interpretation of modern manhood. So far, I think they're giving a fair definition. Y'all got anything so far on what's said?
Nah, it's like I said, it's pretty standard so far. That's what I meant. Like, they seem to have a personal axe to grind against the educated lame. Like, you describe them like you personally dislike them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They hate the fact they need these people, but it's not even about sexual attraction. Because remember, they tried to make that Lawrence motherfucker an educated lame until they found out he was with a white chick.
Can I just real quick on this, right? So I'm looking up the definition of value: the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something. So high value man would you take that definition and apply high as opposed to low, right? Let's just take the transliteration of it. So once again, what we're dealing with is a social media definition versus like a real definition of what a high value man is. A real high value man is literally a dude of high value, like legit. Like why are we getting this fucked up?
But part of that is because the educated lame definition is tied into the high value man definition as well.
But this is what I'm saying. This is the danger of social memes. This is the danger of social memes, right? Literally a high value man. Nobody should be confused as to what or who that type of dude is. Got some businesses, got some assets, got some shit. That's got him some paper. That's got him some stuff. High value.
Well,
this is something about perceived social media, this and public and all this other shit.
Well, the issue again is it's the social media part, but it's also the black female part of that. Other women will try to bullshit with this, but they know what the fucking definitions are when they see it. But because black women have this need for control, they put a value on their ability to control something. And if they can't control it, they're going to call it not valuable, or they're going to register it as not valuable because you can't control what that value is used for. This is how, and think about it. When you look at government, welfare, this is that mentality. This is why a lot of these shits, again, even in that shit yesterday with Dre, where they were talking about it's a whole bunch of women that make more money that are single versus a lot of the dudes that make more money are married or were married. There's a reason for that, because these, it's about control and how things are distributed, and this is why black women get fucked up. This is why they end up losing out.
Let me jump on that right there, because I've been thinking about this idea of women and money for a while, and I think there's a brutal reality that people don't like to discuss. When it comes to men and money, the more money you make as a man, the more valuable you are to women, and the more likely you are to be paired off with a woman because of that value and that desirability. However, it is completely inverted with women. The more money you make as a woman, the less desirable you become to most men that you want, or to men in general. And then also, the lifestyle of having that woman makes those men less attractive to you.
I would say to that, David, if a woman is sensible about the money that she makes, right, and it's not indicative of who it is that she is, it's just reflective of her profession. However, she still exists in the world as a woman, then I would say that there's your exception, right? I've dealt with that a couple of times, right? No, I'm just putting it, for the sake of conversation though, David, for the sake of conversation, we just want to put this out here because see, what we also want to display here is that we have the capability to examine nuance. So it's on the record just for conversation's sake, but I get it, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, because then they'll start running and trying and talk about we can't handle shit.
There you go, Edward.
No, I was just gonna say that it's a weird oxymoron when you put the word woman next to the word what was how you said it how you just described it, but those two words like having common sense.
Oxymoronic?
No. When she has basically you can't expect women to be sensible.
No, you should actually. You should. That's what I'm saying. You should. You should, because we should kind of do that with everyone. We want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt before we pass a judgment. So I'll give everyone that courtesy, man, woman, race, creed, doesn't matter. I give that courtesy. And then once it's displayed or shown, then I adjust accordingly.
I mean,
but that's a different. Hold on. I hear what you're saying. I get that. What you're saying is that's almost like not even statistically relevant. I think it's a little higher than that. But what I will say, on what you're saying is, because then if you're talking about dealing with black women, because then they come from a culture that enforces them to be a woman, then the money, they may not get off the reservations as much. But with black women, they don't come from that culture. So if they got money, most likely they're not going to be sensible.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just not. I mean, for real. Because again, they're told and surrounded with everywhere that they're with to not be that. And literally they get the education only to get the money. Notice how women never talk about getting education for children. It's
Right.
always this
That's the
control
difference, though.
mechanism. So again, yeah, that is true. And see, they don't like that. So what they'll sit there and say is, it's you can't handle a woman. This is that. No, dudes don't want to deal with women that are bitches, and it's more likely you're going to be a bitch if you have more money because you believe that's what having money is. So we talk about this. You can't handle. You're intimidated by money. Dudes don't give a fuck about the money because they can't spend it anyway. It's how you act with the money, which is what Complex is talking about.
Yeah.
Hey Bernard, they asking you if you putting the wig ads in there.
No, man, no. It's just a coincidence. You know, just a huge coincidence.
Yeah. So I
don't got nothing to do with the commercial advertisements over there, even though it looked like some new series on AMC.
Oh, I'm crying. Oh man.
That I was a little curious about that one too. But all right, let's see what else they got on this definition of high value man. I think I already read this part. Typically, these men will not fit all these. Oh wait, hold on. I don't think I. Well, I'm all the way down at the bottom now. Okay, these men are typically high earners of a high social status, or simply not low status. See, that's where they're trying to put you to the middle, like she was doing with the Educated Lane, where she basically described as somebody who says he's in the top 50 percentile. Now he don't have to deal with certain types of women. So anyway, so she said, or simply, she said, these are men. These men are typically high earners of a high social status, or simply not low status, traditional, fit or in shape, desirable height, hygienic, successful in their own right, with a clear future vision, success. I don't know what she's talking about when she says fit or in shape, a desirable height. Like that's a woman describing it. Nobody.
Yeah, exactly. That's how you know women wrote it, because height has nothing to do with you being high value. Now that may be a select thing.
Yeah.
In fact, shorter dudes got to use money to make up for it.
Well, this is why I wanted to denote what value actually is, so that we can apply the actual definition to the Urban Dictionary definition.
And for people that don't, absolutely. And then this section, so what she's talking about is, see, again, this is all the shit that black women want, and this shit does not translate into other races. Like when you look at other races, and I don't even talk about the women, but what they all agree is what high value is. They all know what that looks like. They all know it. In the black community, it's pretty much how much you make her pussy wet and can put her in this privatized welfare, sexually satisfied state.
But what does the average black man look? What do they perceive high value as?
Through the same way that women do, for the most part. That's the problem. They are not that much different. I'm not even gonna let these all live with this. Because think about it. What do dudes compare each other with? When they want to talk shit, what do they go for? Every time. Even when it comes to dudes in more higher tiers, unless you like really network with a group like that, what do they do?
You ain't getting no pussy.
Yeah, bitch broke. That's every time. Even the normal dudes that are not necessarily in the street, it's always coming. It's never money. It's never I made more money than you.
Oh, wait a minute, Edward. I actually came onto the 1MT live stream to actually push that narrative. I caught hell. Oddly enough,
I mean, look, hey, I was there.
For conversation's sake, for conversation's sake, this is once again, I'm illustrating this, right? We as men, we could talk, right? We could talk the shit, but then also, I'm like, okay, well, are we about that action too? Because I was told I was de-policing, right? I saw it in the chat. I was.
Nobody.
No, I'm just throwing it out here, Bernard. It's not a thing, because I wasn't de-policing, right? So I'm not taking it as that.
Well, I was on black male travel who did the same thing.
Hold on. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of a different situation. I mean, if somebody in the chat room tried to say he was dick police and they was on some bullshit, I think on the panel it was just. No,
it wasn't on the panel. Not on the panel.
Yeah. On the panel, it was more so just a
no. I'm saying the perception. The perception.
I think we gotta. Yeah. I don't know if we're behind the feed, but no. What you came up and added to it is like just because it came off as if we were saying the only reason that men travel is for pussy, and you was bringing up that it's traveling for business and all kind of stuff like that as well. So so I know I think everybody understood that. I don't think that necessarily.
But Bernard, I'm not rehashing it. I'm not rehashing it. I'm just saying that even men will oftentimes kind of waffle back and forth with this whole thing, right? Whereas on the one hand, okay, that's all I'm illustrating. That's it, right? And I'm just trying to say, hey, you know, we can defy these Urban Dictionary descriptions of us, right, through action. That's literally all I'm trying to put out.
Well, the problem is that too many dudes. You even see it a little bit in this space sometimes. The North Star is how a woman feels. Their moral compass is. Kendra D talks about this all the time. They base their values through their mom. I don't care if they're in a single mother household or not, because a lot of these dudes, the way they grew up, they might as well been in a single mother household. That's how literally, even though the dude was there, how submissive the dude was to the woman. They might as well.
Secret. That's the secret.
Yeah, they might. And there's a lot of these married niggas. That's why when niggas try to. That's why when they try to bring up they were married, no, all y'all niggas ain't married equals. I know the difference.
Yeah, no, it do, and I hate the concept of this because I'm pro family, but I hate it that a lot of the guys who enter the conversation. Well, I know how this works. I've been married X number of years, but then you listen to them.
She just ain't found nobody better.
And they say some of the most simpish shit, and then it turns into a situation where the married man is like he basically. He got married, but basically you could tell he's submitting to the woman, and then the whole idea and concept of black men being family oriented basically means you getting it, you falling in line with the with sisterhood bullshit.
I don't think people see it I don't think people see it as stark as that, but it's like men who have been broken in the marriage are now trying to sell you a marriage.
And the thing about it is, I was trained by dudes that were married that are completely opposite, that had control over their household. They weren't like run the chick wasn't a doormat, but these were black women. These were not like black women that you would qualify as like a Shay Sade, but they knew they were select dudes. So it ain't just
time out. Hey, keep it 100. Hey, I've been wanting to get you on my show. I couldn't find your email or any way to contact you. Hit my email if you're interested, man. Hit my email. I've been listening. I found out about you about a month ago. So yeah, you got good content over there. So yeah,
married men are simps the longer they've been. Wow.
Yeah, well, no. We're not debating what he said right there.
No, I was just reading that shit. Like,
so what happens is,
whoa, hold on, Ed. I'm trying to set up a future show. Hit my email. It's in my about section. It's in my about section. Or RM or somebody. Okay, here we go. Boom. Right there. There it is right there. Hit that email. Hit that email right there. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad you popped up. Shout out to him. Yeah, check that brother out. He got good content over there. But all right, let's get into it. Where was we? Oh yeah. I remember where we was at. There was Urban Dictionary. They giving a definition of high value man, and I could tell a woman wrote it because she included height in there, which anybody who never talked about the whole high value concept, and that's not that's not my not my thing. I got
it's not your shit.
It ain't my shit, but the people whose shit that it is, they talked about it from the perspective they have nothing to do with height and female arousal or what got their pussy wet, but they're talking. You could tell a woman wrote this because she lumped in height with it. But
and here's the thing why that's important, real quick, because that's what we were talking about. Like it's important because you are making. Yeah, my lock is fucked up. You are making a decision. So when women talk about they date down, no, you don't date down. So height, if you're talking about a dude that's 6 foot, that's 14% of the population. I think is 6'2" and up. So if you're with that, that's what you chose as what you value. Now I'm not here to tell people what to value because I understand the genetic reasons why women want that. I get that. I'm not here to do that. I'm not gonna slide my shit in like niggas often try to make their shit right. No, what I'm saying is you talk about I'm tired of dating down. No, you just chose aesthetics over balance. Balance would be getting a nigga that's like 5'10" and then this got money, this is this. No, you rather get the broke nigga. It's not always this way, but you rather get the broke nigga this 6'2" and say he got potential. That's a choice. And so nobody owes you, and nobody owes you. The society didn't fail you. And see, this is what black women don't understand. They'll deal with a nigga they'll call Dusty, but we know why they chose him. You chose him.
Well, I'm just saying, dude.
causes.
I'm just saying. I read the definition of value, and it didn't say anything about height.
Well, you know, we know what women's definition of value.
I'm saying no, Edward. I'm saying that literally as sort of like a juxtaposition, right, between what actual value is by definition, and then this shit right here. Like this is a social media meme, you know what I mean? So it's
which
like,
is why black women have high debt. When you look at actually what real value is, which is why they're hyper consumers, and black men have this problem as well, but not to the same extent. This is why they're like that, because this is how they view shit. Exactly that same. And by the way, where do they get most of their shit from? Social media.
All right. So getting back into the definition, it says a desirable height, hygienic, successful in their own right, or with a clear future vision of success. So, you know, they get some aspects of it. Right? Confident, assertive, and masculine. Funny. What the fuck? Okay, I don't know where the hell that comes from. Likeable, caring. I don't know where they got that from.
Sounds like she's describing her ideal guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what she's describing is a select. That's a select man.
Yeah,
that's not a high value.
Yeah, she's merging, I guess, the concept of high value with a select man and her little personal knick-knack.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is select. It's Steph co-wrote this.
No, it's not just select. I mean, funny and caring. That ain't got nothing to do with select. So she's putting her little personal knick-knack wish list on there.
Yeah, it's like a fucking bubble ad. It's like a bubble ad.
A little bit of select, a little bit of democratic, liberal, intersectionalism bullshit.
Yeah. Next, he's gonna say he must like animals, must love animals, and take long walks on the beach at night. Like it's a dating profile.
You got to enjoy like foreign.
Must love fur babies.
Foreign films and long walks on the beach or something. But all right, what is it? Funny, likable, caring.
Wine tastings. You must enjoy wine tastings too.
Hold on. Wait. Spontaneous? Like this is.
Wait. What?
This is a goddamn eHarmony dating profile.
No, this is a bubble ad.
Yeah.
You know what this is proving to me is we need our own. This is why I know Kendra G and what's that dude, that other dude with him, with her. We need our own definition. We need our own website because this shit is not it.
You know,
where it works.
We don't need a website. We don't need a website. We don't need a website. No. We don't need a website.
Let me flesh it out though. I think that's part of the reason why I even wanted to have this conversation today. And I don't know, maybe we need a website or not. That's not the conversation, but it's the idea that if you don't control your image, if you're not driving your own ship, then other people will drive it and crash.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but spontaneous and level-headed, emotionally strong. Okay. Typically these men will not fit all these characteristics, but for most women, an acceptable amount or the most important of these suffice and classify them as a high value man depending on their preferences. So yeah, the definition has a lot of, she admitted it right there that this definition basically has a lot of female preference in it. Has a lot of female preference in it. So,
yeah, that's not high value, that's select. The difference between high value and select is what encapsulates preferences, because like a select man for Latin women might not be the same as for black women. Versus a high value man is something that is standard. It's more like what Complex is talking about with the definition. You can apply to pretty much all cultures, all groups, fits. Then see,
Ed,
I was gonna say, is that okay?
Yeah, Ed. Yeah,
that's him.
Yeah, he driving, driver's Ed, as they call it. That was funny as hell the first time I heard that. But yeah, he probably drove off a cliff or into a bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
You good, but what I was saying is the difference between select and high value is the select part is based on women's preferences, because all groups of women have different subgroups, have different preferences. A Latin woman's preferences are not going to be the same as a black woman's. Obviously, we have things that are more universal. I get that. High value men is something that's more like what Complex was talking about when it comes to the definition of value. It has to fit a lot of different culture groups. It's way more like general templateized than that. See, they don't know the difference between that. And the thing is, a lot of black women and women in general, they really go on what am I sexually attracted to, and and then what money can I spend. So they have this sexual hyper consumeristic view of what a man is supposed to do, which is why. So that and so you see it in that article as to what they think. Yeah. Anyway.
All right. Percy Astronaut Status says the caller is on point. The black men see value as who gets the most P. They can't believe Sierra left Future for Russell. Well, no, everybody can believe that. I mean, that's the playbook. I mean,
that's every woman's wet dream, bro.
You did what you did. You messed with who you messed with when you was younger. You got knocked up, and then you get to get a nice successful stepdaddy bailout plan. Like that was everybody can believe that. That wasn't, that's, you kind of, you slightly, I mean, you're on the right road, but you wouldn't drive in the speed limit. I see where you was trying to go, but you ain't quite getting there. You ain't quite getting there. You made a sharp left or something. But no, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. It goes on to say, usually these men play the field and do not settle down, or inversely don't date at all. Well, okay. I mean, if they're talking about just staying single and having casual sex, then maybe that's playing the field. So I mean, why would you make a distinction between they play the field or don't date at all? I don't know where the don't date at all come from.
Well, here's what we just did. Once again, what we just did was we projected a negative view on something. When you look at the definition of it, okay, it said worthiness. It had all these attributes that suggest that someone who is of high value does not conduct themselves in such a way, per definition.
It's almost like a
hood conservative. You was trying to jump in and say something.
No, I was just saying it like it's an oxymoronic term. It sounds like. Are you describing a high value monk?
Or are you describing a Pookie with a bunch of money?
Uh-oh.
I mean, Pookie.
No, I'm saying, like, dude, are we gonna literally stick to high value or what?
Well, okay. Going back to the title of the show, Educated Lame. The way they defined Educated Lame, they practically literally defined it as a Pookie with either a lot of money or just above average money.
And there you go.
So that's what they did with Educated Lame. I think they're being more fair, I think, with high value, but you could just, like, again, you could tell a woman wrote it by with the stuff they added in there. But it's saying usually these men play the field and do not settle down, or inversely don't date at all. Again, don't know where the hell she got that from, unless they find someone truly viable as a life partner. So
what the fuck is wrong with that? That's what I do. What's wrong with that?
No, hold on. If she got rid of the or don't. Yeah. I mean, I would say if she got rid of don't date at all. I mean, if she got rid of that and just said usually these men play the field until they find someone truly viable as a life partner, then she just described what's very fucking normal. But the don't date at all.
Thank you.
There is a shortage of these men and a surplus of women who desire them, which is what often encourages them being non-monogamous. So yeah, that's
bullshit.
Well, no. Well, okay.
That's not.
That part.
No, I would say it's bullshit.
Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
That part is fairly accurate until they do, like what you said, find someone, truly viable as a life partner. Then that the man who has high value. I mean, we know men when they get, the data shows that we just had the data up on that yesterday. Men, they get a certain amount of money, a certain amount of success, they accomplish all their goals, and then what's left? Okay, they do end up wanting a family. So if they find somebody that they think is truly viable for that, they will settle down and sit down somewhere. But until then, hey, I'm a successful man, I got my money, and I'm keeping it casual with these chicks. So that is fairly normal. They will be non-monogamous typically until they, get to the point where they're ready to sit down somewhere. I think that was fairly accurate.
That's not, and I'm not disagreeing with any of that, Bernard. But once again,
well, go ahead.
I was just trying to illustrate, dude. Once again, it's a cope. What was the final point that you got to? Because everything that you said was normal, right? That's why I'm like, well, I'm not disagreeing with you because you just said that's some normal shit.
Yeah.
Right. The problem is that when you get to the conclusion of what she said was, well, there's less of them and more of us. They're out of reach.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell that there's an element of it, not so much with this than what it was with Educated Lame, where she's talking about somebody who's out of value, so she's trying to shit on them. She's not really doing that here, but when she said, which is what often encourages being non-monogamous, yeah, a man has options. Yeah, that's going to encourage him to be that's going to increase the chance he's going to be non-monogamous. I think that's clear. Like I don't think that's a controversial statement.
Okay, let's say this: non-monogamous or pickier. I'm picky. Yeah, they don't like that either.
Yeah, you gotta separate it from, your personal thing. Like you're not out there non-monogamous with it, but you are picky because, like you pointed out, hey, you're a successful guy. That puts you in position where you don't got to take no bullshit. You can be picky, but you're not out there just going from casual sex partner to casual sex partner. Yeah, that's
yeah, of course not.
Yeah, that's personal. That's complex. That's how you roll. But
can I get
the only? Yeah,
I got you, Free Zone. Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, actually, go ahead right now. Go ahead. What you got on this?
Well, in the context, and salute to everybody. Salute to you, Bernard.
Salute.
It's good, bro.
Great show. Great show. I like everything that I'm hearing. As far as the whole non-monogamous part, it basically just means like a guy who would have multiple women as either hookups or girlfriends because they have so many options that they don't have to necessarily settle for one person. So you could have a string of girlfriends, a girlfriend here, a girlfriend there. It's akin to, like, I know quite a few truckers that go from city to city and they go around the country and they got girlfriends in different areas. And because they have so much money, there is the picky side of it, but there's also the side of, okay, I like her, but I like her too. And I do like her. So they'll have this situation where they're not stuck to one person because they have so many options and they can afford to do that.
Can I just offer up a response to that just real quick? Because I'm actually going to drop off here in a couple of minutes. Okay. So what I'm doing is actually giving the position of a man who does it literally in the way that she's describing, but the difference here is that this is coming from the female mind. And so all I'm trying to do is just that's all I'm trying to do is contrast. That's why I'm like, I'm not even disagreeing. But yeah, you tend to do things a little bit different when you're doing some other shit in life. And I'm saying these are projections that this was written by a woman. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to argue anybody's point. I'm just trying to establish the actual position of a man versus her perception. Because it's off.
Right.
We're reading this shit, and I'm just like, no, sweetheart, no.
Yeah, most of these definitions are off. Like as far as like the Educated Lame thing, my understanding of it is vastly different than what I understood it to be before I got into the space. There are like educated is just your academia. I got a degree. How you are intellectually. Lame is more of a social thing. You're dull, you're unappealing, you're weak, you're feeble. And you can be an educated lame. It's not an oxymoron. Just like you could be a lame Pookie, you could be a lame Ray Ray. It's a social thing with women or with other people. And so there is that distinction there. Like even though that definition is totally off, I don't think that educated lame is an oxymoron because there are people who, for example, you see somebody like the way I interpret it is somebody who spent all their time being educated. They're in the books. They're street smart or they're book smart. They've read and read and read. And they know everything from cover to cover, but they're socially awkward and socially dull when they're around people. They have this. They're not able to pick up on the cues that people are giving them. It's somebody who will say, you know, hey, nice shoes. Oh, and instead of just saying thank you, they go into a whole oh, thank you. Yeah, I got these from Ross. I was actually going to get them, you know, they were actually going to be $89.95, but I actually managed to pick them up for 45. And you go into this whole thing because you're just socially awkward. You don't understand the social cues of people around you. Those types
that
of
sounds like a little
do
bit.
exist.
It sounds like people on the spectrum. It sounds like autism.
Exactly. And so if you don't take the time to actually build your social what's the word? Social gain pedigree, whatever you want to call
Capital.
it. If you're not
it's a social IQ.
Thank you, sir. So yeah, if you're not doing that, then you're going to be lame no matter what spectrum you're on, whether you're educated, whether you're pookie, whether you're, you know, any of that. So I don't think it's an oxymoron at all.
Well, I think the issue here is that if we're saying that being an educated lame is essentially being socially awkward, because even earlier in the chat when it was just Bernard and Conservative talking, I said, well, a black educated lame or female educated lame is what they call the awkward black girl. You know, like Issa Rae, that whole shit she did on. Okay, so that's what that is, right? Mm-hmm. And so what it is that, and again, I also put in the chat, I said, well, you know, I don't think black men should identify as an educated lame. See, because you have black girls, black women who will identify as an awkward black girl. There's not necessarily a negative connotation there. Not necessarily,
I don't,
right?
Well,
right, but with educated lame, I'm gonna tell you right now, that's really not a good look for black men to say that I'm that.
I think when we're talking about the women side of it, the educated lame woman, again, because we're using these definitions like through the gendered prism, so women are describing the educated lame through their sexual desires.
Exactly,
whatever, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
It doesn't hold up for the educated lame woman because as a woman, I would still smash. Like Issa Rae, I'm still taking her down. Quirky, nerdy, socially
No, I'm saying
awkward,
I've messed with my fair share of awkward black girls, dude.
Let them hood conservative. Let them you kind of interrupt and let them.
No, but that's the thing, though. It's like it's not the same qualification because educated lame for a woman, when a guy's educated lame, that's a disqualifier automatically. Whereas for a man, a woman who's an educated lame, like, nah, I'm still hitting that. I might even hang out with her because she's got quirky little personality. It's just it doesn't even shake out the same at all.
Yeah. A woman. The attributes and characteristics that would make somebody sort of lame, you know, sort of awkward, you know, put it like this: a guy who's not, you know, socially with it, you know, that's not attractive on masculinity, but it can be attractive on femininity if a woman is, you know, is more, you know, I guess timid, you know, not really socially with it, not the life of the party, a little more quiet, a little more, you know, off to the side, you know, being lame, square, quiet, shy, all that, those are attributes that to me, they look good on a woman. They look good on femininity. They don't merge well with masculinity because, you know, masculinity is more, you know, chest beating, bravado when you're out there and you're getting it in. I mean, it could be some silent stoicness, but it's still different from, you know, the whole idea with, you know, femininity and everything. So it's I mean, so the whole idea of a lame or quiet chick or however we want to define it, but, you know, Hood Conservative said it quite clear. Yeah, even though Issa Rae is, you know, saying that she's a nerdy or awkward black girl, there's still a market. There's a strong market out there for Issa Rae. It's just that market isn't, you know, it isn't some Drake type of dude. It ain't the type of dude that she want, but she still got a big market, you know. So, you know, but the lame, corny, square dude, he barely got a market. He barely got a market, you know. But
hey, I do have a question. When we say autism, so my understanding, like when you say the educated autistic, I know we're playing around with it, but isn't being autistic something like a neurological thing that can you improve on your autism? I guess is my question.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
How?
Because
What
to
do you
Yeah,
me,
I
mean?
wouldn't even know how to answer that. I was just throwing it out.
Oh wait, well let me just ask a question, because if autism is a neurological condition, how do you improve a neurological condition? Are you talking about through treatment, through medicine, through?
No, it's through. It's actually through activity. I coached up a kid in karting some years back. Right, the kid was just naturally good. Right,
Mhm.
I had no idea he was on the spectrum until his parents told me. Right, and then when I would start talking to him, I saw it. So what I had to do was learn about how he does things on the track and then kind of translate it to him, right? And then start to learn how to ask him questions. And little by little, he started to become more expressive, more expressive, more expressive. His parents were just like, he's almost like a normal kid now. Now, I don't know if these are things, I suspect this to be the case. These are things that might happen, maybe say prenatal or after, child's birth, when, onset of autism happens with a lot of children. And really what it is, it's not, it's sort of like not the full amount of neural pathways kind of built up in the brain at the stage that the child should be at. So there's just some behavioral things, right? So when we got him into karting, and I started teaching him racing and all that, and then he's seeing everybody else out there, and then you started to see a different side of him, right? And then that translated over when he was in the school and stuff. So now how he's being with the kids out at the track, he's starting to be like that with the kids at school, et cetera, et cetera. So over like a few years, you just saw a complete difference in him. He did have this sort of affectation almost, right? Whereas almost if he wasn't sort of paying attention, even though he was, because if I told him to do something, he'd do it. Right. Then his parents told me he's on the spectrum. And I said, oh shit.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't know
that could be improved upon. I thought it was just a condition and you had it and god damn it, you just had it. But anyway, let's get back in this. We actually at the tail end of the definition. So they're not giving the examples. Who's that guy over there? Oh, him? That's Calvin. He's an attractive, young, high-earning. They put in physical attributes in it. He's an attractive, young, high-earning entrepreneur that embodies everything else a woman. That's a typo. It's supposed to everything else a woman could want in a guy, a high-value man, if you will. So again, yeah, they're putting all kinds of extra physical attributes. They're merging a select guy and a high value guy. So, but they didn't completely botch it. I mean, they got a lot of stuff wrong when they defined, high value man, but it wasn't a full blown hit piece like what they did with Educated Lame. They didn't do a full blown hit piece with it. James Wingate in the building with a $2 super chat. I do appreciate that. He says EL, aka high value man dating market is outside the community. Thank you for the super chat. Do appreciate that. I'm sitting here thinking, what other term in this space? Y'all let me know some in the chat room. What other terms, unless you got some other ones in your back pocket you wanted to pull out. What I'm trying to think, what other terms that have circulated through this space that made it to
wait, Bernard, thinking man.
What other terms in this space is circulated through Urban Dictionary, so we could type it in here and see if they got it right. I believe Complex just said thinking man.
Yeah, thinking man.
I just typed it in Urban Dictionary really quickly. It's not really useful. Drinks that are had on a Thursday night. It says thinking man's Friday. It doesn't have an actual definition of just thinking man. So yeah,
that's drinking on Thursday night.
Right, exactly. That's thinking man's Friday.
Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what else. Yeah, let me know. Throw out something. Somebody just said Christian. We already did.
Awkward black girl. See if that's in there. I don't know. Just maybe it might be.
Have y'all ever looked up the word manosphere in the Urban Dictionary?
Yeah, I think that's been looked up before. Yeah, I think that's in there.
I don't think awkward black girl is in here.
A group of websites made for men to discuss men's interests and issues without women nagging them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's been in there.
Yeah, I mean, women still come and nag, so I don't know if that's even accurate.
Then, David, you should go on there and change the go on there and edit the definition.
A term coined by radical feminists to describe the group of men on the internet who aren't self-hating and don't believe that being feminine is the ultimatum of all problems that men face in today's society, as part of their smear campaign of the men's rights movement.
What are you reading?
That is the second definition.
What are you reading?
That's the second
Manosphere definition.
Free zone. Would you say free zone?
I said that's the second definition of manosphere.
Oh, on Urban Dictionary.
Yes, sir. There's several.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. Now I got it up. You scroll down. Okay. Say that. Okay. Yeah. Right. Wait. Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I see now.
There's a couple of them. The next one says a loose collection of websites, blogs, media, etc., that centers on men's frustrations with the modern world, usually rooted in hatred of feminism and women in general. You may find self-proclaimed, quote, nice guys who think women won't have sex with them because modern women are too superficial, or pickup artists who see sex as a game, played to the ends of asserting their own masculinity. That's interesting. Even ethno-nationalists who think multiculturalism is a tool to emasculate men. It's a real cornucopia of toxicity. Oh, I like this definition. This definition has a lot to work with.
So it goes on to say, Brad has been talking an awful lot recently about how he thinks modern men are too weak. I think he's been spending too much time on the manosphere.
Hey, Bernard, do I sound okay now? I think the problem was my headphones again.
Yeah, no, you sound good. Well, it was your sound has always been good. It was like when Hood Conservative was talking.
No, I'm saying there would be an echo.
Yeah.
No, it was the echo was coming when other people were talking while you were unmuted. Then it was an echo.
Right. It's my headphones, dude. Sorry about that.
Yeah. No, I think I mean, you sound a lot better now. You sound a lot better now either way. But we got Archer saying he want to make a fast point. Well, go ahead and you got some weird feedback, but it might go away when you start talking.
No,
go ahead.
It's my car. The high value men definition. She said something very interesting in there. She said either these men date around or choose not to date at all. And I found that to be kind of a coping mechanism for her getting rejected by these men. It's like the you're gay argument. Like I can't get you, so you either must be gay or just not dating because I can't get you. That's the only explanation.
Mm-hmm.
And I found that to be very odd because that was a very Pacific Atlantic definition. Like she put a lot of details in there that didn't need to be. But I just want to make that quick point. I don't know if anybody else catch that, but thank you for letting me up, Bernard.
Oh yeah, no doubt. Thanks for coming on through. But yeah, we definitely touched on the coping aspect
of
it. What's up, Hood?
I found something else. Gynocrat. Male politician.
I was going to
pull it up.
Yeah.
A male politician who's taken on a feminized image in an attempt to pander to female voters, usually dresses sharply, speaks softly, maintains a smile at all times, and attempts to remain physically unanimated in speech. Bill Clinton was a gynocrat. I'm thinking actually Cory Booker he's like a senator from New Jersey. He's a black dude. He smiles all the time. It's like it's creepy the way he smiles at the camera. But I'm like, yeah, that's a gynocrat right there.
Now, one, I like the definition. Though here's my only thing. My only thing is I don't think you have to be a politician to be a gynocrat. That's the only thing I would change. That's the only thing I will take away from that. I would just drop politician and say a male who's taken on a feminized image in an attempt to pander to females, usually dresses sharply, speaks softly, maintains a smile at all times, and attempts to remain physically unanimated in speech. Yeah,
Bernard,
We see that with guys who hop on these panels. I mean, if you ask me,
you mean kind of like yesterday?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, here's another one. Gynocracy, a form of rule that is imposed on the man by the woman. Normally, it is authoritarian. For as much as we say that, the men who want a normal traditional wife, you just want to dominate the women. Like, that's kind of the argument Amiri was making yesterday. The guys who want a traditional wife, like when we were talking about his daughter, and he's like, what, she supposed to just be barefoot and pregnant at 19? It's like, no, that's not the way it works. But for some reason, there's this negative view that they have of men who want like the traditional simple things. Whereas according to Urban Dictionary, simply having the women in charge of the man is normally authoritarian.
Can I ask you guys a question about yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. It came to a point where I threatened to beat his ass yesterday.
Mhm.
And I had to
That
walk
was a lot, Complex. That was really a lot.
because
Yeah.
after I did it, I said, shit, I should not be talking to women like this. So, sorry, it's a joke. No.
Nah, I get it, but I'm just thinking about the moment. Like,
Yeah.
dude, that was
Yeah,
a lot.
I was just like, dude, I swear to God, no. But look, his talking points were convincingly gynocentric, right? So much so to the point where I'm really trying to like not go there, but what do you think about it? Well, yeah, but what I'm saying, what do you think about men who literally have that talking point but are also hetero?
I think
Like
a
they
lot of,
literally will come
especially
up
in the
and
black community.
but then also at the same time, I guess they also still have to come off as this sort of alpha patriarch type, right? That's why I kept challenging him on that shit.
There are some things I think that are very unique to the black community. And so
Okay.
like when it comes to this type of man, I think because of, we just have this real strong attachment to like the mother and the motherly figure and all that. A lot of black men who are otherwise masculine and they're not gay. And I'm not trying to make that attack, but outside of sexuality, they are very female identified. And it's a weird thing that I see and it's particular and peculiar to maybe black culture, I think. And there's some other things. I don't want to do a quick plug. I'm probably going to fire up maybe 20, 30 minutes after your show ends. And there's something else very peculiar to black America I'm going to talk about. I'm going to laugh about. Bro, black studs, like female lesbians. Have you ever like really looked at them? Oh God, I'm gonna have so much fun after this show. We're gonna take a look at the studs of TikTok, bro.
You never see
the
like
worst type of dude you will ever meet is a black stud.
Terrible.
Look, you never see like a stud who's trying to be like Obama, right? You see studs that they get tatted up and they'll like sag. They're like, dude, I heard that they put like
I know what you mean.
Strap-ons out in the real world, bro, to like give off the impression that they're packing something down low, right?
Yeah,
but you never see them suited and booted, like literally just drip. Like a brother with hard bottoms and shit. You never really see that too much, bro.
No, the way they act is similar to how, like, put it like this: the white girl or the white guy who tries to act black, they always act like the worst representation of a black person. When the white girl decides she want to act black, she act like the type of black women that we don't fucking want anyway. when the white dude decide he want to try to act black, he look like what was homeboy name? Jason Pope. He looked like that. He looked like the type of he looked like the type of nigga we like to stay away from sometimes. Like that's
Malibu's Most Wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gonna try to act black. There's other types of black people you could try to act like, but no, they gonna act like the worst kind.
But yeah, I just want to do that quick plug. I'm going to do that show a little bit later today. Yeah, I just noticed that. Like, how come I don't see white lesbian women acting like this? By the way, I only see black lesbian women act like this. Like, is this a thing unique to black culture? It's just so bizarre. But yeah, that's the thing we're going to be laughing at later.
Oh, hold on. What does a white lesbian stud look like?
Oh no, there's plenty of them
Right.
out in Cali, dude. They get it in too, bro.
I know, but like it. Okay, the black stud has like saggy jeans hood aesthetic, kind of. What I'm just trying to figure out what do the white studs
Oh,
do? Like, what is that?
the white studs, they're like kind of gym rats, especially out here anyway. And then they'll usually have like some sort of like chop do, might have some color to it, tatted the hell up, right?
Yeah,
And
they
so
look like Ruby Rose, kind of
Ruby Rose,
that kind of prototype.
who's Ruby Rose?
You ever seen John Wick?
I saw parts, man. I don't really watch movies too much nowadays.
Oh, okay, it's hard to describe. Then she's
I
kind of
mean,
got this. She's got the shortcut. She's got the. It's
wait,
like
who's the chick from the U.S. soccer team? U.S. women's soccer team. Who's that chick?
Mary
White chick.
Rapinoe.
That's her. Okay, there you go. That's the archetype right there.
Yeah, that's nothing like a black stud though. Like the black stud is a unique thing. As I said, this has got to be unique to black culture. How come nobody has just talked about this yet? So we're gonna talk about this later.
Right on. Well, what's up, Ed? What you got, man?
You know, I had to come back for the gynocracy definition. My
Oh, okay.
audio should be a lot better.
All right, so let me
Yeah, you sound
go on and read it again for you, just in case you ain't fully catch it all the way. Gynocracy, a form of rule that is imposed on the man by the woman. Normally, it is authoritarian.
I mean, generally, yeah, yes and no. I mean, yes, that is technically accurate, but women don't. I mean, women don't have the ability to impose that on men without men's help. So, like, what we deal with in the black community, like when I say the black community is a gynocracy, what I essentially, in the United States, what I essentially mean is the black community is pretty much under white supremacy, and black women operate as a buffer class. And they're able, like, for instance, if you've ever had a black woman call 911 on you, generally that's a white man coming. Now, obviously, Baltimore, we know is black cops, but you get what I'm saying. You know, their accessibility to that 911 and then to have an outside force really regulate your men is what's unique to us versus any other group of black men, even in Haiti, where we have a lot of more money, but they don't have to account for that. And so you don't see other groups of women able to impose that, not at that level. And being used to it. So that's why I call it gynocracy. But generally, what you're going to see is matriarchy in most communities, which is a social contract that both the men and the women go to. BGS just did work on this about why matriarchies came before patriarchies, because people didn't understand where babies come from. So they thought the woman was God, which is where we hear that black bullshit today. So my point
literally
is,
went down that rabbit hole one night. That shit is deep, Ed.
yeah, and like I said, and I mean, shout out to BGS. I mean, you could just throw that at anybody who wants to have that conversation. Like, a lot of dudes don't even understand that patriarchy is actually a legal framework. And I mean, I knew it, but I didn't know how deep it actually went. So when we talk about these terms, a lot of folks don't even understand what those are. And even I'm always learning more stuff. But going back to the gynocracy thing, I call it a gynocracy, but yeah, it is a gynocracy. I mean, but it's not like the women beat the men and they rule the men. What it essentially is that black men.
The definition on the screen. Ed. Hold on, I'm sorry. we gotta take a moment.
We got to take a break. Hold on. My bad.
What was it?
Hold up. I went and looked up matriarchy. That shit says the longest running joke in human history.
Oh, yeah, that's
Hey, dude, did you hear about the matriarchy supporters? So, okay, this shows that anybody could just put something on Urban Dictionary.
I'm just saying, bro. That's one hell of a definition.
Somebody who's my personal hero right now wouldn't put matriarchy on Urban Dictionary as the longest running joke in human history.
Yeah, but even that's not accurate because
I know.
matriarchy. Yeah, no,
That's
I hear what you're
obviously
saying.
not
Well,
But
no,
accurate.
it's accurate enough that it was submitted
Yeah.
back in what, November 12th, 2013. It hasn't changed.
yeah, so but
Okay, hold
even
on, wait, hold on. Just for the record, it's a lot of different definitions, so you kind of got to keep scrolling down. I probably should have did that with the other ones. So I probably
Okay,
should have
but that
found
one's
other
at the top,
definitions.
Bernard.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. That one is at the top. This is a more recent one, the type of government or society where women are in charge and usually in a matriarchal
That's not
society
true.
and
That's
gender
not
roles
accurate.
are often okay. Well, we'll get into that. Okay, go ahead and make your point about the
I like that other one.
gynocracy. Then we'll examine a matriarchy definition.
Yeah,
going
so
forward.
basically the reason why I call the black community a gynocracy is because black women have the power in the community as combined by white power. If white people remove a lot of the levers that black women have, they have nothing. I mean, they have nothing, and this is, and when you hear how they interpret that shit as oppression. So they are on some either we have to be running shit or it's oppression because that's how just fucked up they are. As far as this matriarchal thing, that's not even accurate either. As far as women running shit, that's actually not what it is. What it is it's a social contract, and usually in matriarchies, men are the ones that occupy the actual governing roles. What you have, what defines a matriarchy is who has control of the children. And generally, who do you like? For instance, Jewish people look at who their mother is as to define if you were Jewish or not. That's how you know they're a matriarch. They just have a social contract that works for both parties. So when you hear like black women and intersectional feminists try to define matriarchy, they always want to say, well, Africa had matriarchies, but men ran that shit. Like the closest thing to that right now would be what your black church was. You had, even to this day, black men still occupy the bishops and all the controlling roles, but you still have that kind of congressional body that is women. And so that's really where last thing I'm gonna say too, that pussy is kept zipped up tight under matriarchies. A lot of your original arranged marriages were in matriarchy. So women are not able to be as sexually free in matriarchies like they think they are. So again, we use the term matriarchy because most black people have never heard of the term gynocracy, and that's my fault because I've done that and I sometimes still do that. But there is a difference, and and like I said, in matriarchy, it ain't that the women run it. Again, these are people that they see things. You notice how whenever women are talking about this stuff, it's either I run shit or you run shit. There is no mutual shit. And then when you juxtapose that against asking them, what do you bring to the table? Notice how whenever a black man asks a black woman, what do you bring to the table? The female never says femininity. They never say that. They always find a way to say, I am the table, which is another way of saying I should run shit. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. But yeah.
All right. Patriarchy. A complex system of gender politics which enforces strict and outdated norms and rules on our behavior.
Okay, that's a woman that wrote that.
Yeah.
The
Clearly.
fact that you say our, like, that is such a huge tell. Not that a woman wrote it, but this entire organization is like a woman's place, basically.
Yeah, most of the shit is, which is why I understand how complex it is, but there's somebody that would take on the mantle of creating websites and some of this stuff because this shit is bullshit. Like imagine if the Black Manosphere didn't exist, if 1.0 never happened, if Black Blog Talk Radio never happened, like how fucking retarded. Anyway.
Okay. It goes on to say patriarchy hurts men and women equally, as men are held to unreasonable standards, such as the expectation that they must be strong, unemotional, aggressive, and hyper heterosexual. I don't know how you be hyper heterosexual.
This is an intersectionalist.
Can somebody explain hyper heterosexual?
An ugly bitch wrote this.
No, it's deep. It's deeper.
Go ahead.
There is actually an ideological superstructure holding this thing up. Basically, heteronormative patriarchy, that term, It's an attack on the white man. It's white heteronormative patriarchy. That's the main target, and their like attack on the white man, they've basically declared heterosexuality to be a white male thing. So that means that as black people, sexuality is fluid.
Yeah, and this and I mean, and no, that's shout out to Nameless because he talks about this a lot. I mean, you got folks that like Dwayne Wade, they're gone. I mean, honestly, they really. I'm not going because I start talking shit. It's gonna be stuff you may not want me to say, but there needs to. I'm gonna say it like this: there needs to be a line drawn. Like we definitely need culture wars in the Black America. And what you find is that you have people that are resistant. And it's funny how they always make the men the weirdos. But when you actually hear, I'm like, for black women, this doesn't benefit you in any way. Like for instance, they talk about that on the surface because I wouldn't went as deep as Hood Server did. That hyper heterosexuality. I mean, that shit that they look that's I mean, who the fuck are you having kids with? You're having kids. You're actually they base men based on that moniker. And if you don't fit that moniker, somehow you're a lame or you lesser than, but you're not supposed to leave the community and deal with folks that won't judge you on those standards. You know, it's funny because that's like saying, well, white women judge white men by that super heterosexuality standards, but so do black women. And it's like not even debatable as a group. So again, it's that intersectionality. You're right, Husser. Everything's fluid, and folks like that. I'm telling you right now, this is Edward Anderson saying that any woman talking like this deserves no protection, no provision, because that is completely detrimental to the community at large, both black men and black women. These people are mental cases, as far as I'm concerned.
I'm gonna drive the nail a little bit deeper, Ed. According to, and it's something I joke about on my own channels, like black men deserve white power because according to the black woman's perspective, the white male is the true epitome of masculinity. So when they say you're trying to be like the white man, I'm like, well, you like the white man. What are you really trying to do?
Yeah, and my argument to that is why I keep saying every black man, especially for dudes that don't, and I understand why this is, they don't really want to have the back and forth female conversation because they got better shit to do than that, but they have other things they might communicate with. A simple thing to say would be, if you think black men ain't shit, I'm not here to argue that with you. Go get you a non-black man and go be happy. Because what that does is that puts the onus on them to go get what they want. Now, you'll never hear black women say that. You'll never hear say, well, if you actually the dude you think you are, go prove it. See, they can't take that risk. This is why you have organizations such as DICE, Dickin Investigations of Customs Enforcement, and stuff that look for black men dating out as well as going overseas. Like going overseas is the new interracial dating. Like you literally have folks that talk about dudes going overseas as if that's what a lot of black men are doing. A lot more black men are dating Latinas or white women than are going overseas. Yet they want to focus on that. Like you don't want to be like those Negroes. It's amazing. But yeah, this is crazy.
Rod of God in the building, man. You came up here you came up here. Did you come up here to help define hyper heterosexual?
I saw that. Like, really? I think hyper heterosexual means heterosexual to whoever wrote that. But no, man. I wanted to just on the one quick point, 1 second on the matriarchy part. Like what Ed was talking about in terms of like Jewish women, in order to be considered Jewish, your mother had to be Jewish. That was because conquered peoples like the Jews were conquered over and over again. And then you know what they do, they kill the men, that, keep some of the women, when they would have those kids with those conquering nations, they had to still consider those children. If the line was going to pass through the father and the father's been killed and they've been conquered and taken captive by his other people, you would cease to exist if you only left with the father. So the ancient Hebrew culture wasn't matriarchal in that respect. Not saying that that's what Ed was claiming, but just given the context there, is because they were.
Even still to this day. I mean, I'm not trying there's what black people and other people understand shit to be, and there is what it is. Like I get what you're saying, but it's not, like I said, it's a social contract. And men still, like in the black church, you wouldn't say most black women, when I say the black church is a matriarchy, they would say it's a patriarchy. But when you look at, even when the black church was the black church like it was supposed to be, and they were coming down on single mothers and stuff like that, that wasn't the women resisting that. The women understood why that was what that was and actively bought into that social contract because they understood what that meant for their image and they meant for different things with them. Before they got on this absolute defiant stuff. And so but the black women were never subservient completely to men in the church. They were always a body that could influence where the church went. Because if that wasn't true, we wouldn't get what the fuck we got now. Point is, but the men still control the power levers. Let's call it the executive positions of the church. So even when you look at the black political system, when you look at like your black politicians before they started completely turning over into women, they were men. These men, like, look at all, and these niggas aren't doing shit that's beneficial to men specifically. They used to say it's black people, but you notice how when it's black people, it's always black women to get their individual benefits. You know, because even though these dudes were male faces, BGS just did in that video he did. Women elect male representatives to engage and deal with other men. You see that today when you see a lot of these purple pill motherfuckers coming at us trying to tell us what they basically water isn't wet. They see themselves as male representatives. I'm not trying to put Obi on blast with this, but this is when you said, Bernard, that Obi, it sounds like Obi's like different when he's talking outside of his platform or to men versus when he's talking to women. That's him occupying that male representative. He's representing the women, telling the men what we need to do for the community. And then he'll change that hat up. I'm not saying he's being two-faced, it's two different people, but he'll change that hat off, basically low-key trying to tell the women what they need to be in order to make it easier for him to sell that to the men. They just don't want to fucking do it.
Yeah, I figured out with him. It was actually a community tab post that he made a while ago that just came back to my memory. I remember he said that when he's talking to women, he will argue the perspective of men with his full chest, and when he's talking to men, he will argue the perspective of women with his full chest. He literally said that. So
yes, but this is the why behind that.
That is so two-faced.
But no, I'm not, because there's a purpose for it. But the problem with that is, in your mind, you have to see something. But like, for instance, if you're in World War II, there's not valid points for. I'm not saying, look, we're black, so we're not saying there's good guys or bad guys. But like, from their perspective, there are no that, even though stuff can get complicated, there are no valid points for why the Japanese did what they did to other agents and stuff like that. Versus, you know, there are no valid points. And see, he tries to, that's that game a lot of black men try to play, where they try to play you just as fucked up as the women. No, the women have no, the women betrayed the men, period. You either believe that or you don't. You either believe that or you don't. And the problem is go ahead.
No, yeah, I'll say that this I think this is the most important point, and I'll throw it back to you. Because I thought you were done. I thought I heard a pause in there, my bad. But I'll say this and pass it back to you. They when he does talk to the women and he argues the points, sentiments, and perspective of men, it's the arguments or points that men make, they can pretty much stand on their own. You know, he can just give it straight to them, our perspective, and they really can't argue with it, and they really have no rebuttal or no counter to it. And even when they try to counter it, he pick them apart, and then they basically just gotta hold the L. When he talked to men and he try to argue the woman's perspective, the points don't stand on their own very well.
No,
he has to go to the historical context thing and the history.
He's got a bullshit for lack of better term.
Basically, yeah, he got the
Africans do the same shit. I'm not talking about him as African. When black men start arguing against Pan-Africanism and how that needs to be a two-way street and it's not, they don't want to say that it's not a two-way street, because then they have nothing to argue with. The difference is women are asking for extraordinary rights compared to the shit that they actually bring to the table, versus men are basically asking for normal rights that's actually not even nowhere near as much as what we should be asking for, in which what we're being asked to do. Like, it's almost like a fucking employee saying they should have the same right. They should have the security of a job, the security of a paycheck, but at the same time, and we're not talking about like a salesperson, right? that actually is definitely directly invested in the revenue a company can generate. We're talking about somebody that fucking is a janitor talking about I should get a bonus when the company does good. So you get the benefit from the risk and have the safety of a job. No, that's bullshit. And that's what black women are asking. And then, like you said, that doesn't stand on its own. And my thing is, and he thinks that, I don't know why he thinks the way he thinks in this way, thinking this is going to work. Because this is the time to do what he was trying to do was like 8 years ago, when dudes were like, women had not really showed their hand as many times. We have literally been through, Complex was here. We have literally been through cycles where women have straight, before Kevin, women had snitched on themselves openly. No, we really love these boys because you niggas are lame. They've done this multiple times. We've had like.
I would put it out further than that, though, Ed. Like, I mean, okay, he didn't have the internet to do it, but for what he's trying to do, what he truly wants to do, I would say 20 years ago.
You're right.
Been his best time coming out of the 90s.
But he wasn't that age. He wasn't, you know.
I know. I mean, yeah, but that was really the time where we're like right now it's
coming out of the R&B propaganda.
It's too much out there right now, but I mean, but at the end of the day, I still, yeah, I love what he's doing in the discussions with the women, and I like that he at least he tries to argue their perspective when he's talking to men. But like I said, I you know.
Yeah, because these are but basically what Bernard is saying for the audience is it would have been better if he would have talked this shit before the Z's were born or basically going out of kindergarten, because these Z's don't give no fucks about what you talking about. And the dudes, the people that would care are too old. Because you got to remember, the prime dating market is the dating market in which is most likely you're going to have kids. So for men, you could argue, let's say that's up to like 40, 40, even though dudes can have kids later, but let's say that's up to 40. For women, we already know that's up to like really in their early 30s. And then it starts becoming geriatric. So the problem is these Z's are pretty much they're like 5, 4, 6, 7, 60 years from getting to that top. They've seen it. Like, they didn't grow up like the millennials grew up. They didn't need to be red pilled. They saw the shit firsthand. They saw the Thought Girl Summer firsthand with how.
Edward, I honestly don't think that these guys that do this type of shit. Honestly, I think this is just some social media shit. I'm gonna go back to that just real quick, and then I'm gonna drop off. This is in my head, dude. Look, I'll be 45 like in a week and a half. Okay. Like, I've been using the internet for fucking ever, like before all this bullshit. So I've just watched how it's all just evolved, and then how it's affected humans, right? And how people now conduct conversations and all that, and the utilization of algorithms to literally drive narratives and all this kind of shit. If you want my take, you could talk about Gen Z. I don't think this guy he's that We Need to Talk channel. That's the guy, right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
The guy who kind of negates Kevin's talking points while at the same time putting his name in his titles, right?
Well, that guy he speaks firmly to Kevin Samuels' talking points when he's on his show talking to the women, but when he talks to men, he says things that I won't say necessarily counters or contradicts. He tries to give the female perspective, but the female perspective is basically going deep into the historical context and negating the aspects of personal accountability that he holds the women to when he's talking directly to them. That's my analysis.
Well, the thing about it, Bernard, is that like the dude, like the guy is acting like he's fucking doing something new, right? And it's sort of like, dude, no, he is, right? It's not as if what was that guy, Angel Ramirez Jordan?
They don't know about that.
Okay, well, this is what I'm talking about. Like, it's not as if you haven't had these same motherfuckers around here doing the same shit. It's a fucking grift. That's why I was like, well, Edward, you can bring up Gen Zs and all that. That's not that guy's focus. He's literally trying to do the social media thing. He's got the presentation, and I got the chicks. We're gonna have the conversation and blah blah blah. Dude, that's how serious I take all of it at the end of the day, right? Because if people were really interested in doing something, man, listen, we would have seen the talking points shift and evolve far from what they've been. We're only starting to kind of see it now in a lot of ways.
I think the talking points are evolving. BGS just did a real good stream on that. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with the title that the gender war is won. But if the victory in the gender war was just simply getting the word out, then yes,
That's
then,
what
then
it was.
okay, then yes, then that's mission accomplished. But I do, the word needs to continue to be getting out.
Well,
I mean,
that title, he originally said that in like before the pandemic and before.
Yeah, I thought he definitely said it prematurely. Then it definitely makes more sense now.
No. Well, he said because okay. So understand that one thing about us, and I'll throw Complex in there too because he was in the the Coliseum and all that. I really wish I could go back through that. I don't have the time to go back through all that shit, man. We motherfuckers talked about this shit a long time, like years ago. I mean, even the Black Brain Trust, when it first started, you go back to their original videos. This is shit that was said way before. Like, it's not like the stuff. If anything, stuff has had. The only thing we got wrong is the speed at which this stuff would happen. We thought that it would be more closer to 2030. That some of this stuff will be happening. A lot of this stuff is happening now, which is not good for the people that want to save shit. The shit is happening a lot more faster. But a lot of this stuff was said in 2016, 2017, 2015. Like a lot of the 1.0 folks said this. Even
well, no, Edward. Let me kind of correct you on that. No, I would say we're right on track.
Okay,
we're right on track. Right there was the 2020 events. There's the 2030 date, and then there's the 2053 date.
Okay, because then you have also like the fourth industrial complex and automation that like Complex talks about, because that was another thing that was in there when BGS was, when that was what you brought into that conversation. And this is talking about dynamics that are way past the Black community. It's global dynamics, which is stuff. So the point is, when he was saying that, the reason why folks were saying that is not because folks said there's no work that needs to be done. Even now, he's already said that it's talking about like advocating for rights and stuff like that. But the question was, is there something legit that they're talking about, and can they shut us down? Remember, channels are being shut down a lot quicker. Channels don't get shut down as often as what they used to be. And what's ironic to like Angel Ramirez Jordan, because just to show you how far back Angel Ramirez Jordan goes back, that was before Derek Jackson was Derek Jackson. You didn't know if the light-skinned nigga, pretty nigga, would win, or would it be Derek Jackson? That was, and Derek Jackson in it. Well, you know who Derek Jackson is, and you don't know who Angel Ramirez Jordan is. So that should tell you what that is. People forget SWP had 30,000 subs back in the day before his channel got messed up. So there's a couple of people that had a lot, and their stuff got shut down. So people forget that. My point is, it wasn't just us talking. We had conversations with women, even the older women, like China Fox, Tanya TKO, all of them, but even before the Real Talk with Yanni's and whatever, they've already said everything. The difference here, and this is why me and Complex don't see it as legitimate. He can disagree with it if he doesn't agree, is we knew that if the economy fucked up, women would come in with this bullshit. The question that we didn't know is how much of these dudes were going to try to simp. Are these dudes going to give away the whole fucking store, or are they going to actually say there's going to be some shit you need to do? The jury is still kind of out on that, but it's not legitimate. Women coming back in bad economic times is not legitimate. Because you're only saying that because you're doing what female nature dictates, where when life gets hard, now you want to act like you got some sense. Which means if shit ever switches again, now dudes are all of a sudden committed, and then you're going to play the games you're going to play. And that's why so when people talk about the conversation's evolving, it's not legitimate that it is, because it's only evolving because the women are looking for shelter.
This is the best definition so far.
With Jackie Jack, real quick, Jackie Jack in the building with the $5 super sticker. Do appreciate that. And James Wingate in the building says EL, aka High Value Man Dating Market is. Oh wait, I already read that one. My bad. Oh no, thought it was another one. Okay, either way it go. Shout out to Mr. Donnie Mack. Told me to look up sign language and see if that was in there, and it is in there. It says, is a debating tactic used by most women and male feminists by engaging in language meant to shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right against their opponent.
And honestly, that's incorrect.
Oh no, wait, hold on. You said that's incorrect. Hold on, let me read it. Hold on, wait.
Yes.
Sign language is a debating tactic used by most women and male feminists by engaging in language meant to shame, blame, and okay, oh, my bad. Wrong people. Engaging in language meant to shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right against their opponent when they themselves can't present a cogent argument based in facts, statistics, or logic.
That's not the original. That's not the original. Like, that's Kevin Samuel's definition. We had the I. Kevin made it a. I'm just saying, just so you understand. Kevin made it a verb. The original definition of sign language was more of a mindset. You know, women, when they're guilty, they manifest in this need to be right. It wasn't about women shaming men. It was about women feeling shame for understanding, which is why they talk about all this other shit to puff out their chest. And the I was never there. It was shame. They were shameful. They were guilty. And then they have a need to be right, which talked about why they couldn't really relate to black men in the way that they need to get the outcomes they want. I'm not Kevin. Kevin came in there and it was good, but he added the I, which actually made it sign. And then and then it was a verb and it took off. So I'm not trying to say that
that's some good history on it.
No,
I'm
not.
overall,
But I'm not trying to say that that's wrong. It doesn't need to be used. It's actually effective. He made it an effective thing. He made it viral, and BGS doesn't have an issue. But what I'm saying is, a lot of what you're seeing here is basically the outgrowth of what Kevin did or got promoted. When it's not just about saying somebody got here first. It changes the context of it too a little bit. So even in this, again, and like I said, you know, the women wouldn't say nothing. The women have been saying the same shit for like 30 years. If we didn't add nothing to it, they wouldn't have none of these terminology understanding. And that's to tell you about what they've been able to do with having quote unquote control of their culture. And when I say control, I mean you dumbass niggas that you actually feed into what these women say. Because you all are, and I'm not talking about male feminists, is what we talked about before. When dudes look at women for leadership in any kind of way, you are a fucking idiot. And it ain't just male feminists to do that. A lot of dudes allow women to be the sexual leaders, and they allow women to dictate the terms by which we would even have these conversations, because dudes don't see shit as legitimate if a woman is not involved. Other men don't think that way, and you all don't understand how much that slows you all down. There's degrees to it, but a lot of dudes, this even in this purple pill shit, when all like we need to talk, having women and all of that, is pretty much, well, we need to take the temperature on where the women are, and that tells you where the community is. No, the faster way to deal with that would be for the females that got some sense, like Jackie Jack and others. They're going to be good, because black men are not just saying, I'm not dating you because you're black. It's how you act. But we're going to do what we need to do to create the families to do what needs to happen. And then y'all either catch up or y'all fall to the wayside. The end. A lot of black men are not willing to do that.
Wait. No, Edward, no. See, once again, I hate when I hear that shit, because see, I've taken arrows in my goddamn back for literally pushing an indifferent tone to literally all of the bullshit. See, it's me and my guys, we're the ones who got shitted on for literally saying indifference. You remember that, Bernard? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, you remember that. Okay, so that was some years ago. This is not a new message that's been preached here in the manosphere.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, hold on. Let me get this one out. I need to get this one out, right? Because I took a lot of shit for this, but I said, hey, listen, in the long run, it'll benefit you. Because I literally said this. Sisters have become their own political constituency. I'm going to say it again. They've become their own fucking political constituency. So it is incumbent upon black men to become their own political constituency. And we created a whole entire fucking platform to push a narrative. It's called technocracy, because that is the future wave. And you know what? That can be explicitly ours. Well, it is ours. And hey, we welcome more brothers to join us. But I'm saying it's been firmly established already. That's why I don't even like to even just go there. I'm like, look, at this point, dude, it's sheer indifference. I got my own agenda. I'm meeting with city councilmen just this past week. So listen, we're right on the task. I'm just like, hey, listen, dude, all the best to you.
Yeah, so
all the best to you. We can get into Moynihan and every goddamn thing else that in the past that led up to right now. What the fuck are brothers doing today that's going to affect the future? That's the question.
Well, the thing, and this is where a lot of black men have to be held accountable for.
Yeah, let me make sure I make this very clear. Like, far as indifference, like I understand that, like in my personal life and how I operate and what I do, like, yeah, you got to be indifferent to a lot of the bullshit. There are people who push that indifferent stuff where they do it from a disingenuous perspective. They're really just trying to derail content. They're really just trying to make a convoluted, contrived argument to try to get black men to shut up, when it comes to talking about these things regarding women. And so that's where my pushback tends to come to, when people are basically saying, be indifferent.
And Bernard, let me offer a pushback to that. You may interpret it.
You may.
I'm just saying it can be interpreted as that, but what if it's also can be interpreted as black male first self-interest first?
I know, and I get that, and I respect that. But when somebody comes to somebody's platform and tries to basically hit them with the "why do you care? Why are you talking about this? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that?" type of argument,
that's something else.
Yeah. So
and that's easy to tell those
two things tend to get lumped in. But we are joined, and this is a pleasant surprise for me. We joined by BGS.
We went a long time.
Let me read these super chats real quick, and then we're gonna hand it to BGS on this one. But let me get these super chats real quick. Freeman's Journal in the building says the gender war is won. I didn't see black women on the deck of the USS Missouri when where war is in. There are treaties, reconciliation, etc. I see none of that. Shout out to, who else do we have in here? Where's it at? Free Zone Lou in the building with super chat. He says, salute BR and Hood, great show. Thanks for having me up. To the people, don't let anyone define you. Go free. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. And just I'm just saying in the building says, it's little wonder why your channel and others are crucial to the empowerment of men. BR, good show as always. Salute to the brothers on the channel. Thank you. All right, we're joined by BGS. Welcome aboard. You have the floor. You have the mic.
The reason, what's going on, y'all? The reason the war is over is not that the women are not back trying to negotiate with you, trying to sign a peace treaty, okay? Because that's what all people like We Need to Talk and Lapeef and all these people trying to beg you to feel sorry for black women so that you will take them back, so you will negotiate. What most black men that I see, and Bernard Roddy can connect me if I'm wrong, is that we got other groups of women that were willing to give us a better deal. We're taking the better deal, and what you're offering is not enough. There is no reason to negotiate with you because what you're offering is not enough. And most of the people that I see, most of the channels that I see, they're not willing to take some of these chicks back. Now, there's guys that that are willing to do whatever they want to do. They can have them. There are tons of them out there. Okay, there's tons of black women out there that are in financial strife. They're willing to come back and negotiate with you. If you want to sit down and sign a peace treaty with them, you can go ahead. But what I'm seeing is that Obsidian is one of them. He said the women are back at the table. So what you have is purple pill, which is red pill for women, and women are ganging up and pouring money into it because they need to figure this shit out because they're trying to negotiate. I don't know how many TikToks you need to see, how many channels you need to see, how many talking points you need to see with women actually saying, "Come back to the table, nigga. We need to negotiate." And you have people like Amiri advocating for him. Y'all need to come back.
Is that what he's doing, BGS?
Yes.
Orally. Yes. No, I would say Alan Obi is advocating for him. Amiri, if he's advocating, he's a poor advocate.
Exactly. It's a matter of what's effective.
That's why I asked.
I've been on the panels talking to them, right? And what do they say? You black men need to come back and save these women because we need to save the black community. We need to see the black culture. They're all saying the same thing. Okay, it's not their fault. They can't help themselves. Okay, they can't help what they're doing, and you got to come back because if you don't come back, they can't change because they don't know. Racism, white supremacy, all this kind of stuff is the reason they're doing all this crazy shit. And you need to just come back to the table, come back and save the families and all this other kind of crap. Okay, we're going to try to negotiate with them, so we're going to try to make sure that they act right when you come back. Black men say we don't fucking trust you. We don't trust you. We don't. After all this and all this kind of stuff, all the stuff that you said, we don't trust you.
Yeah,
and that's what they're saying. So I'm seeing a huge, what they call purple pill. I mean, Bernard can see it. There's tons of money in purple pill content, man, where you got women on and you're talking to them and you're negotiating and you're trying to have hash this stuff out, which is what we were asking for in 2.0. In other words, come back to the fucking table and basically bargain in good faith, right? That was the whole point. For the environment to force them back into this sector, back into this section. But the thing is, shit got worse for them than they thought. And plus, there's other, and I've said this, and what other people are not saying is that it's not just black women that are in this pot. They're all in the pot, okay? White, black, Asian, Latino, whatever. They're all in the same pot looking for the same kind of guy.
And this is why the focus is so much. You notice how the focus is not on what I'm talking about on the black woman, the woman's side, what black women need to do. The focus is on how do we stop dudes from either doing the wall of silence or indifferent thing. Because that's what a lot of younger dudes are doing as well. That's why they want to talk about colorism. Because remember, they used to see indifference as abuse. Ignoring a woman and not engaging is considered abuse. Even Oprah tried to pull that bullshit way back when. Or dudes going overseas, or dudes interracial dating. This is why they attack these celebrities, because that's where they are on social media so hard. Because they're trying to low-key shame dudes into not taking those actions because they have nothing else to do. Rather than doing what they need to be doing, which is get their mind right like 10 years ago. But yeah.
Yeah, you know how the Roman Rome's not democracy, but how their government was actually formed. Okay, it wasn't that the plebes actually fought the patricians and fought the Roman army. You know what? They just picked up their bag and fucking left. They picked up the bag and fucking left, and the senators had to go to them and negotiate them coming back. Okay, we're going to give you these rights. We're going to give these privileges. We're going to have. That's how you get your Republican government, right? The people's house, the common folks' house. The representatives that comes from Rome, because the plebes left. They didn't fight. So fuck it. You can't survive with us. We just gonna pick up our bag and leave. And that's what black men have literally done. Okay, that's not gonna be a chicks thrown out of their houses, being homeless, can't pay their bills, all this kind of stuff. Okay, all of a sudden I don't need no man is gone. Okay, that's leaving from the lexicon. It's not our doing. Okay.
And by the way, this is another reason why they don't like.
Hold on, Ed, let me ask BGS this question. If accepting the premise that the gender war is won, and I think just before you came up, I said to Ed that if the goal was just to get the word and the message out, then I agree. I agree. The word and the message is out and is leaking over to everywhere. It's in the pool pit. It's leaking over into the pro-black sector. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. The words and sentiments, views, perspective of the black manosphere is all over. I think you pointed out that it's some white girl in the just Pearly. Yeah. She's damn near using black manosphere talking points. So it's all over. It's all over. So accepting the premise that it's one. Mm-hmm. What do you say is next?
The next thing is changing the policies in the social environment to get your just due. Dr. Tiasan's got the black manosphere political agenda, right? The 14 points that we want to implement so that we can actually get a fair deal in this country, right? It's beyond that. Okay, technocracy is not. Culture trumps everything. Okay. Culture trumps everything. Agreed. There is no technology without culture, right? And way you shape, just like look at the Industrial Revolution back in the 17th and the 18th and 19th century, right? Okay, the machines came in, the technology came in, right? But the culture had to shape it to where it's fair for everybody. Otherwise, you'd have had you basically would have had people, literally slaves working 17, 18 hours a day. For poor wages in dank, dark factories. Okay, that had to be shaped.
I was going to say, but even with all industrial waves, there is going to be a level of attrition. That's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's always a level of attrition, but the thing is, the culture has to be shaped. Culture trumps everything.
No, I'm not arguing that point, BJS. I'm just saying that within that cultural shift, there are going to be, let's just say, losses.
Okay, let's go down this technology wave that you talk about, because you guys think about technology like it's Star Trek.
I'm not talking necessarily about technology. I'm talking when you said about bringing in machines, what happened? And I'm saying that in every wave of industrialism, there's been attrition.
I call that musical chairs. I mean, I hear what he's saying. No, that's what he's saying. That's all he's saying, BGS. And the thing is, because, and
I'm really not arguing anything.
Yeah, because black women have fucked up. They're feeling that fucking attrition, which is why it ain't legitimate.
The thing is, okay. How does that answer what's next? Because that's the question he asked me. Go ahead and ask me.
Well, he was just adding on to it.
That's literally all I was doing.
What I'm saying is, because he asked me what's next, okay? Culture trumps everything, so you have to be able to shape the culture to be in your favor. So the next thing is to move away from the stuff that we're doing, right? Because it's going around and around arguing about black women about shit that they don't even, like I said, I've said this in videos before. What black women say about black men doesn't even matter anymore. It doesn't matter, okay? Because we don't have to pick you, okay? Because if you unless you can get convince the white man to put black men back in the cultural and sexual box that he was in for the last 300 years, there's nothing you can do, because now black men have something they didn't have, right? Just like the Matrix, choice. You got a choice. I don't have to pick you, and that's what's happening with the Z's and the younger millennials. You don't want to act right? Guess what? Too bad. I don't have to pick you. I'm pick somebody else. It's not even indifference, okay? I don't got to pick you. You got to compete just like everybody else. And black women don't know how to compete. Yeah. But the thing is, so the next wave is not the woman, because the culture and the cultural environment shapes the woman. Okay. Next thing is to get our just due. And that's where the next phase comes in. But you can't do that unless you do study the Moynihan Report, unless you do study the Kerner Commission, unless you do study Clark. Okay, unless you do go back and study how patriarchy was actually rendered asunder back in the 17th, 18th, and 19th century. If you don't study that, how are you going to go argue it?
Well, just to add on to that a little bit, the thing too is, a lot of people have this goal of, I don't know why people think that our goal was to change women. I don't know why dudes, they don't never say that, but that's really what they think it is.
Well, hold on. In a long-winded roundabout way, if you change the men and you change the environment, then, I mean, BGS has said this, you change the men, you change the environment, the women will end up changing. But if
they'll adjust, they won't change.
Change, adjust. Okay, yeah. So that's why I didn't run from that when I remember Ramil asked me that question. I didn't run from it. Like, yeah, in a long roundabout way, that is the end goal, but that's not. They try to depict it. They try to depict it as we're on our knees saying, "Please change, change," and that's right. But that's how they try to. That's how they try to depict it.
That's a purple pill, red pill distinction.
Yeah. That's not what's happening though.
Yeah, but that's a red pill, purple pill distinction. Change is irrelevant, because if you're gonna pick the person is best for you, they are already there. If you're at the point where when whatever you get to, you need to in your journey. Nobody's waiting. If they change, that happens. If they don't, that happens. Because you gotta look at, when we create our content, we do not create our content with the hope that someday they will change and we'll have a big. I know I don't. I create my content with the intention, whether it happens or doesn't happen, of creating clarity for Black men. Clarity of where you are, what you can do, what's available to you, and that why, despite you being told that your manhood is predicated on X, Y, and Z, how that's absolute bullshit and how there's no reciprocation for that. And then at that point, it's up to them to make a choice as to what they want to do. That's up to them. And this is why I understand where Complex is talking about with the technology thing, because that's a trigger thing. That's why if you look at black people are very anti-technology, because the matriarchy sees that as a way of Black men being able to easily unlock themselves.
It's an equalizer, bro.
Exactly. So I understand why he brings that up, because that gives Black men certain very real, when it comes to networks, a lot of their skills that doesn't require
global business, everything.
Which
It's
when
an
you talk,
equalizer.
yeah, you talk about the right there with global business. Same thing with the. I'm not saying Passport Bros can do more about being about business. Let me say that right now. But the idea of black men going into being a global citizen is very problematic to the black community, and they see technology and that possibility as like a direct line of sight. That's why I understand why you're bringing that up.
Study a word called propaganda. Propaganda is very powerful, has always been powerful. That's why anybody who tries to come at black men and say, oh, you shouldn't be saying this, or I disagree with BGS. I do think it matters what black women say because of the power of propaganda. I think we should always be combative.
Okay, the thing is, what are the majors? If you go back and study this stuff, right? What is the major shaping of the black community? What shaped it, and what holds it? What holds it together? And what is the broader society? Because it's really not propaganda, right? Propaganda is being done on a larger scale. That had nothing to do with us. It's actually what Mearsheimer calls the needs of the state, right? The needs of the state, which is the need of the bigger society, says that you need to mix. Okay, you need to mix. Okay, propaganda will trump some things, but when the needs of the state shifts, at the end of the day, when the environment changes, I don't care what kind of propaganda you got. Propaganda is not going to do any good. Okay, so just like propaganda is not doing feminists any good as far as anti-abortion. When it came down because the needs of the state, the needs of the society actually trumped anything they were saying. Same thing will happen here. What the needs of the state is, the needs of the society. And if you know what the needs of the society is, and you can get there first, guess what? You can trump that too.
This is the reason why. I'm sorry. Go ahead. BGS, continue.
What black women say doesn't matter because black men don't have to pick them. You don't got to pick them.
No, yeah, I think what's embedded in that, and there's been some debate on this. I mean, I understand you saying what black women say doesn't matter, but some people take that to the next step of black men more or less shouldn't respond, shouldn't counter the bullshit that they put out there. We shouldn't refute their bullshit no more. We should just ignore it. And I always say that will probably put us back where we was at, where their voice was the only voice being heard, if we're not still staying active, picking apart their bullshit while simultaneously doing what you talked about, as far as, when you talk about Dr. Tia Johnson, 15 points in the political agenda.
Political agenda. The thing is that the message should be what is going to fix it, right? What's going to fix it? Okay. Travel bros, they haven't said nothing, okay, except talking to each other. Guess what happened? As small as they are, as small as SYSBM is, because they're talking about leaving black women and picking better women, they're going nuts. You can't trump that, okay? You can't in an environment like this. It doesn't matter what the chick says, right? Because the Asian woman, the Latino woman, the white woman, whatever, is going to pick the guy that's doing the best.
Yeah, and let's keep it real. Nobody's gonna not. Here's the thing: this reality that like everybody's gonna shut. Again, people forget. It's one thing for random motherfuckers to say that. It's another thing for YouTube to give them women that button and they just pressing that button and you got 30,000 channels and all of a sudden you don't. That's a completely different way of shutting shit down. That's what folks. Thank God I haven't had to deal with that. But I know dudes, I mean, even dudes like Roger, I mean, hell, Art in the Stall, they don't even be doing that. It's got his channel though. My point is that's what we came out of. And the reality is that does not happen nowhere near like it used to at all. So that's all like commenting on trending news. There's literally an economy for doing reaction videos now. If you want to do that, like not Hood, but poor man's mediocre, if that's all you want to do. So the point is that's not something that you need to lift up. Like if you stop doing it, it's gonna stop happening. There's literally a built-in economy.
It's a self-perpetuating. So so whatever they're saying, okay, it's being negated not only by them because they're showing up, like I said, impaling themselves on the ground, trying to change things, right? And they're telling the truth about themselves. And it's an economy that we don't even have to fund anymore. We ain't even got to put it out there because it's self-perpetuating. Okay, they can't stop it. We don't even have to say
got
anything. They can't stop it.
Yeah, real
Pink
quick.
Book got
Hold
to
your thought,
150.
Ed. Hold your thought, Ed. JC the Conqueror, shout out to you. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Says my BGS Tax Freedman's Journal. Well, you just joined the panel, but shout out to you. Says support Black male media and Creation Muse in the building. Says good point. Even a matriarch virginity is still pushed. Wonder why. Also,
Well, Virginia just pushed to make sure that that woman is having your seed. Okay, it's really a DNA test. That's what virginity is about. Make sure that that woman.
Saying, even in a matriarchy, though. Why?
Yeah. Because what's the most important thing to a man trying to acquire a wife? Paternity. Okay?
Yeah, because in matriarchies, they understand that men have a role that's needed that women can't do. And there's concessions, and that's the difference between what Black women are on versus, this is why I brought up Jewish women. Jewish women are not submissive women like that. But they and hell, don't let them Israelis talk about Israeli women, because they say they worse than the women we deal with. But Jewish women understand that how they are is predicated on their men and their boys, and they know how to mind the garden.
Yeah, well, real quick, I'm gonna throw it back to you. I was about to make some point, Ed, about I think Pink Book lessons, but I'm just saying in the bill with Super Chat, he says it's little wonder why your channel and others. Oh wait, I already read that.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right,
Pink
go
Book went to 100. Pink Book is at 150. Why does this matter? Because I get into getting your piece of that and all that, dudes being men. I get that. My point is, from an advocacy standpoint, the women, you don't even hear the pick me term. Like, pick me used to be a dangerous thing to be called, even like maybe a year ago or 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Now you can stand on that, because what did I say and other people said? It's going to eventually get to a point where enough of these chicks are going to start corralling where you can't just knock them down one by one, because back in the day you used to be able to do that. So the point is, the message part is coming. And by the way, hell, a lot of the white manosphere takes the shit that we say. So as far as our people's ability to influence in different ways, that's already there. The question is, like what BGS said, as far as with nothing. And yeah, I do agree with Complex on the technology front. It's just you got too many dudes that are culturally averted to it because they want to call something EDL lame and all of that. They don't even when you look at affiliate market or any way to tap into the technology economy, because the technology economy is one of the easier ways to tap into the global economy. And this is an equalizer for Black men. But that does affect the culture of Black women in the sense, or Black people in the sense of being an accelerator of things. But at the end of the day, man, a lot of last thing I'm gonna say too is, even with the purple pill dudes, even though they, on the one hand, they want to talk shit about us, and on the other hand, they want to use people's talking points, they're still promoting our target. The purple pill guys sound more like the 1.0 guys.
Yeah,
so now we have occupied the entire space. Last thing I'm going to say, Kevin would not agree with what Obi's doing. Now, Kevin, like, it's Complex, BGS, me, we were on panels with Kevin. Kevin would agree with what Obi said on his channel. Kevin would not agree with him coming to other dudes doing that. And I don't like to speak of the day, but we've had conversation with Kevin. We know how Kevin thinks. There's a reason Kevin went at it the way he did. There's a reason why Kevin made it practical. Kevin's a religious guy. Notice he didn't bring the Bible into it unless that was brought to him. Kevin, he wanted the shit to happen on a pragmatic basis. Pragmatically, this is why you need to do what you need to do, so women can understand why it's in their best interest to do what he's saying. He didn't want to throw religion into it. He didn't want to throw the pro-Black shit into it, because it's the same thing for men. Men have to do what's in their best interest, and it has to be that we're in our best interest together. The problem is the men even now are a lot more willing to deal than what the women are, and the men is like Kevin said, and others have said, it's either you not gonna get nobody, or you gonna wait for them to get their shit. So yeah, you find the Black women that's on point, whether they're ADOS, not ADOS, and if you can't do that because we know what the stats are, you deal with what you deal with, like Christian Hutchinson. It is what it is. Anyway.
Yeah, Rod of God.
You can speak of the dead as long as you speak highly of them.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Rod of God in the
I don't
building.
like saying shit, and then people be like,
Rod of God in the building says another great show. Salute to BGS for blessing the panel. Absolutely. But no, I like the point that you made that, you said Kevin Samuels would approve what Alan Obi is doing on his show. Because keep in mind, like I said, I never saw him on other people's panels. Like when I did that one-on-one with him, the only thing I had seen is how he talked to the women on his channel. So
see, I'm the opposite. I saw him mostly on other people's panels.
Yeah, so to me, I was like, "What is y'all talking about? This dude is he's doing good work."
I was bringing that damn alarm.
He came on my show. I was like, "Whoa, who the hell am I talking to now?"
Yeah,
I said, I told Bernard, just wait, watch. And I said the same thing about Amiri too. I said, pop some pills.
Oh no, I knew what I had coming. I knew about Amiri. You can see Amiri coming.
I didn't understand that guy was actually sort of like an apologist. I didn't really get the angle. I started to suggest that he is of the same sex persuasion earlier, but I think what BGS said makes more sense because I was like, whoa, really?
You do remember Amiri used to be on Cynthia. He used to be one of Cynthia G's
dude, I had no clue. I just remember like he said some ridiculous shit one time on the Prophet of Thought, and I ripped him to shreds. And then ever since then, I was just like, dude, if this guy says anything stupid out in the open,
yeah, he's with all the PhDs call him a male feminist.
Yeah, that's all I knew.
He's literally you look up. I'm pretty sure his face is if you look up the definition of it, right? There's this picture of his face, the same one as Avatar.
Yeah,
same one.
Yeah.
Freeman's Journal. Welcome to the panel. I don't even think you said nothing yet. What
Hey,
you got, man?
hey, Bernard, I'm gonna shake out, man. I'm gonna go get some lunch from a shorty and get the day going. Hey, panel, Edward, BGS, pleasure as always. Freeman's Journal, Bernard. Appreciate you guys. Okay, peace out to the chat.
Have a good one. Have a good one. Go ahead, Freeman's Journal. You got the floor. You got the mic. Wait, before you go, F Holiday in the building. He says, "Great to see all you brothers on this panel. Keep up the great work." Absolutely, absolutely. Go ahead, Freeman's Journal. You got it.
Yeah, I just want to say I don't think it's over. And my metric for the gender war being over is black boys still can't read, and it's still black women doing it. So, and we all know that culture is important, but politics are downstream of culture. So when you know it's over is when the politics changes. When black women are voted out and or capitulating to not destroying black boys, then I'll believe it. When I start seeing those changes, I mean, panels are nice, but I mean, I can't metric panels. I can metric test scores, and black boys are getting screwed.
Okay. Well, the thing is, and I talk. How do you define a war? War has an objective, right? When you go to war, you set out an objective. Okay. The political stuff was not part of the objective of the black online gender war. It's not part of the objective. Now, if you want to define another war, that's a different thing, what you're already doing. Is why you think the PhDs are in here, because they set what policy. Okay. You can't do policy. You can't do policy from a panel. And the thing is, if you want to focus on that, then the stuff we're doing about going back and forth with black women, then you're not going to get that objective, are you?
Well, what I hear versus on panels as far as politics is things like, oh, how do we get the women to educate the boys? You don't. You get rid of them.
Well, who says that? The pro-blacks? Because I know that
pro-blacks
ain't saying that over here. Because
No, go ahead, Ed. Go ahead.
No, I hear what you're saying. And again, we're not saying that, okay, the gender war is over all the other things that black men. The gender war was mainly for, like I said, two things. Understanding if that chick had anything to say, if there's any merit to the bullshit they've been spewing, really having a debate about that, which that early on was proven that wasn't true, because them chicks started to readily admit that what they were saying was bullshit. And then basically getting the word out. Now, what you're talking about is now that that's out, the focus does not have to be on trying to prove what we're saying has merit. Because, I mean, remember, before, it was a time where they weren't even talking about black boys or can't read and write. Not in the context we talking about it. They were trying to talk about it as racism and the government and to try to shy away from single motherhood and black women being derelict in them as being custodial parents. So now we can have that conversation and then have a real conversation that comes closer to home. So the thing is, certain things needed to be done. Another thing is a level of awareness. And in that way, we still need to do more. But there was a lot of brothers were on cruise control with this shit, or they knew something was wrong, but they could not really put their finger on it, or they didn't understand how deep and how tangible. Hell, people didn't understand that there was books like Frasier that mapped all this stuff out. You gotta remember, niggas act like Hidden Colors is like the oldest thing out there. These are the type of motherfuckers you dealing with. Those are millennials, BGS. So I'll just charge that off.
You don't just well, you got a lot of boomers, Xers, and whatnot that don't know about it either. So
yeah, so okay, so so my thing is that stuff need to be unpacked. So what you're saying is absolutely important. That is, but that's like the step we can focus on now. Nobody's saying these things are not important. Nobody's saying that you should just not counter propaganda the shit that these women are saying. But notice this. Notice how the women are not saying the same shit. They're not coming up with new shit. They're just remixing the same old shit. What they're doing now is they're trying to argue what we did. I'm tired of motherfuckers misreading stats and coming on here challenging what the fuck we're doing. Niggas talk about 80% of black men got kids. We're like, oh, come on, man. I didn't even need to see the chart. So my point is, what you're saying is important. That's the step that folks are currently on. But I mean, hell, if y'all want to call it Gender War 2.0, shit. Fuck it, and then we come up with some new objectives.
Well, no, I understand where Freeman's Journal is coming from, and I did an old stream. How do you define victory in a gender war? That was a few years ago, a couple years ago, and I did break it down into two different things. Basically, the online battle, which BGS more or less talked about. We've won that. We've gotten the word out, and now it's everywhere. It's all over. And, the things that we say basically, dictate the majority of the conversations that are happening. So, yeah, in that sense, that you can define that as a victory. Then I broke it up into another part to where Freeman's Journal was talking about, where it's like, as long as things in reality on the ground is still messed up, then that's a war that's not being won. Long as long as rather we talk about the single mother rate or the how many fathers are actually raising their boys and black men and black women, rather, yeah, see, I ain't trying to go down it was a road, a rabbit hole I didn't feel like going down. But rather put it like this: when the overall outcomes in reality, like full-blown outcomes in reality, start to more or less, reflect something different than what we're saying, than what we're already seeing, then that's when I think a true flag can get planted in the ground. But it is worth making the distinction that there's, yes, the online talking points battle, then there's the reality on the ground in the real world.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. If you got a boy, like, I understand the aggregate, but that, to me, I don't define that as a gender war. That's something a little bit different. Because truth be told, if you want to look at it from a perspective of gender war, I'm sorry. I understand. Let me be very careful of how I say this. Starting after a certain point, let's say 2015. Because that's when awareness was starting to really come out, even though it was a little bit before that. If you're having kids that they're alphas, you need to be, especially with this fucking Roe v. Wade being overturned, you need to understand that a recipe of, if you have a son, you need to know how your mind, if you're dealing with a black chick or whatever chick, you need to know what to look for in them as far as how they're going to be a good mom. Yeah. Like, for instance, there's a chick, a dark-skinned female, that she was with somebody. Well, I was going to holler at her, and we were having a conversation, and she was at work. But she was very averted to, like, homosexuality. Like, she was very much against raising, like, bitch boys. She wasn't bold with it, but if you ask her, she said certain key things. They're a little bit like Andrew Tate. Like, okay, yeah, this is a black chick that's from the old guard, and I don't want to raise no son that's going to be a bitch. Not this gender fluidity and stuff. That's one little thing. But my thing is, it's really time for dudes to understand that if you want a certain outcome in a child, the woman that you give is, especially with these laws, is very much a big part of that. So I hate to say
you're breaking it. You're breaking it. No, you're breaking it down to the individual, the personal accountability of the individual. Yeah, if you out there fucking up, then you fucking up. You gotta look in the mirror. But overall, you know, looking at it on a large scale, from a group standpoint, you know, if things are still overall messed up by and large for Black boys, largely in part they're being raised by single mothers, and so, you know,
so why are we still fighting the old war if that's the new war?
Because if that's the new war, then the conversation is why
it has to shift. It has to shift. And the thing is, what we still fighting? You're fighting. That's why I said that war is over. Fight the new war if you're going to fight a new war. If that is your goal about Black boys being able to read and Black boys getting rights, which y'all should be ganging over Dr. T.S. Johnson channel, because that's what he talks about on a daily basis.
And
okay?
You can talk, and there's and then you can talk about both. But let's be real here. Ain't nobody hammering. Like, let's act like if you look at the balance of scales, ain't nobody really talking about Black boys. Black boys is a thing that folks like to throw out, and I'll even throw myself into this because I do it. If they want to throw a trump card when women want to talk about let's get together. Your son ain't reading and writing, so that tells me how much you give a fuck, because your son ain't fucking. You know, your Black boys are not saying, because when you look at what most Black women have a problem with Black men on, it's always predicated on dudes in the dating market. Okay, Black boys are not in the dating market, especially if you talk about like 13 and under. So you have none of those arguments, and his idea of him being a man and all that goes out the window. What are you doing? And so, yes, there needs to be people to have that conversation. If they are having that conversation, they need to be promoted a lot more, like BGS is saying. So nobody is arguing. Nobody is saying certain things need to be prioritized over the other. There's way more content creators than there were before. But I'm going to tell you, if there's somebody talking about Black boys, they need to be promoted. If it's somebody talking about even homeschooling, because that's something that I'm big into, that needs to be promoted, or at least, you know, you need to start throwing it at like Bernard or Jay. Shout out to JR Wisdom that has been a part of this space, you know, so they can get interviewed, so they can get seen, because Bernard can't see everybody. If y'all email some links so he can see, he can make an executive decision on himself. These are the things y'all need to do. Y'all people need to create fucking Discords. Y'all, like, that, you don't have to have a channel. There's ways to aggregate people and get stuff. We need to get better about building email lists. We need to get better about building certain info. We need to get better about sharing information when it comes to certain memes, graphical design, different things on how to put shit together, like without spending money, but in a very effective way. And I need to get on being better about doing that. You know, there's things that can be done. But you know, telling the bitch ain't shit and she's lying is always gonna be there, but there's other things that need to be a focus.
Because my goal now is less about the freaking talking points of Black female fuckery, is to start, you know, making Black men precise in their language, like liberalism and conservatism. No, if we're gonna go down that road, we're gonna know what the fuck we're talking about, right? It's like I'm putting those videos out, right? About patriarchy and matriarchy. If we're gonna go down this road, talk about patriarchy and matriarchy, let's define this shit and actually know what the fuck we're talking about, instead of this nebulous, not even Wikipedia fucking talking points, right? What's the patriarchy? Okay, where did it start? What is it? What defines it? And how does it move? Right? What's the matriarchy? Where did it start? What's the characteristics of it? How does it operate? You cannot be a patriarch, okay, in a matriarchal situation where the women can actually come, for the vast majority of people, unless you're really lucky like Bernard, where a woman, you can be a patriarch until she decides she's not happy. She picks up your kid and walks out with him. It ain't shit you can do. Okay.
Yes, because
you're a patriarch in name only, right? You're not really a patriarch because she's got all the power. Okay.
Yeah, and this is why dudes used to be like, "Oh, y'all must be, I'm a patriarch in my own house." No, you not.
No, you're not.
That shit ain't pulled your whole card yet, because there's a legal framework behind that. So another thing, click like down. I ain't trying to tell y'all download videos and clipping them up, but we know what you niggas do on TikTok, you know, and we know how viral TikTok is. So there's and maybe I'll make a list of all this shit. Another thing is making lists. I love lists, but I'm creating playlists of strategic videos with people that do have libraries, like BGS's videos and stuff like that, the SYSBM videos. That's what needs to be done. Because if you notice, these women have, I'm going to say this and I'm done. Notice these women have zero answers for anything that we say. They just say it ain't true. Like when you look at, I ain't trying to beat up on Amiri, but when you look at Amiri, like when he comes up on here, he just says that, no, he tries to argue. He doesn't disprove it. He just tries to argue it down. And even when he was going to bring stats up, we already had a whole video about that. Not to mention Mike and Vince Perkins. When you look at, look, I'm no problem with I Am Courtney, but but Courtney gave me a chart on Pablo shit. And if it wasn't for Smurgo, shout out to Smurgo for super chatting, you know, even though he be doing too much in my Discord, you know.
Yeah, shout out to Smurgo. I didn't want to click on Smurgo name and leave it up there too long. Smurgo be clowning, but shout out to him. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate it.
But to be fair to Smurgo caught it. Like he caught it. I took her in good faith. And then I'm like, damn, how the fuck did you miss it? And it's always from black demographics. New rule. Stop using black demographics to counter us. You think y'all ain't in there more than we in there. The fuck are y'all? Y'all really think y'all go counter our shit with the shit that we are? Y'all didn't know what the fuck black demographics was until we brought it up.
It's so funny now. It's so many female channels where they're starting the conversation with data. Prior to the manosphere, it was just all they feelings and emotions, and now they got slapped in the face like, oh shit, we gotta actually try to make sense. Let me
you gotta compete.
Let me pull up. You know, they crunching numbers and shit now. It's like
and they showing with them fucking degrees. Y'all are showing y'all didn't get STEM degrees because a lot of y'all motherfuckers ain't mathing right. Because I ain't got no college degree, but I'm in the tech. I went to college. My point is, y'all, I can look at certain outcomes y'all have, and I don't even need to see the chart because if you understand like how statistics work in certain things, again, when Amiri said 80% of black men have kids, like how did you get to that? And this nigga literally said,
I gotta go, fellas. Salute to the panel. See you later.
Right. Absolutely, Freeman. Peace. And another thing too, shout out to people like Freeman, is got kids, is married. You know, you got folks showing their face. But anyway, when Amiri was talking, well, when they're 25, they have this. When they're 30, when they're 30s, they're this. For I said, did you notice it always goes up? It always goes like there's a reason for that because, dude, that's not what you think it is. Yes, it is.
Now, the thing is, what they're showing is a generational shift. Like if you go back to when the people over 45, the people over 50 were in their 20s, okay, the marriage rate was much higher. Okay, marriage rate and all those rates were much higher. But as the generations go on, you can start to see the shift. That's what they're trying to show, the shift in time. So that's why they always focus on the 15 to 45, okay, because those are childbearing years, right?
And see who you really, and
who you're dealing with.
And who you really need is those pro-blacks to start telling y'all the truth and tell it to you nice. To see they so used to lying to you, they can't make the switch quick enough because they don't want to be like TD Jakes and get caught up, tell you too much truth. So they only
when TD Jakes is willing to tell red pill truths on his platform and half his parishioners walk out, you know that the war's over. That's your flag. Okay.
Was that actually confirmed true that they half of them walked out?
So that's the first Death. So we get it. The first Death Star's been knocked out. Now it's time to knock out the second one in the Empire. Nobody's arguing that needs to happen. The space, and it's beyond just the black manosphere. This is why
it's funny you make that Star Wars reference. I was saying Kevin Samuels' channel blowing up the way that it did and getting all them talking points out there into the ether. I said that was Luke Skywalker blowing up the Death Star, but I was like, the next movie was The Empire Strikes Back, where, you know, the Rebel Alliance took a major L. So that's why I was that's why I always hesitant, have a certain amount of trepidation. Like when I hear BGS say, "Oh, we've won," I'm like, "Hold on." You know, you never know, that Empire might strike back somehow.
But you see that already with them trying to say they're trying to define what red pill is. Here's the point: red pill is a branding term. It doesn't matter if people, like, for instance, take Jason Black. Jason Black is not red pill. He said red pill, bunch of incel loser ass niggas. But
he got a red pill channel, but
he started as a red pill channel back in 1.0. How did he change?
Exactly. But my point is, look at what he says. Even take Glendon Cameron, for example. Glendon Cameron is not a red pill channel. But if you look at the lifestyle he's living and doing stuff on his terms and stuff, you would be remiss to say that his channel didn't really deal with XYZ and principles. People want people to say, I'm a card carrying this. I'm not saying he's not red pill. That's what he said. He's more on men doing what men do and winning on that term. The point is, the concepts are still true, because he also talked about the black community marketing department. In my term, that's that pro-black preaching gynocracy stuff, you know, but he's actually tangibly talking about economics, and he don't even date black women like that. He will, but he doesn't for the most part. Because he says, Yeah.
I wanted to say what just respond to what Bernard Riley said, right, about the Death Star being blown up, but the Empire. Black women are not the Empire, are they, Bernard?
Fair point.
Are they? Okay. So if we're going after the Empire, so blowing up the Black woman Death Star was just an instrument. Where's the next step? If you're going to go after the Empire,
I guess it would be like what you said, politics.
Politics, because who runs the Empire? It's not Black women, is it?
Right.
So that war, the online black gender war between Black men and women is over. Okay, that's over. What's the next step? Stop fighting the last war.
And that's a whole nother war, because then you got dudes that they want to, because then you start getting into the Democrats repubs, which is a trap. You know, BGS has informed me we really need to get into more policy, policy and policy. Because when you get into the Democrat Republican, then they try to make it like the women don't matter, even though the women are getting all the stuff they need to get, versus who you're going to vote for and stuff like that, versus we need to focus on creating awareness amongst a lot of these policy points.
I'm glad. Part of me is glad about the Trump versus what the Democrats and all this kind of stuff, because Black men didn't fucking talk about it before. Now they have. But what I want now is for you to know what you're talking about. Okay. Instead of this emotional gut reaction about, oh, I'm a conservative, oh, I'm a this, I'm a that, because you don't even know what the fuck it means. Okay. That's my problem. I don't care about you being a conservative. If you're going to be conservative talking points, know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and honestly,
that's what irritates me when I ask a conservative, why are you conservative? You don't know what you're talking about.
A lot of it is I'm just not on what the fucking liberals are doing. That's what a lot of that is.
All liberals.
Well, I get what they're saying from their perception. Because even with I get what you're saying, BGS, but even with DC, there's a difference between like somebody like DC and then somebody like these motherfuckers are talking about a boy is a girl. I don't know what a woman is. Like there's degrees to it, but folks don't do a good job articulating those degrees. So yeah.
You think all this stuff is going on without Republican consent? Is that what you really think?
Yeah,
you really think that?
That's the tough. That's the tough one right there. Because it's been plenty of times. Actually, probably one of the last times I talked to Man of Tomorrow. We did a show on that where we were talking about Republicans. In very recently, they had everything lined up to where if they really wanted to change some shit, they could have got a lot done, but then ultimately nothing happened. So
you can look at family, you can look at child support rights, you can look at breadwinner rights. I always say this: what is a white woman? What is a white conservative woman giving back rights that liberal white women have won? Never.
Well, I got a question for BGS, but real quick, Freeman's Journal in the building says support Black male media. We got Marvel in the building says great channel, Mr. Riley. Shout out to hey, if y'all new here, subscribe. If you're new here, subscribe. Freeman's Journal back in here with another one says props to King Randall, the X for boys. Shout out, salute. Paul Gaming here says another BR masterpiece. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Bernard, you don't get a chance to talk to BGS like that often, so I'm gonna hop off so you can kind of get all that in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Cool. Yep, no, appreciate that. BL in the building, he says they keep using Black demographics to say 80% of Black men have kids. Bernard had an episode where that got debunked. LOL. Mike also did a video on that. Yeah, shout out to Mike and Vince Perkins. I know BGS have done some videos on that, probably lost in his archives, but Mike did a recent one where he broke down how many Black men had kids. So that's the one.
They keep a very good count of that because it's called birth certificates. They know exactly how many children are born, and they pretty much have a good idea who they're born to and what race. They keep a very good count of it. So they don't need the census. The CDC and BLS actually keep a very good count of that stuff, because for a baby to be born in the United States, okay, unless the few people actually born in a home someplace, right, for that kid to be counted and go to school, that kid's gonna have to have a birth certificate, right? That's paperwork. That gets logged in the computer, and they know exactly up to the second how many kids are being born, who they're being born to, where they're being born, who the mother and father is, almost to the second. Okay, to say that they don't know is bullshit. They know they don't have to go to the 10-year census. They know up to the very second about births. Marriages and births, they know to the second because that paperwork has to be filed.
Let's. All right, you did a stream. I didn't get to watch all of it, where you was breaking down, you know, the people who consider themselves conservatives today. They're really just classical liberals.
Classical liberal, yeah.
Yeah. Explain that one. I'm mad I didn't get a chance to watch the video. But go ahead and break it down.
Okay. Liberalism basically means that you're breaking past the old collective kings, queens, and feudalism, right? Okay. In other words, what liberals believe in the rights of the individual, right? Rights of the individual, and inalienable rights. In other words, the what they call natural rights of the individual. Because Miss Sherman broke it all down, right? So what liberals, the classic liberal believes in the individual agency of each individual person over the collective. Okay. But the thing is, as he was saying, as Hobbes was saying, to referee all these individuals, people to actually come to a consensus, which is they call the community of interest. So you actually forge a document or a standard that we're going to abide by as all these individuals. Okay, that's what they call the state. Okay. And a classical liberal believes in a small state, a small leviathan, as Hobbes put it. Okay, just enough to referee the individuals to actually have an agreement, so we can actually live together and form a cohesive community. Okay, that's a classic liberal. Okay, how you bank, how you do your money, that should be left up to you. So the classic liberal believes in the maximum amount of individuality, and the state is only there to actually referee disputes between individuals. That's the classic liberal, and if that's what most people that call them conservatives believe in, right?
Right.
The
okay.
Rights.
When did what you just described as the classical liberal? When did that turn into what people are now referring to as conservative?
It's called socialism, right? Because because it is what's it says? As when I'm on him, but Quigley said, individualized, atomized individuals under classic liberalism without the protection of the state get eat up by bigger entities, like corporate structures, like larger entities that come together, like the military, or even larger structures that within the government that will come and eat you up, eat your lunch, right? So basically what you had to do if you didn't want to work 6 days a week, 17 hours in a goddamn factory for low wages, or in a goddamn coal mine where you're getting black lung without no protections or any kind of thing like that, you have to do what? Do the other thing. Then the state has to step in, and you have to collectively come together to actually advocate your rights. That's called progressivism. That's called socialism, right? Okay, because your right to vote is a socialist idea. Your right to vote is a socialist idea. Your public education, socialist idea. Okay, your 8-hour work week, socialist idea. Your Medicare, your right to medicine, okay, is socialist idea. All these are socialist ideas. That's the collectivism. That's like a United States is a mixed economy, right? You have social mores, that's collectivism, versus capitalism, which means individualism for profit. You have those two things. The United States is not a purely capitalist country. Okay, so that's how you have the mixture of progressives and what you call classic liberals. Okay, you can't have a whole bunch of laissez-faire liberals running this country. Otherwise, guess what? Black folks will still be on the plantation. So if you like being free and you like being citizens of this country, okay, how far are you gonna go with that laissez-faire classic liberalism, or conservatives as you call it? Because then the individuals at the top, there are more of them, are actually going to impose their will on you.
Let's go back to the socialism thing. To me, it sounds like just the line get moved over, because like you talked about a lot of stuff that we would just define today as normal. You know, the 8-hour work day and stuff like that. So that I guess back then, before they put any rules and regulations on stuff, that was considered socialism. But right now, that's normal. So is it like today? You have to take it to some extreme to be socialism?
It's still socialism, okay? If you want to go to Marxism and communism, okay, that's not liberal. That is illiberal, authoritarian socialism. That's communism. Go to China talking that shit. Go to Russia talking that shit. Okay. Why you think Brittany Griner is getting 9 years for weed? They don't play. Okay. Those are hardcore, illiberal socialists. Okay. That's the difference between democratic socialists that we have in the West versus the communists. Okay, they're illiberal, non-democratic, authoritarian socialists. That's the difference. Where the state comes in, according to Marxist theory, right? According to the Marxists, the original communists. Okay, where the state comes in, they own everything, they arbitrate everything, and eventually, until the utopia comes, they rule everything until the workers can actually work together, and then the state's supposed to disappear, which it hasn't. That's authoritarianism. Okay, if you want that, you guys are liberals. The real conservatives are Chinese and Russians. That's the old school authoritarianism. Okay, if you want to be real conservative, go over there. They're conservatives. They don't play. You go to some African countries that are authoritarian. They don't play. Okay, go to Haiti under authoritarianism. They don't play. All you Negroes are liberals. Okay,
that's why you're saying that actual conservatism had black people back in chains.
Yes,
because conservatism, as it was originally defined, it was that dogmatic. So so how does that vibe with American histories?
Why don't we? Okay, because you define liberalism or conservatism by history, right? How do you know that you're conservative? Just because you say so? Where do these words come from? What do they mean? What's their antecedents? Do you understand what it is to be conservative, or as we call it, or a liberal as we call it? Okay, you can understand.
I freely admit I understand the modern iterations of it. That's why I've been trying to deep dive into some of your content to get the history of it. I understand the modern iteration of it. So I freely admit that.
So you like to go to the ministry of the truth, where they can change words and meanings into whatever form they want, in the shape of what they want. Is that what we're doing now?
No, I just said I acknowledge that you're breaking shit down and I'm learning something, and I said I went to your content to try to to get a better understanding of that, because as far as the history of where it came from, I admit there's a lot of that I'm ignorant to. So no, I'm not claiming to have the answers on that. It's just in this modern time that when we look at what liberal is and what conservative is, we see the liberals they're on. I mean, I think you mentioned this in one of your videos, how the liberal is just turned into just basically the wacky people that want to put your son in a dress and all of that shit. And people disassociate from that, and they identify with more of the traditional values that's coming from the Republican Party, which is connected to conservatism. And then they just say, hey, by what we're seeing in this modern time, I line up more with the people that refer to themselves as conservative. So if something was something that was awful, but then it, seemingly has evolved into something that does not seem awful, does the modern day person say, no, I can't call myself that because of what it was in the history? You see, I think that's where a lot of people are at right now.
And you know what the thing is if, okay, how you guys want to play this game? You guys want to play this game at the base level? You guys want to play this game at a higher level? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, because the people at the top, they understand what they're talking about. So because you guys can't really distinguish the conservative versus a liberal. It's not by party. Okay, it's not even by party. Donald Trump was not a conservative. He's a liberal. Always has been.
Who is a conservative? Give me one. Give me an American politician that you could put.
He's in office right now. A real one.
Biden?
Yes. Biden? Who you think
wrote
the crime bill? Who you think wrote the crime bill?
I remember your content on that, where you was saying, I remember your exact words. I'm probably gonna paraphrase it and botch it a little bit, but I remember you said that you didn't like Biden and you forgot why, but then you watched the tape of him, talking about the crime bill, and you remembered, like, oh
he called George Bush. He called George Bush Sr. a pussy, basically, because he wasn't tough enough. He's law and order. He wasn't tough enough. Does that sound like a liberal, a laissez-faire liberal to you? Why do you think the progressives don't like him now? They don't like him. And we're talking about left-wing progressives that are chewing their hat. Okay. Bernie Sanders is a left-wing socialist liberal. Okay. AOC is a left-wing socialist liberal. Okay. Biden is not that guy. Biden is not that guy. Okay. If you know, and I hope I don't get a 202 call for that shit, because this administration is real sensitive about how they look. You could say what you wanted about Trump, because he wasn't that sensitive. He didn't really give a fuck for a little guy to say whatever he wanted to say, right? This administration is not so that way. Okay. After January 6th, okay, what did you during his inauguration, what did you see in Washington, D.C.? The biggest thing. What's the first thing you noticed for his inauguration?
You're talking about Biden, and I apologize. I was trying
to okay, go ahead and read it.
Biden's inauguration was the first thing I saw.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Troops, right? How many troops were in there for his inauguration? On the ground, 30,000. When have you seen that before?
Never.
You know, I'm not gonna say too much, because that's the shit they don't like me talking about, right? The thing is, what I want you guys to do, I don't give a fuck what you believe. I really don't care, right? But if you're gonna believe it, you're gonna spout this stuff out and know what the fuck you're talking about. Because every time I ask you guys what you're talking about, you guys don't know. Look this shit up. If just like if you're a Christian, right? How you can be a Christian if you don't read the Bible?
Oh,
and that's supposed to be Christian history.
Listen, the majority of Christians don't read the Bible. That just is what it is. And it's messed up. I remember I used to be a Christian once upon a time.
Did you read the Bible?
I stopped being a Christian when I finally read it.
Yes.
So there's that. So I know what you're talking about. Yeah, but yeah, they don't read it. But yeah.
Go ahead and read your super chat.
Yeah. Okay. Who we got in here? Electrician 480 in the building says, as BGS have stated many times, it is not the woman, it's the environment, and the environment is politics. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate that. Lord Love Smith in the building. He says, with my current view of things, to be conservative is to believe in limited government, lower taxes, self-accountability, and self-determination.
That is a classical what?
That lines up more or less with what you said the classical liberal
Thank
was.
you.
But I grant you your knowledge of history, but this is what it has evolved to. But I understand if you're saying that we need to understand the history and understand the terms, names, and labels, because words have meaning, terms have meaning. And if you're calling it conservative, then okay.
Even you can call it
here's the problem. I don't even know if this is a problem, but okay, you said a true conservative. I mean, and you went to you talk about North Korea and all those countries. That's true conservatism.
The Japanese, Thailand, Singapore, Korea, Germany. Germany's softer than they used to be, but they're still closer to authoritarian. Italy, that's closer to authoritarian. Greece, okay. Those kind of folks, okay, they're closer to conservatives than we are, because when you call yourself conservative from America, they look at you funny.
Yeah. Now, I'm no big fan of Biden, but I'm in a position where damn near got to defend him. You said that conservatives would have black people back in slavery. I said name a conservative politician right now, and you went right to the A list, all the way up to the Oval, and said Biden. Are you going that far to say Biden would have us in chains?
No, I'm saying.
Just want to make sure we ain't, I make sure I understand.
I'll tell you what, Bernard. Okay, this stuff belongs what I call behind the wall, right?
All right.
And I'm gonna do a behind the wall tomorrow for my Patreons, right? Send me an email. I'll just join your
Patreon. I'll just join your Patreon so I can check it out.
Because when I do a behind the wall, we can actually talk about this, because you really don't want to know. Okay, you don't know what kind of guy you have. It can't happen. It can't happen in this country, because this is a liberal country, right? It's a very liberal country. That's what Mearsheimer, there's a reason Mearsheimer is a realist. reason Mearsheimer teaches international relations, right? Because he knows what the fuck he's talking about. He used to be in the military. He's actually went to, I think he went to, he graduated from West Point. Okay, so he's not some just dude that doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's been teaching this for like 40 years. He's worked in the Pentagon. He's worked in DC. Okay, he's taught this stuff all over the world. Okay, there's a reason he says this. It's because you guys think because the local Fox talking points it defines what a conservative is and what a liberal is. It doesn't. Okay. You have to know what you're talking about. You have to know what exactly what liberalism is because you don't. So that's why I actually started defining these terms, including patriarchy, right? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm a patriarch. Okay, how so? What's a patriarch? What's a patriarchy? And 99% of black men have no clue what a patriarchy is. That's how come I read this stuff. What's the patriarchy? Where'd it come from? What's the history of it? What's the antecedents of it? How was it built? And basically, what are the tenets of a patriarchy versus a matriarchy? Okay, which the black community actually lines up as a social matriarchy, almost to the T. That's what it really is, a gynocracy, which is ruled by women, because 4 out of 5 of your was it political office holders are what? Black women. You're not in charge. You're not in charge. That's how come you can't change what's going on with your schools. That's how come they want to keep their foot on the necks of the black boys, because they're going to turn into black men. That's how the feminists took over your whole the wave of your kids, right? Because in 1972 they didn't go after the money; they went after the children. When Germany wanted to actually, when Germany actually wanted to form a nation from the German states, did they go after the adults? They went after the kids. It's called a Prussian school system. When Hitler wanted to take over Germany, who did he go after? Did he go after the old folks? No, he went after the children. You have to be socialized into a system. But the thing is, if you don't understand how the system is built or how people build systems, you're not going to fix it. That's how come we keep going around in freaking circles, because you don't understand how these systems are built. All you know is what you learn on Wikipedia or what you learn on YouTube. I'm gonna start handing out YouTube scholarships, YouTube certificates to YouTube scholars. Read, learn. If you're gonna read, you're gonna learn what the hell you're talking about. If you want to define, when I say patriarchy, define what a patriarchy is, or I lead my family. That's not a patriarchy.
Yeah, that's a pseudo patriarchy. I remember
it's not even pseudo patriarchy. Okay.
Oh, you don't even think you wouldn't even call that a pseudo patriarchy? If a man leading his family, everybody following his lead, he's in charge. He's running that household until she decides to go left.
Until she decided to go left, because hell, we men have been leading their families and matriarchies in the black community for years, for centuries. Still a matriarchy, because when she decides to go left, guess what? Ain't shit you can do to stop her, because you ain't got no rights.
Right. No, agreed on that. Super Duper in the building says, BGS, appreciate the technical ideological breakdowns that's been needed. Absolutely. I've been trying to get caught up. Been doing some damn good content over there, breaking stuff down. And so, yeah, I've been trying to get caught. I caught a lot of it, trying to get caught up on the rest of it. Roddy God Podcast in the building says, black male Democrats are the next group to be red-pilled. In my Merovingian voice, your time is almost up. What do you think about what he's saying right there? Black male Democrats are the next group to be red-pilled.
Yeah, because black male Democrats, and this is something that my mentor and she says, because she's a black female nationalist, right? And we talked about this, about Democrats appealing to the women. And guess what she said? She said, okay, they know if we get the women, the men are going to follow them.
That's fucked up. But it's
who actually determines your democratic policy? Is it you as a man, as a black man? Or is it
no,
woman?
That's women. Women I understand that the Democratic Party, yeah, that long story short, black men basically follow what women are doing when it comes to politics.
What if black women decide to switch over and become Republicans? What do you think would happen?
I tend to believe there would be that's messed up. I never thought about it like that, because listen, I've been saying just bare minimum for just strategic reasons, more black men need to just, get off even if they don't, proudly say I'm a proud black Republican, just vote the other side, or just don't vote Democrat. Just shake it up. And I did say that if a lot of black men did go Republican, there'll be a small percentage of black women that may follow. But when you flipped it that way, if black women went Republican, I hate that I gotta admit, it'd be so many Negroes going over to the Republican side.
Bernard, I've been doing this for 40 years, man.
Yeah,
people think I just walked into YouTube and basically I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Okay, that's why I say I got a track record of 8 years. Where have I really been wrong? I've been wrong a few times, but really, where have I been wrong in my analysis? Anywhere, pick it out. There's a hashtag going around now. BGS was right. I see it every day. Oh yeah, this just showed up. BGS was right. The big head,
it's been in the chat. It's been in the chat. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, what? Who do you think brought Kevin Samuels into the manosphere like this to do what he's doing? Who do you think did that?
Yeah, my general understanding of it. Yeah, it was you. That was me. That was my general understanding.
I told Kevin when COVID first started breaking out, they're coming to you. Make your money and grind, because when the moment is up, because the environment is going to shape what they do, and they're going to panic, they're going to come to you. I didn't think it would last this long. You can't predict stuff like that. But Kevin started ramping it up because he saw the opportunity. We actually talked about it. So a lot of this stuff goes on in the background. This stuff just didn't happen in a vacuum. There's a reason this stuff happens. When I'm trying to get black men in this sector to get their heads out of their asses and lower what they think is their ego, and actually read the room. Okay, stop playing at this stuff. Stop playing these word games and battling back and forth over bullshit, man. Get down to the real stuff. Get down to the real stuff. If you're gonna do this, and you mean to do this in real time, get down to the real stuff. How do you change a society? You just can't study the black community. How does China change its society? How does Germany change its society? How did we change the society in America? How did England change their society? Study forms, how people move and how things change. If you study that, you get a good idea. You get a leg up on what the next phase of anything is. But if you guys want to chase your tails like you're doing right now, go ahead. But so when I come on here, and that's how conservatives run. When I ask you what's a conservative, you can't tell me. The guy that put up the super chat, he's the first one that actually advocated what actually a conservative is. That's the actual definition that most white conservatives actually use. That one that he just used. Okay?
Yeah. That was the definition I always went with, and that's why I said I'm more that than whatever the bullshit is that the people that call themselves liberals are doing.
But the thing is, liberals have a wide swath, right? And basically the far left that advocate for gender swapping and all that kind of stuff. It's not just the far left. There's people on both sides, of conservative and so-called liberals, that do that shit for their own reasons.
It's levels to it, though. Well, you have to agree with that. Most of the people that are going to that extreme, most of them are liberal. And there are some conservatives that are, kind of buying it and floating that way, but the vast majority, if they're doing that kind of stuff, they're liberal.
So how is this crap taught on a wide scale, implemented in law on a wide scale, in schools, in schools, in politics, in boardrooms, all this kind of stuff implemented without the consent of the so-called Republicans or so-called conservatives? How's it implemented without them raising even one voice? Then they might poo-poo it, but they're not trying to stop it, are they?
Yeah. I mean, I understand. And again, I've done content on that, how they play lip service to certain things, but when they got everything lined up just right to where they could change it, they tend not to do nothing. So in that sense, they're either lying or they're weak. One or the other.
You really believe they're weak?
I think that there are some political hills that they choose not to die on.
You really believe they're weak? Where they're allowing you to actually shoot hormones into little children, which is illegal.
All right. I mean, I know we've covered it on here a lot where it was
look up the log cabin Republicans. Okay. There's a reason they're headed that way, but I'm not going to even get into that. You can look it up yourself. Stop believing what people tell you to believe. Investigate. I said that from the beginning. Don't believe what I say. Look that shit up. Look that shit up. I've been arguing about people in matriarchy. Like, oh, the Seminoles weren't matriarchal. I said, did you actually look this stuff up? Look it up. Okay, there's a reason they called the black community a matriarchy, gynocracy, which they actually refused to actually admit. Go back and look at the literature, read the patterns, and see if it lines up. And then once you got it, use it. Okay, don't just say, well, I don't believe it. No, use it. Stats, statistics, documents, use it. That's the whole thing. So when you go advocate to actually have policy changes, you can't come in with your gut feel or some talking points you found on YouTube. You got to come in with real stuff. Use it. That's like I don't really come on platforms like this because I know what I'm going to come up against. You got a lot of dudes that talk about what they think and what they feel in their opinion, but they don't have it backed up with anything.
Nate Dogg is saying the Republican Party is every piece of shit establishment. Republicans, MAGA is dominant. What's the Arizona Republican Party? I don't know what you mean.
I don't know what that means either.
That's
what I'm talking about.
No, a little big Nate normally have more to say. I didn't understand exactly what he meant by that one. But even before the election, I played Vote Scam, right? From 1993, right? 1993, 1994, about how votes can actually be altered, right? That's old, okay? That's old. All of a sudden, Trump loses it. Oh, it's a big scandal. Come on, y'all. Yeah, I wasn't on that scandal thing with as far as Trump losing. I wasn't on that shit. But LB Crypto in the building says, Bernard, I told you this is ground zero for this space. I'll get out of there. Don't overrate me. Don't overrate my channel. He says, salute to the master teacher BGS. Yep, absolutely. Freeman's Journal. I saw you in the back, Freeman. Can you come on back? Freeman's Journal in the building. He says, real talk, most black men want to go against the women. This is why when it comes right down to it, they never mention voting for another party. He says they just want black women to be the leaders they want. If you want them to lead, and if you want this to be a gynocracy or matriarchy, hold your goddamn leaders to the representatives' feet to the fire. Okay, hold their feet to the fire. Stop kissing up to them and going, okay, hold them to the fire. Make them do what they're supposed to do. If you actually want to keep them in place, I don't care. But go ahead. How do you think black men should vote? As far as, all right, let's just keep it basic, just bare minimum, Democrat, Republican, or either. Where you at on that? Extract something for your vote. Okay, Republican. When people come and say we should vote Republican, no. Okay, what are Republicans going to do for us in exchange for our vote? Okay. If Democrats want your vote, what are they going to do in exchange for it? If women want you to back them, okay, pull out your list. Okay, we got 14 points. Okay, which one are you actually going to do? What actually going to basically do for us? We got 14 points. Where you actually going to line up with this? Stop talking about this side versus that side. No. Politics and votes and that kind of stuff and allegiance need to have some kind of
some kind of substance. Okay, what am I getting for my vote? You're my representative, not my leader. Okay, what are you bringing back to the table? What are black men getting for their allegiance with you, even including your women? Okay, if black boys can't read, how are we actually going to reform the school board so black boys can read? What kind of monies or what kind of program are we actually going to start for black boys? You have to be critical. If you're going to do politics, man, not just recruiting from one side or the other. Do politics. Politics is policy. What kind of policy are you actually going to implement? That's what you have to talk about. If you're going to do it. Stop playing at it. Ooh, we need to go against it because the women is on it. No. What are they going to give us? What side is going to give us what? Because it doesn't matter which side you're on, right? All that matters is what you get back, because they're your reps. And if they're not your reps, vote them out. I don't care what flag they carry. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Now, listen, I hear people say shit about you. I don't get into it. Normally, typically somebody bad start bad mouthing you in my chat room. I normally either time it out. If they just out of control with it, I might block them. But they were saying that that you're a Biden guy. You supported Biden, voted for him. I'm telling you what they say.
Yeah, but thing is, who warned you about Biden? I warned you about Biden before he was even elected. Okay, Trump lost not because of Biden. Trump lost because of COVID. I told you about that. I told you about that. I'm not a Biden guy. I voted for what's his name? I voted for I voted for Jeezy. He was actually on the ballot. That's who I voted for. That's how little I cared about it.
Okay.
I voted for Jeezy. I should have took a screenshot. I should have actually taken my camera out and actually showed you who I voted for. Okay.
I respect that vote. I respect that. I think that's a
protest vote.
Yeah. I'm all for black men. If we can galvanize enough black men to do a protest vote, I'm in favor of that. But Freeman's Journal, welcome back. What you got? You got a question for BGS?
No, not a question. But so voting for parties isn't, when it comes to black boys in education, look, school choice has been miraculous for black boys who are able to get into better schools, right? And so, but the choices between the two parties, I mean, you're not even voting for policy unless you're voting at the local level. I mean, state and federal and beyond, that's all culture. So at the local level, at the school board level, you vote them out, because there is one culture that is going to support school choice. There's one culture that is going to support allowing allowing more charter schools, because a lot of states that allow them restrict them on a basis, either a total number or percentage of students or whatever. So when it comes right down to it, the answer is you vote people out if you want black boys to read, and they will respond just because they are already doing that. Scott Walker did it in Wisconsin when he took over, and that went statewide. So that greatly increased charter school and choices for black children in that state. So if you want better education, you're going to have to get rid of folks.
What works for black boys? You already know what the template is. What works for them? And Monahan said it back in 1960.
No, hold on, wait. BGS, you tell us, BGS, what works for black boys? Go ahead.
Single sex education for black boys works every time. Public, private, charter, doesn't matter. Single sex education for black boys. Doesn't matter what it is, right? Where has it not worked?
So dozens of things have worked. Dozens of different charter schools, dozens of different teachers, dozens of different implementers.
Okay.
So you can go look at test scores from charter schools in states across the nation, and you will see higher test scores for black boys in mixed schools, in single sex schools, in any schools. The point is, you're getting out of the dumpster fire that is public education, and you're allowing black people to self-segregate themselves by choice.
Charter school is public education.
What they want.
Charter school is public education.
I mean, it doesn't matter. They don't have the same restrictions, and they are freed up to do things differently. Period. That is why you can have worse charter schools. That works. That happens too.
Friedman, show me where you have a 98% graduation rate and 90 to 97% of them go to college.
Okay.
I'm
sure you've heard of KIPP Academies, yeah?
I've heard of KIPP Academy.
Okay, so hold on. Let me go look up KIPP Academy test scores real quick.
And that's just one. Okay, we're talking about a
that's
model
one
that
of
works.
many.
We're talking about a model that works
That's cool. That's cool.
Okay,
That's cool.
okay,
But
all
where are
right,
you going to
all
get it from?
all right. How are you going to get what
How you going
from?
to get it? How are you going to get your model implemented?
It's real easy.
Okay,
You go to
tell me.
the school board and say in public education. Okay, you have plenty of schools already there that are not being used. Right? You can have you have a separate single sex public high school for boys. Doesn't have to be charter.
Now, how do you get it implemented?
How you get it implemented? Easy.
Correct.
Two things: either you change the school board, or you go to your school board with the stats and force your school board to actually implement this stuff.
I mean, they know the stats. You got to get rid of them.
But are you going to the school board with the stats and actually bringing this stuff out in public?
Hashtag they know, because that's why they're already restricting charter schools.
That's the problem.
They already know.
It doesn't.
What are you talking about?
Wait, hold on. Wait, go ahead. Hold on. Wait,
I just got a question.
No, wait, hold on. I do want to hear what BJS was about to say. When you said hashtag they know, he said that's the problem. How's that the problem?
In other words, you assuming that they know, but thing is, yeah, they might know, but thing is, are you actually embarrassing them in public with the knowledge? Because it's about other people knowing what they know. Because they're gonna go back, well, the boys aren't adequate, and it's the parents, and we've been trying our best. No bullshit, and this is how we know and you should run on that. When they actually go, when they actually run for school board, we need single sex education for black boys. And here's the history, going all the way back to Moynihan.
We're gonna shame them into doing what we want.
Yes, because otherwise they're not gonna get what? Elected. How do you force politicians to do what you want? You said, if you don't do this, you're not going to have a job. They're your representatives, are they not?
Absolutely. So what if you shame them and they don't do it? Then what do you do?
They don't get elected.
Oh, okay. So
but are you doing that?
We'll just vote differently. I mean, I am. I don't know about anybody else.
So how you can get the rest of the guys to get on board and do that?
Well, I mean, they have to want it.
No,
I mean, I can't make.
Well, no.
Well, how do you do it?
Hold on, wait, time out. To what y'all talking about? There's multiple angles in it. When you said he's just going to go up there and shame them, I didn't look at what he was saying as just one individual going to go up there and wag his finger at him. But yes, go up there, present it, lay it out there. But also, that's where media platforms come in, where the information is getting put out there in bulk, in mass, to the point to where it's not just you waving your finger at them. It's a bunch of people who know how much of some bullshit that they're on. And that's where it affects votes. And that's where y'all basically can agree to agree. If you're saying get them out of there, what he's saying ultimately will get them out of there. But there's the presenting it to them, shaming them, and it's also galvanizing people with the information that you got as well. You see, so I think y'all can agree to agree in that case, right?
I guess. I mean, I'm at school board meetings, so.
Okay. Moynihan said way back, because Clark was telling all the stuff Moynihan talks about in his report comes from two sources. It comes from Fraser or Clark. Clark was saying this in the 50s, right? You got to get the boys away from the gynocracy, from their women, right? Give them an all male environment, okay? Because we know that works. You need to get them away from the matriarchy. If not, the women are actually going to ruin them. You got to get them away from that. That's how the women don't want you to have it, because this is actually going to pull the boys away. They want to keep the boys under control. The feminists say the same thing. We need the boys to be under control. They have to be around women. You have to kill this initiative, because guess what? Every time you implement it, name me one boys' school that doesn't work. I don't care what state it's in, what district it's in, what area it's in. Name me one that doesn't work. Why are you trying to rewrite 12 different ideas when you have one that works every time?
Man, well, because that's not up to me. You know,
Okay.
it is not up to, oh, I'm going to nationwide
Oh.
implement the exact top-down measure for every person in every state, and we're all going to agree on in every school district an all-boys school. You don't control that.
But the thing is, where should you start? Start with
At the
something
school board and getting rid of them.
and then
Getting
you
rid
put
of them.
and then you put
That's
in
where you
other
start.
then you put other people in, and guess what they're going to do?
No. Politicians do what is politically in their best interest, or they get dealt with. You see people get dealt with in primaries, and the next person comes in and they act differently. Matter of fact, you can look at Kristen Sinema. She was running hard left in Arizona. Now what's she doing? She wants to stay in office. Now all of a sudden, oh, she's not that Democrat anymore. So you see what politicians do when they are properly incentivized.
You have to crystallize one idea, okay, that works, okay, and crystallize it and get around it. If you have 12, guess what's going to happen? It's going to get diffused. One idea, crystallize, you know that works, implement this shit. And get behind, and all black men get behind it, and shame black women about it. If you want better boys and better men, this is what you got to get behind. Otherwise, guess what? We need to start taking your children and give them to their fathers. You got to get behind this. If you don't want to get behind it, well, we can't decide for everybody, and it's all liberal, and you can't make it top down. This, all right. There's a reason that authoritarian governments actually work better, okay? It's because they don't have all this stuff. They don't have all this liberalism that's going to muddy the waters about individualism, and we can't do this because we're stepping on this person's rights, that person's rights, blah, blah, blah. It takes longer to actually come to a consensus. If you want to fix it, fix it. Get behind the ideas that have already been implemented, have a history of working, have a track record of this policy being in place over time, over 60 years. That's what you actually use, not something that we think of that came around yesteryear. Okay, you've tried other ways for the last 60 years. It hasn't worked. You have all this literature that's behind it. You have an ironclad case. Use it. If you don't want to use it, that's up to you. But I'm getting kind of tired of this kind of liberal banter, mealy mouth stuff, man. Okay, use the shit that works. Implement it into the public schools, not a charter school. The public schools. You can do it in the public schools. You can have academies in the public schools. You don't need a charter school to do that. Teaching the same stuff in a different environment. The model that we're using as far as this is concerned, you know what's really going to change it? COVID is actually going to change the model that we teach kids in, right? Because this model has been around ever since the internet, and it should have shifted towards it. But COVID is actually going to put that on steroids. It should have been shifted 20 years ago. But things don't get shifted until something happens. They call it tombstone progress. COVID and this remote learning and working, that's going to shift the way we teach kids. Should have been shifted years ago.
From a probability, or because when you be they say hashtag BGS was right, and you made some predictions, and okay, some of them come true. From a probability,
Most of them, some of them.
Okay, most. I got most. You know, I don't keep up with all of them. I give you most. I give you most. But from a probability or prediction standpoint, what's the chances that you say that would actually happen? I would actually love that, because I was thinking all this time when I would hear you say, single sex, basically all boy schools. I was thinking that it would have to be charter. It would have to be, but you're talking about implementing it through the public schools. Yeah. Basically do the same thing, just put it over there in a different building. What's the probability that something like that kind of serious action could be taken? Like, there's there's a problem with black men. It starts with black boys. This works for black boys. Let's implement this, get it in the public school. What's the probability? What's the prediction and probability of it?
California has been a charter school state for 40 years. This shit's been a freaking disaster. Okay.
Oh, KIPP Academy.
It's been a very okay. Out of how many students?
KIPP. Look. Okay, so for the audience, California has educational status on par with Mississippi. Right. It is a dumpster fire. right? The charter schools that are able to operate, and there's terrible ones, terrible charter schools, right? But the ones that are good are good. KIPP academies, pardon me, excuse me, KIPP academies are killing it. So
Okay.
if you want to implement a single system that you think you can get through the public school system, great. Show me a public school system that voluntarily did that. Just one.
You ever heard of Charles Drew Academy, which is a public school system, which is called what do they call them? They call them. They're actually called. They're not called charter schools. They call. I forget what they call them. Right? They all work. They all work. They call. I forget what.
That's not what I asked. I said that was voluntarily implemented by a public school system.
Yeah, Charles Drew is actually publicly a medical. I forget what they call it. Okay, you have like several of them in Southern California, right? They all work. They're all good schools. They work. In fact, public schools and charter schools have the same rate of success. Doesn't matter. Charter school is no better or worse than a public school system. In fact, it's harder in the charter school system because the public school system, because charter schools dump their kids that don't do well back into the public school system. Okay, you're not keeping up, we're going to send you back to public school. Okay, so public schools have to sweep up the kids that don't do well and have to fix them. So the thing is, if anything is really going to work, okay, it's got to have to be implemented in the public school system. Change the public schools. Okay, instead of trying to pass it off to somebody else, get in there and do the hard work. It's hard to change public schools because the teachers don't want to change. That's why you have to do it that way. Otherwise, it's not going to work on a broad scale.
Yep. So, I guess that's just a conflict of visions.
I mean, man,
I agree. Pardon me. I agree.
Okay,
I agree
go
with
ahead.
School choice and people being able to self-segregate themselves by what they want. So for the audience, if you want to go watch Waiting for Superman, gives you a good backgrounder on how charter schools have worked well for Black children in Washington, D.C., and kind of breaks it down on a national basis. So that's all I got. I'm about to go to Miami for dinner. See y'all later.
Okay. All right. The thing is that I've been having this argument for like 20 years, right? And California has been a charter school system, charter school state for 40 years, man. I know the dumpster fire of charter schools, man. You have some horrible charter schools. Horrible charter schools. So the thing is, what people don't want to do is reform the public school system. They don't want to touch it. That's the problem. Right. Reform the whole system. Stop trying to patch it up with an independent system. A charter school system is still a public school system. Okay. Still a public school system, unless people are actually going to go and go to private schools, which is also a mixed bag. Change the whole system. I've argued, like I said, I've argued this stuff for 20 years. I have a partner. He's in St. Louis. He's been arguing this stuff since 2003. We've been going back and forth with this stuff. This is not new to me.
Yeah. So we closing in on that 5-hour mark. I know a lot of y'all super chatted some questions. I mean, well, some of the super chats were questions to BGS. So we'll go through these super chatted questions, and then then I'll wrap this thing going up. But definitely thank you, BGS, for coming on through. Like BGS, listen, yeah, I know I am. Other than when OG come up here. Typically, when elders who got some knowledge, who've learned more, who's forgot more than I ever learned, I tend to shut up and listen. Other than when OG come up here, I'm me and OG gonna fight every time he come up here. But other than OG J Speed, yeah, definitely gotta tip my hat to BGS. You know, came up here, dropped a lot of knowledge. So we're gonna get through these super chats, and we're gonna wrap this thing on up.
The only reason I came up because you guys are talking about my video. Otherwise, you know.
Hey, I mean, when you ain't been here in a while, hey, it was a pleasant surprise. I'm glad you came through, and I'm gonna join your Patreon because I do want to. That question I asked you about Biden. If you do some Patreon content behind the wall, I want to
do a whole live stream behind it because people keep asking me the same damn question. You know.
Okay, yeah. So I do want to hear that. So
I gave you a hint about him. About if you go back and look at the videos and pictures of his inauguration, see what's happening, see what's going on in Washington D.C. at the time. This should give you a hint.
All right. But Roddy God, I think I already read this. He's that Black Male Democrats are the next group. Okay, I already read that one. Shout out to Rod God. He says to the Nick Fury of the Manosphere, can you please? Well, shout out to Stephen Moultrie. He says to the Nick Fury of the Manosphere, can you please tell me why black women hate Trump so much? They can't or won't tell me.
Oh, because Biden has paid them off. Basically, okay, we're gonna give you positions in power. So Biden has said, okay, if you get me in to do what I need to do, I'm willing to give you a seat at the table. So Biden has given black women a seat at the table. Look at your Supreme Court justice. Look at your vice president. Look at your representatives. Look at all the other things. All the money has flowed to black women. Okay, I'm not saying it's a payoff, but the thing is, if people get you in, or people ride or die for you, and you get benefits, you get a seat at the table. That's how come they hate Trump. Trump didn't give them a seat at the table, but Biden did. And to get black men, you got to get black women.
I hate that. Yeah.
Prove me wrong.
I know. I agree. I just said I hate it. I agree. I understand that politically, that's what black men do. They follow black women. Yeah. I mean, listen, no other group votes the same way. The men and women both voting for the same party at those high numbers like that. And it's because black women get their benefits from the Democratic Party and black men are just following. So, yeah, I agree with you 100% on that. Freeman's Journal in the building. With super chat, he says politics is downstream of culture. Culture is black men voting with and for black women. The black women destroying black boys. Yeah, black boys in education. Black women will keep doing it until black men exert authority at the ballot box. Rubber meets road. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Shout out to DJ B-Side. DJ B-Side 1965 says, excellent discussion. Class is in session. Absolutely. Absolutely. Lord Love Smith in the building says BGS is great on history and terms, but he doesn't speak on the evolution of terms and ideas, which we see.
I got one word I put in it too. It's called bullshit. Okay, how you know how something evolves if you don't go back in history and trace it all the way back up. I have what I call a fishbone, right? Where does it start? Where does it end? And what's in between? You guys don't do that.
LB Crypto in the building says, but no, oh wait, I already read that one. I think I read this one too. Real talk, most black men want to go against women. That is why when it comes right down to it, they never mention voting for another party. They just want black women to be the leaders they want. Power.
That's why I keep playing this. So I came up with the word gynocracy. Why do you think I came up with that?
Why?
To let you know what kind of social environment that you're in. Okay, nobody else talks about that. Okay, I did. Black women hate me for that because it's true.
Theo wife in the building says, BGS, thanks for being my intro to the black manosphere. And look at my classes. Only black men results over 25 black male professionals in cloud. Absolutely.
Yeah. But Theo, we have to find a way to scale that. Okay. It's 25 guys is fine, right? Getting guys into STEM is fine. Things, how do we scale it?
Yeah, that's one thing I talked to him about when I was down there. I was like, the way you're doing it now, is great. It's great. It's great that it's being done. It's great that something is being done. But that was first thing I said to him in person. Like, we got to figure out a way to try to, what's the fastest, quickest way to get that, 25 to 100 to 300 to where do we get to the point where you got other teachers working under you to where 3,000 men per period of time is getting worked into there. So that's where I'm at with it.
Well, you have to basically that's how come they keep ruining black boys' education, right? Because if you educate the black boys where they can actually read and write at a decent level, they can get into STEM, they can get into programming, they can get into going into the military, they can get into other things. But the thing is, if you can't do the basics, you can't do the rest of it in a modern society. That's where the other things come into. And the thing is, what's blocking these kids or these boys from getting into this stuff? What's blocking them? Okay, you got to remove the roadblocks. What's blocking these kids?
Theo, you know I'm trying to get off the air. You gonna come here and hold? Okay, you. I gotta
Give 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I
I was gonna say no. Theo gonna get 10. They always do this to me. They always hold me hostage when they see me trying to end the show.
Theo, you got to remember. You got to remember. I'm a techie. Okay, I'm a techie. I'm a nerd. Okay, I'm a STEM guy. My major was chemistry in college. Okay, I'm not this layman lefty. Okay, I'm a STEM guy.
All right, Theo, come on up. Yeah, let me. I thought I had some water nearby.
I was reading computer magazines in the 80s, in the mid 80s. Okay, my first computer was a Commodore 64 in 1981. I've been doing this a long time.
Mm-hmm. What did you say your background? That your major was?
Our major was chemistry.
Chemistry. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm a STEM guy. So mathematics, calculus, all that kind of stuff. I'm a STEM guy. I don't talk about it because I'd be talking to like 5 people, right? When I pull out a chart, a crypto chart, start talking about support levels and Fibonacci forks and stuff like that. Basically, I'm talking to like 5 people, so I don't use it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, just the stuff I talk about history and politics, I got maybe 10% of the people actually understand this stuff. That's why I have to simplify it.
All right, Theo, I see you down. I'm gonna give you a chance to sit down, get all the way in your seat. I want to catch you slipping. Are you ready? Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know if Theo was ready. All right. What you trying to show us right there? Hold on.
Atari ST.
Atari ST? Yeah, I remember it.
Yep. So I'm also old school. I'm what you're talking about. So I wanted to say real quick, say hello to BGs. You were my introduction to the Black Manosphere.
I appreciate you.
I remember listening to some of your quite a number. I was one of the silent ninja watchers for quite a while.
For the Coliseum.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I was listening to what you were saying. My viewpoint was that the real manosphere was going to be the Black Manosphere, not the white. I was in the white one for like 7 years at that point.
Mm-hmm.
And I said the real pain is in the Black Manosphere, and if the Black Manosphere can find the solutions, it'll be the leader for all the Manosphere. It'll actually provide everything necessary.
Mm-hmm.
So I took a very bitter pill while listening to you. I stopped listening for a while. I took it. I was like, I have to go into the inner darkness and figure it out. Like, and I did. So I came out of it and I was like, okay, I'm done. I mean, I'm free of it, but I had to see some real horrible stuff in a minute. I definitely agree with you when you said it has to be the education's better with all black male in their own group.
Right.
And I looked at this as well, and I was like, why is it that these guys, like the black men, when they get all these scholarships, when they're doing so well, it's always black male teachers, black male group.
Yeah.
And it's the model works. So when I did Garson Manosphere meetup and I had like my students, I said it's the only black men. And it was based upon this idea.
Mm-hmm.
And what can I say? They're blossoming. They're doing very, very, very well. It's incredible. So, and talking about the future, yes, it can't scale out. That's definitely true. And some of the things that I'm finding as being a teacher is that there's a lot of work to do, not only in terms of teaching them cloud, but breaking their thinking.
Right.
And that's the number one problem. And of course, I had the same thinking, just not as bad. So I had the thinking that because I would like black people can never work in IT, even though I had some classes in IT, I loved IT. It just messed up. For some in my head, black guy can't do it, and a lot of my students have that very well ingrained. And I'm having to go in there and beat the crap out of it. And sometimes I finesse it and try to get it out. Sometimes I'm like, I got a sledgehammer. It's like, I'm getting rid of that from your thinking right now.
Mhm.
So I think that it can only be black male within a black male group. It will not work in any other way. If it does, then there's like I say for my students, I would say about 2/3 of them will take a submissive secondary position.
Right.
If there's another race or there's women in there, and they'll be like, I can't do it. And I'm like, I'd be thinking like, where are you guys going? The other 1/3, they'd be like, I don't care. Just give me a tech. I'll get it done on my own. But it's that other 2/3 that is the real issue. And those guys, they can do the work. They can they have the brain power for it. But there's a fundamental programming in there stating they can't do it.
Do it, yes.
We got to change it. It's only we can do it. We're the only ones who can actually fundamentally remove that programming from their heads.
Yeah. I agree. That's what I was trying to tell Friedman's. Okay, this is something that they've been knowing for 60, 70 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing is that implement it. Go. If you want better boys, you want a black man to be successful, you're going to have to change this from the ground up, just like China did with their children, right?
Yeah.
They turn out 1 million programs and 1 million engineers every year because they believe in doing it from the ground up. Okay.
Yep.
And trying to re-socialize black men afterwards is much more difficult. You can do it. The thing is, changing a black man's worldview, any man's worldview, is difficult.
Correct. I definitely agree with you on that. And going back to what Freeman is stating.
Okay. If Menard says, okay, we're going to have to speed it up a little bit. We can't say
No. I'm laughing at something else because I have a bad habit of pinning a super chat without reading it.
Okay.
And, super chat, somebody was
it doesn't matter to me, man, because I get this all the time. If he pays to say it, he should have it demonstrated. But if he actually wants to talk about it, I have a whole channel if he wants to argue about it, right? But they don't want to argue about it.
I didn't mean to.
No, it's okay. I don't care.
I didn't mean to lead that up there.
No, it doesn't. Man, what they said about me in this sector, man, that's nothing. Okay, that's nothing compared to what they say about me in this sector.
I would say that I think Friedman is a part of that group, the 1/3 group that actually like can compete and doesn't have a problem being in any environment. Like again, for myself, I mean, what really liberated me, got me out of my thinking. Well, it was studying in Russia. It was working in Japan.
Yeah.
Right. So there was no black people there, right? But it was more like, if you want to eat, you better be successful, or you're not going to eat.
Right.
You don't have any white people to blame for this.
Right.
Like white Americans, it's just Japanese people. So okay, I could deal with that. I work with it. But yeah, again, you just got that one group, and I sit there, and I just shake my head, and I'm like, who? Like this had to be gynocentric, or somebody did this to you. Like I don't know how you got this way, and like it's really deep. And I'm like, I don't know where to pull it out. Like, I'm like, you could do it. And if I do praise, I do different kinds of affirmation, I do different kinds of classes for them to do it. I'm like, you can actually do this. It's like fundamentally they're stuck in that head. I'm black and I can't do it.
Yeah.
So what I'm thinking about doing is I have the ability to hire. So I'm thinking about hiring some of these guys and seeing whether, and put them in certain environments and see whether or not they'll prosper if I'm the manager.
Yeah.
And there's actual money being laid on the ground.
Yeah. And the thing is, what did Morpheus say about the to Neo about the Matrix? Okay. You can't be told, you have to be shown. Okay.
Yeah.
And how do you get black men to realize what they are like in the gynocracy? You have to show them step by step. Break it down. Okay, this is how you were programmed. Okay, do you agree with it?
Yeah.
This is what your mother did to you. This is what the system did to you. Feminism in the schools. This is what they said, that you are the step stool of everybody else. Do you agree with that? Now, what you're going to do about it? Because these are the facts. Okay, we're showing you the matrix. What do you think? That's what
Well,
I'm doing. That's what my channel's about, showing you the matrix.
yeah, I would agree with that with your channel. It is kind of deep that way. It's yeah. I have to think about it when I'm listening. I'm like, oh my god, like how deep is this guy gonna go? But
I know some people are afraid. Don't go too deep, you know.
yeah, I say like don't go too deep because like
Yeah,
sometimes
yeah.
I'm in there and then I'm like, ooh, like okay,
Yeah,
so
oh,
how
yeah.
do I function with reality right now?
How far do I want to go down this hole? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, okay, think about it. But at least what I like about it was that it would train me to deal with
Yes.
like the Matrix better.
Yes.
And saying like, yeah, I know what this is. Like I
Yeah.
understand what this concept is. I know who I am in this.
Yeah.
Now I can deal with you.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Find out where you fit in. Yeah.
and I think again I'm SYSBM, and the big point that I have when I'm going abroad isn't just the women. I mean, the women is something everybody talks about. Nah, it's actually being liberated from this matrix, particularly the American one, and you're seeing that there's no limitation to what a black man can do.
Mm-hmm.
It really is just you and your thinking. That's it. Nobody's really against you.
Right.
If they are against you, it's probably because of your passport, not your skin color.
Right. You're American.
And
Yeah.
yeah, you're American. And I'm like, I'll gladly take that. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
you don't like me because I'm American? Come at me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, because it's
Yeah,
not.
you
That's
don't know my
really as
story.
bad.
Yeah, you don't know my story.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to come up and say thank you to you. I wanted to
Oh,
put a
I
little point.
appreciate you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I should probably ping you sometime. We should probably do something because again, I was somewhat influenced by your
Oh, I
channel.
appreciate you. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I like it.
I'm happy to hear it, man, because I in the darkness, I don't know, man. I'm just doing my thing.
Yeah, that's right.
But
Yeah.
Theo, how do you now I'm holding myself hostage now.
Mm-hmm.
How would you scale it and grow it and just get the numbers up on that? Get the numbers up on how many people?
I didn't say that, did I? So when we were in Philly, I think 6 of my current students were there,
Mm-hmm.
and they actually like served as like a TA, like a
Okay.
teacher's assistant.
Okay.
And
Each one
they were
teach one.
going out and teaching the students, and we did by far more in Philly than we did in Atlanta. And it's because I had my TAs with me, my guys who are already trained. So there will be a program like that later on for scale, but I know what it'll like. I can't pay these guys to do it, but they kind of deserve to get payment. Some of the guys are kind of like the one guy who returned back to Christ and said thank you, and the other 9 are like, hey, I'm out of here, right? So some students were like, yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that kind of volunteering for you. Others I know would require some cash, to do that kind of work. So I don't know, but if I can get that kind of scale, it'd be good. I'm also thinking about doing some videos, but the problem with the videos that I'm having, this is what I'm talking to Bernard. The problem with the video is that they can get that video anyway from YouTube. There's plenty of videos like that on YouTube right now, and then there's Udemy, like that's $13, which is what I use in the class.
Okay.
The difference is that what they need is a black engineer who is black, who is making money, who's doing it, telling them, stop thinking you can't do it because you're black.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know you're thinking right now. So there's a difference between you making a mistake because you just don't know it, which I understand. And there's a difference between, hey, you're thinking you're not doing it because you don't think you're good enough, or you don't think this applies to you, or you could take a shortcut because you're just going to be like a black guy and just do it this way. You got to do it your way, but not the way it should be done. I'm like, look, tech doesn't know what color you are. My dogs don't know either. So you have to think of it that way. And, you got to stop thinking about, you got to think that programming that you've got to stop having. So when I'm in the class, I'm engaging the students that way. That's like the first 6-7 weeks. This is my primary job, is actually knocking that thinking out of their heads. So the ones where I'm successful, they go on and pass tests, and then they see how easy it is to pass tests, and then they're like, wait, I can actually get a job, and they see how easy to get a job. And I'm like, yeah, see, I told you. I wasn't lying. I wouldn't have spent all that money on you if I didn't believe in you, and I didn't believe in myself and my ability to teach you. And Those
Yeah.
guys, they're sailing. Like
Yeah.
I got a core set of guys who either go to a Manosphere meetup and then they stop the first week, and I can tell it's because they don't think they can do it because they're black.
Yeah.
I know they're thinking their words and their eyes. I'm like, I know what you're thinking. Stop it. Just go in there, sit there, and take the class. It's for free.
Yeah.
And then you got another group. They get to a certain point and they're like, man, I can't do it because I'm black. And I'm like, stop it. Stop that crap.
You got, tell them, look at it like it's a trade. Okay. It's no different than learning a trade to be a plumber, HVAC.
But see, that's the way I'm training them. You should be in my class. You should go into my class. So I don't teach them the theory of cloud in the beginning. I just teach them, follow these steps and do this.
Do this. Yeah.
Just do it. And do it again, do it again, do it again.
Right.
It's repetitive. Again. And they're like, why? I'm like, don't ask me why. You just do it. And so they do it for a few weeks. And then after they're good at doing and they pass what they're supposed to do, then I start introducing the theory behind why they're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trade model. The trade model works. Black men only, trade model works. It breaks the think. They get confident. They're like, I can do something. They're walking out there with high confidence. And they do it together with a group, and nobody's telling them like, you're black, you can't do this, you're dusty. Nothing like that. Just it's only on their own thoughts. Their thoughts and actions, they're fine. They excel.
And that's why we needed to sell it to the gynocratic feminist system, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We're not teaching them this science. We're teaching them a trade. No different than plumbing. No different than using a hammer. It's just a trade. We're using a trade model. Okay, we're not turning them into STEM guys. Okay, it's a trade.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a trade. So my thinking is that when STEM, what they should have is fundamentally for black men, they should have a trade model from about 7th grade. And have them do different things in mathematics, science,
right? And
just have them like a consistent framework, and only black men. And then later, like say their junior, senior year, then introduce some calc on their asses.
Yeah.
And say, this is why you're doing it. This is why you're taking the measurements. This is why you have to have these calculations. And this is what you're actually doing. Now let's try to build it. Now the way you do it is you get these other tools. You use this computer stuff, and then you can really do it. And I think they would accelerate, but it's too much. You've got this white woman, gynocentric woman, teaching in the classroom and doing it in a certain way.
Exactly.
And it doesn't work on them. It'll work on me. I can adhere to that, but it will not work for a lot of black men.
The vast majority of kids,
and that's why they're failing. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
It's not them. It's the teachers. It's the educational system.
And basically, they learned that in Germany. And why do you think they implemented the Prussian school system, right? The environment of the school dictates the level of the children. It does.
Correct. So, let's go with that. So I was in Japan 16 years, right?
Yeah.
So I was aware of the trade because there's a lot of Japanese guys who don't do well in school. So they do a trade. So, for example, if you learned how to make sushi for 2 years, you just learn how to make rice.
Right.
There's a way of doing rice. It's a certain way. And only Japanese men can do sushi. You can't have a woman. Right? So you have this process of doing the sushi, of cooking, of doing those other kind of trades. And then after a few years, you get these guys who are like near artisans.
Right. Masters.
And they're masters. But they don't know calculus. They don't know geometry. They haven't read classics. But my goodness, they do things that the society needs fundamentally, and they're making bank. Yeah. So that was another influence that I had. I was like, why can I do it like these Japanese guys are doing it? This is the way it works. See, we think the same way.
Yeah. It's just being pragmatic with it.
Yeah, you got to be pragmatic with it. I mean, you got guys who are like fundamentally you have to respect the men and what they're saying, and they're saying like, "Hey, I want to get this job, or I want to work. I'm here. I just don't know what to do." If you respect it, society doesn't respect it. But if we as black men say, "I respect you, and I'm going to figure out a way of doing this for you,"
right?
I'm going to get the methodology, the curriculum. when that's delivered, the black man just takes a few weeks. Doesn't need 4 years college education, $100,000 of debt. Just needs a few weeks. He's fine.
Yeah. For programming and IT, if you break it down into steps, it's basically a trade. And that's why it was taught before they really got into the real a lot of the theory, right? Basically taught it as a trade when it first started.
Yep. This is
right.
the way it has to be for us, for a great majority. I think if you do this fundamental correctly, I think black men are going to totally excel.
You can scale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Bernard.
Absolutely, man. Thanks, Theo, and everybody who's asking. That's Theo's email right there. That I do got it right. Just theowaf@gmail.com, correct? That's the email,
Yes,
Theo.
yes.
Okay,
Yep.
that's it. All right, that's Theo's email. I saw more than a few people ask how do they contact Theo. That's how you do it. That's how you get a hold of him. OG. OG is in the back, and I am not letting you up. I'm sorry. I've been trying to get out of here for like the last hour.
Okay. Yeah.
So OG, you ain't coming. OG, I'll do a full one-on-one with you about nothing, OG, before I let you up right now.
Yeah. We're trying to get out of here. Yeah.
We got to get out of here.
It was supposed to be like 5 minutes. We turned into what?
Yeah, no, but no, it was good stuff. It was good stuff. I didn't want to break it up. But shout out. Go ahead.
I just want to say the guys who want to join the class. Semester acceptance is over. So I have about a total of 80 students right now. I'm overloaded.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot. I'm teaching 4 classes right now, plus advising other students how to get jobs, how to do their resumes. I am overloaded. So I'm not accepting new students again until Charlotte next year. So I got to get these guys out through the pipeline. I need to get at least 50 of these guys fully into their jobs, fully situated, making $150,000 or $200,000 a year. Once they're at that point, then I can start focusing on some new students. I can't do it right now. So I get about 10 to 15 requests for people to join my class per week right now. And I'm like, look, it's like a university. There's a semester. After 2 weeks, you can't join. This is what it is. There's students right now are too far along, and I can't go back for you.
Right.
But next year, keep on watching Bernard. Maybe BGS or something if you talk about it on your channel too. Keep on watching the Manosphere. You'll see me. Other people come on, and you'll be able to see it. Okay. And you'll be able to chance to register, and then we can take it from there. Watch Little Big Nate. Watch Obsidian. All right. Watch Shannon Rawls. Okay. There are people actually talking about it.
2 or 2 phone calls coming, or a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably so.
All right. F Holiday. Shout out to F Holiday. Thank you for that super chat too. Thank you everybody who supported the stream in any way, shape, or form. Do appreciate each and every one of you. And again, Theo, BGS, appreciate y'all coming on through. But with that said, I got to get the hell up out of here.
Yeah, I'm out too.